Hey YouTube, I'm Kishan and in this video we are going to create this amazing travel planner app built with the latest Next.js 14, and this is not going to be a simple travel planner app. We are going to scrape live data from Yatra and Kayak and seed that into our local database. So this is going to be an amazing build. So we have used Next.js 14, Tailwind CSS, Typescript, Prisma with PostgreSQL, Redis, Stripe, and for scraping we have utilized Bright Data Scraping Browser and we have used Puppeteer for the automation of our scraping browser. And at the end we are going to host this application on Aptible using Docker. And this year we have set a goal to reach 100,000 subscribers. So if you are watching this video and if you haven't subscribed this channel yet, please subscribe it. It will help me a lot. And if you like my work, you can join the channel memberships from here. There are various plans and you can just subscribe to any of it to support me. Now if you have any doubts, suggestions or any questions, you can just head over to my Discord server. The links in the description of the video and you can ask the questions here. And apart from this, I have also started freelancing services. So if you have any project requirements, just reach out to me on my Discord or email me and we'll get started. Now without wasting any more time, let's get started with the demo of our application. So the name of our application is Arclight. It's a travel planner app which utilizes Bright Data Scraping Browser. We'll talk about Bright Data after the demo of the video. Okay, so this is the homepage of our travel planner app. This is the Navbar. We have three sections: tours, flights and hotels. We can also log in and sign up. From here we can search for any location and dates, and then we can search for any trips. Then we have this featured places to stay. All of this is dynamic data. We have not used any static data here. So as per you have scraped the locations, this will be displayed in real time. So for the location of Goa, we have 6 trips. Then Dubai, we have 13 trips. So if you have any other location, then it would be randomly shown here as well with the number of trips. Then this is an informative section. Then again this section as for hotels, this is also dynamic. So as per the data of hotels in your database, this places will be shown. So these are all the hotels of Kuta. Then if I click over here, then it will switch over to Mumbai and we have the hotels of Mumbai. And all of this data has been scraped from Kayak in real time. Now let's search for some trips. So for the location, I'm going to search for Dubai. We are going to select Dubai from here. Let's select our dates and let's search. And you can see that we have all the trips for Dubai. And when we click over this, you will have this awesome layout of trips with all the information that you need. All of this data has been scraped from yatra.com in real time. Now, if you are not logged in, you will see that there's a button named login to book trip and we need to log in for that. So let's sign up and the name is going to be Kishan. The last name is going to be Sheet and password is going to be an admin. Let's sign up and we'll have this beautiful avatar here. And now we'll be able to book the trip. So let's select a date as 24th January and we are going to have 2 guests and let's book the trip. So we have used Stripe for payment here. So we need to make payment. So let's use this email and the card number which is provided by Stripe for demo purposes and CVC pay now. And the payment was successful and will be redirected to the booking page. So booking date is 17 January and we have the booking for 24 January. We have this Dubai winter special trip. We can also book hotels and flights and it will show here. Let's search for a flight, and for flights the data would be fetched in real time from Kayak. So for source I'm going to select as Dubai, and for destination let's select Paris. And the date is going to be on 30th January. Let's search flights and we'll have this beautiful scraping data loader. So these are all the flights that are fetched in real time. You can see that we have all the details and the price, the airline name, the time, and we can also book a flight from here. So let's book this and we have to pay for it. Use another email again and pay now. payment is successful, will be redirected to the bookings page, and you can see that we have this booking type of flight here of Turkish Airlines. We have booked this flight on 17th and the booking is for 30th January. Now we can also filter the bookings from here. So if you have multiple bookings, you can filter it from here. So if you only want to see the bookings of your flights, then you can deselect the trips and hotels. So it will only show for flights, and if you select for hotels, we have no bookings for hotels, so no data will be shown. And if you select for trip again, we'll have trip here, so that's working. Then we can also book an hotel and search for hotels in real time. So I'm going to search hotels for Boston city. So we have Boston from here. Let's select date as 25th January, search hotels, and this will again scrape the data for hotels. This all process will work in background. So data has been scraped, and this is the real-time hotels of Boston. You can see that. Now we can also book the hotels. If I click on book now, we again have to pay it using Stripe. So the payment was successful again and will be redirected to the bookings page, and you can see that we have this booking of hotel, and yeah, this is also working perfectly. Now we can log out from here, and now we have been logged out. Now we also have admin panel for managing everything. So let's head over to slash admin. And as soon as we hit the admin route, now first we have to log in. If we head over to any other route, like the dashboard, then it will redirect us to the login page. We have utilized Next.js middlewares for this. So now let's log in. I'm going to use admin at admin.com, admin, and login. So we have been successfully logged in, and this is our dashboard. You can see that we have total number of users, trips, flights, hotels, and bookings. All of this data is being fetched from our database in real time. Then we have the scraping logs. So this will show that on what date we have scraped how many amount of data. So today we have scraped 20 hotels and 16 flights. We haven't scraped any trips. So if we scraped any trips, then it will show it here. Then we have the current queue. Currently our application is scraping this much amount of data. Then we have the trips page. From here we can see all of our scraped trips and its cities. And if we click over here, we'll be redirected to our trips page. So this is our hotels page. This will show our scraped hotels data. So in total we have scraped 280 hotels. So the last thing that we scraped was Boston city. So these are all the hotels for Boston. And before that we had search for quota. Now let's head over to bookings, and you will see all the bookings that has been made by all the users. So you can also see the payment status from here, and these are the bookings that we did with our new user. And this is our scrape data page. From here you can scrape the trip packages, flights, and hotels. So this is kind of a master admin thing. So we can scrape the trips from here. Then we have the current queue information here as well. And then we have this jobs table that will show us all the jobs that are completed or active. So let's search for a location here. I'm going to search for Bali here, and let's select Bali, and let's scrape the data for Bali. And you can see that one job has been enqueued and it was increased, and you can see the job is here. So first it will fetch all the packages from Yatra. You can see that now we have multiple packages that are enqueued, and they are all fetched from yatra.com. So the number of jobs has also been increased, and you can see that it is being completed in real time. So these two has been failed for some reason, and we have also handled that scenario. If our automation fails, then it will show failed here. The last thing that we can do is log out from our admin panel. and will be redirected to the home page. So that's it for the demo. Now, without wasting any more time, let's get started to create this amazing travel planner app using the scraping browser provided by Bright Data. And yes, if you like this build, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It helps me a lot. Now let's get started. Now let's talk about Bright Data. Today, I'm thrilled to introduce you to an innovative platform that's transforming the way we interact with the vast expanse of the web, Bright Data. In our digital age, data is more than just information. It's the fuel that powers decision making, drives innovation, and unlocks new opportunities across industries. Bright Data is at the forefront of this revolution, offering a suite of advanced tools designed to help businesses, researchers, and developers harness the power of web data. Whether you are looking to analyze market trends, monitor brand reputation, or gather competitive intelligence, Bright Data provides the key to unlock valuable insights. One of the Bright Data's most remarkable innovation is its scraping browser. This powerful tool is not just a browser, it's a gateway to efficient, effective, and ethical web data collection. Here are just a few of the benefits it offers: simplicity and efficiency. The Bright Data scraping browser simplifies the data collection process, enables users to gather data from websites quickly and accurately. Its user-friendly interface ensures that even those with limited technical skills can navigate and extract web data with ease. Then they offer advanced features for enhanced data extraction, with features like automated rotating proxies, captcha solving, and the ability to simulate real user behavior. The Bright Data scraping browser ensures high success rates in data extraction tasks. This reduces the time and resources spent on data collection highly, allowing businesses to focus on analysis and decision making. Then, compliance and ethical data collection. Bright Data places a strong emphasis on ethical web scraping practices. The platform ensures compliance with legal standards and respects website terms of service, giving users peace of mind that the data collection activities are responsible and sustainable. Their services are also scalable. Whether you are a small startup or large enterprises, the Bright Data scraping browser scales to meet your needs. It can handle large volume of data and complex scraping tasks, ensuring that your data collection capabilities grow with your businesses. Then, global reach. With access to vast networks of IPs worldwide, the Bright Data scraping browsers allows users to collect data from any geographic location. This is invaluable for businesses operating in global market or those needing insights into specific regions. In conclusion, Bright Data scraping browser is more than just a tool. It's a strategic asset for any organization looking to leverage web data for competitive advantage. By simplifying the data collection process, ensuring compliance, and providing scalable solutions, Bright Data empowers business to make informed decisions, drive innovation, and stay ahead in the digital age. So that's why we have used Bright Data scraping browser in our travel planner. Now, without further ado, let's get started. Okay, so now let's talk about the architecture of our application. So the name of our application is ArcLight, and we have used Next.js 14 for our application. We have used Next.js for frontend and backend. Then we have used Tailwind CSS for styling. And with Tailwind CSS, we have also used Next UI. It's a beautiful library. Then we have used TypeScript for type safety. And we have used Prisma and PostgreSQL for our database queries. Now talking about the cool part of our application. We have utilized Bright Data scraping browser to scrape real-time data for trips, hotels, and flights. Yeah, you heard me right. The data you are seeing is being scraped in real time using Bright Data, and we are going to seed our database with the scraped data using Bright Data. Now for scraping automation, we have used Puppeteer. Puppeteer is an awesome library for browser automation. And another cool part of this application, we have used Next.js instrumentation, which helps us create some complex concepts in Next.js, like using a service worker, creating a queue. So yes, we have used queues in this application. We have used Redis with BullMQ for queues. So as soon as we click on the get data button, a new job is enqueued in our queue and it is automatically picked in our instrumentation file, and the scraping process automatically gets triggered. So this process is going to be really cool. Now for payments, we have used Stripe, and we are going to host this application at the end of the video on Aptible. So hosting on Aptible requires Docker. So we are going to Dockerize our application and host our application on Aptible. That's going to be a very simple process. So yeah, that's the basic technologies that we are going to use in our application, and that's the basic architecture. Now I want you to understand what is web scraping. Now let's understand what web scraping is. In simple terms, web scraping is the process of extracting data from the websites. It's like sending a robot to read a web page and then copy down what's important to you. This method is widely used for various purposes, including market research, price comparison, and in our case, gathering travel related information. So how do we do it? let's break down into 5 simple steps. Step 1, identify the target websites. The first step is to identify which website or websites we want to scrape. For our app, we target websites that provide flight information, hotel listings, and trip suggestions. We have used Yatra and Kayak for that. Step 2, collect URLs of the target pages. Once we have identified the websites, the next step is to collect the URLs of the pages from where we need to extract the data. For instance, we gather links to pages listing flight details, hotel rooms, or exciting travel destinations. Now step 3, make a request to these URLs. After we have a list of URLs, we make a request to these pages. This is like visiting the page in a browser, but we do it programmatically. In our case, we are using Bright Data Scraping Browser controlled by Puppeteer. By doing this, we receive the HTML content of the page, which is the foundation of the data we seek. Now step 4, we use the locators to find the information in the HTML. Now the HTML page is full of information, but we need to find the specific data relevant to us. We use tools and techniques to locate and extract, for example, the prices of flights, details of hotel rooms, and itinerary suggestions from the HTML. In our case, we'll be using methods provided by JavaScript like document.getElementById, getElementByClassName, query selector all. After that, step 5, save the data. Finally, we save the extracted data in a structured format such as JSON or CSV files. This structured data then feeds into our app, providing real-time valuable travel information to our users. In our case, we are going to inject that parsed JSON into our PostgreSQL database using Prisma. Now, why web scraping is important? We could have done this project without using any kind of web scraping service. We could have developed an admin panel to create trips and inject the data and everything. But that process would be tedious. We had to create the trip, get the data from Yatra or Kayak, and inject that manually in our database. But using automation library like Puppeteer and using the scraping browser of Bright Data, we have automated this task. So the scraping engine will head over to the website and get the data and pass the data and store it in our database. So that is web scraping explained in simple terms. Now let's move forward. Now let's set up our Next.js application. So let's create a new folder, and this is going to be untitled folder. Just rename this to recordings and small recordings, and let's open up this in the terminal. ls cd youtube and recordings, and inside of this what we are going to do is we are going to write npx create -next -app at latest, and this is going to be Next.js travel planner. And one more thing, you need to install Node.js. Now let's hit enter and wait for this to install. Yes, we would like to use TypeScript. We would also like to use ESLint. We would also use Tailwind CSS. We'll use the source directory. Yes, we'll be using source directory. We'll be using the app router. Yes, and no, we don't want to customize the import alias. Now wait for this to complete. Okay, so our app has been installed. Now let's open that in VS Code, code Next.js travel planner, and our VS Code is here. Now we have used Next.js 14. There is Next.js dependency. Okay, so we have used Next.js 14 here, which is the latest version. We have used app directory inside of this. Let's start our application. Open up the terminal by clicking the terminal or control tilde and write npx run dev. Not npx, it is yarn dev or npm run dev. So let's use npm run dev, and we have the application on localhost 3001. Yeah, we do have the application, so our application is working perfectly. Now next thing what we want to do is we are going to use Next UI for our application. So let's install the Next UI package. So for that, let's head over to nextui.org, then let's head over to docs installation, and we are going to install that for Next.js, and we have to copy this. We are going to follow the manual installation. We're going to copy this and let's install that. Open the terminal again and paste, hit enter, wait for that to install. And while this is being installed, let's copy this and head over to tailwindconfig.ts, and inside the content we have to add this, paste it, save it, and at the end we have to copy this, the dark mode class and plugins next UI. We also have to import it from here. So I'm going to replace this plugins with that, and we need the next UI. So copy, paste, save the file, and next thing would be we need to set up this app provider. So we have to create this providers.tsx in our app directory. So inside app, I'm going to create new file, providers.tsx, and we are going to use TypeScript. So make sure that you name the files as tsx, not jsx. And I'm going to copy this. This is going to be a client component, paste it, and then we are going to use this providers inside our layout.tsx. Yeah, it is inside layout.tsx, the root layout. So we have to wrap that, or we can just copy this entire file. No, we can't copy because we have this metadata. So let's copy this thing from here and paste it. And we need to import the providers from /providers, and let's change the title here. This is going to be Arclight Travel Planner, and the app is powered by Bright Data. So this is for the SEO, and this is fonts. We also have to inject the font. So inside the body, let's use class name and provide the inter class name. So we will have the font, I think inter dot class name. Yeah. Now the fonts are the inter. If you need any other font, just import you can just import that and use that. Now our next UI setup is complete. Let's test it inside our page.tsx, and instead of this content, we are going to remove all of this content, and let's just use a button from next UI. Delete, and let's use a button. Make sure that it is imported from next UI React. Button, and this is going to have hello. Let's head over to our Chrome, reload, or we need to restart our application. Inside our uh, tailwindconfig.ts file, we forgot to close this bracket. Save this, and the bundle should recompile, or we need to restart our server. npm run dev. Let's reload it, and yeah, it's working. We have the button, and you can see that the button is styled. So our next UI is working perfectly. So next UI integration is complete, and our Next.js application setup is also complete. Now let's proceed further. Okay, so our setup is complete. Now let's remove this background image. And next, what we want to do is inside the app, I want to create a new folder named as admin. So inside the admin, we are going to create a page.tsx first, page.tsx, and let's create a folder which will be login, and inside the login we'll have page.tsx. So we are creating the login route. So the routes would be automatically created because of the file-based routing in Next.js. And let's create this component by RFC, and let's name this component as login. Save this, and let's head over to that route in our browser. localhost 3000 slash admin slash login, and we have this login. Now we also have to do one more thing inside our layout, and we want to remove this dark from here. And I think I don't want to give the class name. Let's leave it and see. Yeah, we have the white theme now. Next is inside the page.tsx. Let's have the UI here first. So first we'll give this a class name of height of 100 viewport height. Then we will give it a width of full, flex, item center, justify center, background of cover, background of center, and background of no repeat. All of these classes are from Tailwind CSS, and we need the assets. So for the assets, we have to place them inside our public. So we also don't need this next.svg and versal.svg. We are going to delete those. Now for the assets, what I'm going to do is I have all of my assets and I'm going to just copy paste those assets inside of this folder. You can find this from the GitHub repository given in the description of the video. So we have the gradients, then home, random images, and all of these required images. So let's close this, and now this div will have a background property, not the background property. We'll give this a style prop and give it an object, and this will have the background image property, and it would be a URL with slash home slash home bg home hyphen bg dot png. And let's save this and head over to our browser, and we have this image here. So this is going to be the background, and now inside of this let's have another div. So this div will have a class name of absolute. With that we'll also have an inset of 0, background of black, and a background opacity of 50, I guess 50, yeah, not 60, 50. And we'll have backdrop blur of excel to excel. Save this, and yeah, we have this blurred background on this image. So at the background we have the image, and on top of that we have this div with the background blur effect. So isn't this looking cool? Now inside of this, not inside of this div, after this div we are going to use the card component from Next.ui. Make sure that you import it, and let's give this a class name of shadow to excel, background opacity of 20, and a width of 480 pixels. Width 480 pixels. Save this. We don't have our card. Let's write card header inside of this card header, and this card header is going to have class name of flex call, gap of 1, capitalize, text of 3xl, items of center. Save this. Yeah, we have the small component here. Let's have the image inside of this of the arc light. So inside of this we'll have flex call, gap of 1, capitalize, text of 3xl, and items of center. Inside of this we'll have an image component from next image, and this will have source, as slash logo.png. Then we'll have alternative text as logo. Then we'll have height of 80 and a width of 80 as well. And we'll give this a class name of cursor pointer. And on click of this, we want to navigate to the dashboard. Let's not give the on click over this. Yeah, we have the logo of our app. And now after this image, we are going to have a span with a class name of text Excel, uppercase, font medium, then italic style and a text of white. And inside of this, I'm going to have span and I will write arc light admin login. Save it. And now we have this ArcLight admin login with this fonts, but I don't want to use this fonts. Instead of this, we are going to use a different font, which is Architect's Daughter. So to use that font, we are going to use the Next.js provided way of importing Google fonts. So for that, what I'm going to do is const. Let's first import the fonts. So import from, this is going to be next slash font slash Google, and the font's name is going to be architects daughter, this one. And now to use this font, what I'm going to do is const architects daughter. Let's copy this name, paste it over here, and let's call the function architects daughter wise architects daughter, and inside of this we'll give it a weight, weight of 400. So we only need the 400 weight font. After this, we'll give a style of normal. Then we'll give subsets, and this is going to be Latin. And let's save this, and this should be working. Let's remove this from here, and now, yeah, now it's working. Architect's daughter. So we only need the 400 weight version. If you want the bolder version or the smaller version, you can use that as well. And if you want to use other style instead of the normal, you can use that also. Now in this span, to use this font, we'll have the class name, and inside the class name, what I'm going to use here is architects daughter dot class name, and the fonts would be changed. You can see that the font is changed here. So that's also working. Now moving forward, after the card header, we'll have card body, and the card body would have class name of flex call, item center, width of full, justify center, and inside of this we'll have a div with a class name of flex call, gap of 2, and a width of full. And inside of this, I'm going to have an input. Make sure that input is imported from next input, not the this post CSS. So this input should be imported from next input, and we are going to use that. Now what I'm going to do here is this input is going to have a placeholder of email and a type of email as well, value of email, on change would be set email. So I also have to create this state. So for that, let's write const, not this, let's use state snippet, and this is going to be login, not login, email, email set email, and initially this is going to be an empty string. And now once more use state snippet, and this is going to be for the password. So password and empty string, and let's import use state, save it, and now let's use it. On change of this, we want to set the email as e.target.value. That's it. And after this, let's give this a color of danger prop. So this input is also used from Next UI. Let me show you the input. So this is the input from Next UI. They have various customization options and you can use that. And now for using the use state and all the hooks in our Next.js, we have to mark that component as a client component. And initially this component is a server-side render by default. So we have to mark Next.js engine to use client-side rendering in this component. So use client, and that should work now. Yeah, it is working. We have our email input. Now let's do the same for the password input. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it, change the placeholder to password, the type to password as well. Value is going to be the password state, and the setter function would be set password, color would be danger, and then the card body ends. And in the card footer, we want to have the button for the login. So let's have card footer that should be imported from Next UI. And inside this card footer, let's give this a class name of flex call, gap of 2, item center, and justify center. And inside of this, let's have button, and this button is going to have a prop of danger as well, color prop. Then we'll have the variant as shadow. Then we'll have the class name as width of full and capitalize, and size is going to be the large of this button. And the text inside of this button is going to be login. Now let's also have an on-click handler. So for that, we are going to use the handle login. We have to create this function. Let's create const handle login. We have to mark this component and as an async component because we are going to use the APIs. And this is the UI. So we have the email, password, and the login button. On click of this, the handle login button would be called and we have to log in. So now let's proceed further. Now for writing the logic of handle login, we have to first set up our database and our API for this. So for database, we are going to use Prisma with PostgreSQL. So what I'm going to do is open up the terminal and close this, and we are going to write np, not npx, we are going to write npm install Prisma. Wait for this to install the package, and then what we are going to do is we'll write npx Prisma generate to generate the schema.prisma file. Okay, this is not npx Prisma generate, it is npx Prisma init to initialize Prisma. So we have the schema.prisma and .env file here. So schema.prisma defines the schema inside our Prisma database, not database, Prisma ORM. So in here we have to define our models and everything. And in here, if you want to use PostgreSQL, you can use that here, or if you want to use MySQL or MongoDB, you just have to change it here. And you also have to provide your database URL here. So it is an environment variable in our case, and the environment variable is inside .env. So .env has this database URL generated by Prisma itself, and we have to change the Postgres schema URL, not URL, but username and password. So in my case, it is Postgres and the password is admin. So you have to change that according to your setup. You have to install PostgreSQL in your machine for this to work. Now I'm going to save this, and inside our schema.prisma, I'm going to write model and admin. So we are going to create an admin model first, and this is kind of a table, and inside the table we have several fields. So let's create the fields, and first we'll have an id with integer, and by default this would be auto increment property. So the IDs are 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, like that, the numbers, and it should be auto increment. We don't have to specify the ID by ourselves, and we'll mark this with an add ID. Now we'll have an email, and the type of the email field is string, and all the emails should be unique. So we have to use this at unique constraint. Then we'll have password for admin, and the password is going to be string. And we are going to also have created add property. So we'll store when this admin was created with the date time field, and by default we don't want to provide the default value. If we have to do that, we have to use this add default and the default value. And now we are going to use the now function provided by Prisma. This will store the current timestamp of the system to store the created add property. Now we have defined our model, and I'm going to generate this models with npx prisma generate. So for that, let's open up the console and write npx prisma generate. This will generate our models, and it's done. Now we have to do npx prisma db push to push the changes to our database. And now we can write npx prisma studio to open up the Prisma Studio and see our changes. So this is Prisma Studio, and we have the admin model with ID, email, password, and created ad. Now, what I'm going to do here is we have our admin model is complete. Now, I think we have to create our APIs. So let me check what API we have to create is inside our app directory. I'm going to create a new folder with not admin, the API, and inside of API I'm going to create an admin, and inside admin I'm going to create a route.ts file, and that should be inside an login folder. So inside admin we have login folder, and inside of login we'll have route.ts. And just let me check. Yeah, now we have to do all the API stuff inside of this. So let's do that. Now, before creating our route, what I want to do is I want you to head over to the source and create a new folder named as lib. And inside the lib, I'm going to have a new file named as prisma.ts and one more file, which is index.ts. So what this folder will denote is all the library functions would be inside of this. So we have to initialize our Prisma connection for the database. So we are not going to repeat every time a new connection. What we are going to do is we are going to create a helper function for that, and just initialize that into our global workspace. And if the variable is already initialized in our global workspace, then we don't want to initialize it again. We just want to use it, so we don't have to close the connection every time. So what we are going to do first is let Prisma as Prisma client. Make sure that you import Prisma client from add Prisma /client. And after this, what we'll do is we'll check if process.env dot node environment triple node environment triple equals to production. If our node environment is in the production mode, then we will just do Prisma equals to new Prisma client, call that function. And if uh, the node environment is not production, if it is development, then what we'll do is we'll just have Prisma equals to new Prisma client. Now both of this are same. So in the development mode, we want to check if no, we don't want to do this. What we'll do is we'll have global.prisma. Now, if we have not initialized global.prisma, this is global. We'll check if not global.prisma, then we'll have global.prisma equals to new Prisma client. So what we are doing here is if we are in the production mode, then we just want to initialize the Prisma client inside the Prisma variable, this one. And if we are not in the development mode, if we are not in the production mode, and if we are in the development mode, then we will just have Prisma equals to global.prisma. Now we are storing our Prisma client connection inside the global workspace. So the global workspace can have the variables. So the global, to initialize the global workspace, not initialize but use the variables inside of that, you can use the var keyword, not the let and const. So let and const is the newer version of the variables and var is the older version, but you can also use var to have the variables in the global workspace. So this one is we are storing that inside the global workspace. And what we'll do is to fix this TypeScript error, we'll declare global, and inside of that we'll have var Prisma as Prisma client. That's it, save it, and the TypeScript error is gone. So we are just telling the global that we have this variable Prisma with the Prisma client in it. Okay, so now let's create our route handler. So this is going to be export async function, and this route handler would be the post type, because we'll be sending the username and password in the body. So we are using post, and we need the request. This is the type of the request. So this is for the TypeScript. And next, now what we want to do is we want the email and password from the request body. So for that, what we are going to do in Next.js is we'll destructure the email and password from request.json. Make sure that you use await here, because that's an asynchronous operation, and we need to use that, or else you will get email and password as undefined. Now next, after this, what we want to do is first we'll do one thing. We'll wrap this in a try catch block error, and will return a default response if there's an error. So return next response dot json, and the message is going to be an unexpected error occurred, and the status is going to be 500. So whenever there's an error, we are going to return a response whether you have succeeded your API call or failed. We need to return a response. So if there's an error, we are returning an unexpected error occurred, and with the status as 500. Now after this, what we want to do is uh, we'll check if there is email. If there is not an email, or there is no password provided in the user body, then we want to return next response.json, and the message is going to be email and password is required, and the status is going to be 400. Now you should be providing email and password. If a user fails to provide email and password, then our API should handle that and send an error response that email and password is required. Now, if we do have email and password, then we are going to find that uh, user from the admin model. So const user equals to await Prisma. We are not able to use the Prisma that we created. I think I missed one thing. We need to export the Prisma instance from here. So what we are going to do is export default Prisma, and we are going to import that in here. So import Prisma from dot slash Prisma, and we are going to export the Prisma from here, and we are going to use that in our route.ts. So Prisma, why we are not able to use Prisma? I think I have to use it manually. Import Prisma from at lib. I think, yeah, lib is enough. Module has no default export. Do you mean to use import Prisma from index import? Yeah, there's not a default import. We have to use it like this. Now, Prisma dot admin dot, I think we are going to use the find unique. Yeah, we are going to use the find unique because we have marked the admin email as unique. So it has to be unique. And we are going to pass a where condition here. Now, where condition would have email and password inside of it. So what we are telling this Prisma query is, Prisma, find me a value inside the admin model where the email and the password is like this. So Prisma will find it. Now we have to do one more step here, is to convert the password to SHA-256, but we are going to do that afterwards. After this, what we'll do, if there is no user with the given email and the password, then we'll return a message like this. So let's copy this from here, paste it, and this is going to be invalid email or password. So the E is going to be small, and invalid email or password, not and. You can fix the grammatical mistakes, and this is going to be 404. Now we'll have an else block here. So if the user is found, then what we want to do is we want to create a JWT token and set it inside cookies and send it to the user. Now, for that, what we'll be doing is we'll be needing the Jose package for JWT management and the crypto.js for password encryption. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install npm I Jose. This is for JWT, and we'll need a crypto-js package for password encryption. Wait for it to install. That's installed. And let's run npm run dev again. Now, in the else block, what we are going to do first is we want to create our token. So for creating the token, I'm going to create a function here outside the handler, const create token equals to async email, and the email type would be string, and we'll be also needing the user ID, which is going to be type number, and this is an arrow function, and we are going to return await new sign JWT. Sign JWT function would be imported from the Jose package, this, and we are going to pass in the email, the user ID, and we are going to tell it is admin is true. So we are going to tell that this is an admin user and this is not a star. We have to use the rounded brackets here and return await new sign JWT. Yeah. After this, we are going to chain it with set protected header as ALG set protected header, and algorithm would be defined here. So const ALG is equals to HS256. So we are going to use the HS256 algorithm. If you want to use any other algorithm other than this, you can use that. You just have to change the constant value from here. And after this should work. ALG argument of type string is not assignable to parameter of time JWT. This should work. Okay, this is an object like this. Yeah. Now after this, we are going to chain the expiration time. So our token would be valid for 48 hours. If you want to increase or decrease the time, you can do that by here. And we are going to sign that with our secret. So for secret, we are going to use a key, and we are going to store that key inside our environment variable file. So let's head over to .env, and we are going to define a new key here, jwt-key, and that is going to be some text that you want. So I'm going to use super secret key, and with some special characters and numbers, so nobody can hack it. You can use any of the key that you want to use. Now let's import that from our environment variable right here. What should we use is const secret equals to new text encoder dot encode, and we'll pass in the process dot env dot jwt hyphen key. Make sure that you use the correct spelling here that we use in the environment variable file, or it would be undefined. Now we'll pass in our secret here. That's it. So our token would be created by using this. Now let's create the token from below inside our else block. Const token equals to await create token, and we are going to pass the user.email, and we are going to pass user.id. Okay, now just give me a minute. After this, we'll set cookies, not like this. Cookies, I think I need to import cookies from next cookies. So import from, not dot slash, next headers, and we need the cookies from here. Cookies, yeah. We are going to use this here. Cookies dot set. Cookies is a function, so we need to call it cookies dot set, and we'll set access hyphen token, and we'll pass in our token in here. So in the front end, this cookies will automatically set whenever the login is successful with the access token. And if you want to access the admin area, you should have this access token. Then only you'll be able to access the admin area. It's an encrypted kind of thing. So we'll return next response.json, and inside of this, we don't want to pass the access token. Access token should be set in the cookie automatically, and then we'll pass in the user info, and user info should not be imported from OS. That's an object. So user info, and inside the user info, we'll pass in the ID as user.id and email as user.email. I'm not sure why we are not getting the intelligence on this user object. It should work. Not sure why. We'll solve that in few minutes. We also have to encrypt our password from here. Now, next, let's use this API inside our front end. So for using that, we need to create our API client, and for API client, we are going to use the Axios. So let's install Axios. We could also use fetch, but I prefer to use the Axios way. So npm install Axios. You can follow the fetch method if you want to, but I prefer this, so I'm using that. Now inside lib, I'm going to create an API-client. Again, this is a function of external library, so we are going to use that inside our lib folder and export const API client equals to axios dot create, and we'll pass in the base URL inside of this base URL, and that we okay, we also need to import axios like this, and this is going to be slash API. That's it. And now we can use this API client all over the project, and we'll also import the export and import. So we don't want to do this. We'll just have, okay, let's do one thing. Let's not export it from here and export default API client like this. Looks good. And let's import and export that from here. Import API client from API client, and let's export it from here like this API client, and let's head over to our page.tsx, and from this page.tsx we are going to use that over here, that API. So now inside of our handle login, what we are going to do is we'll have const response equals to await API client dot post. So you can see that we have different methods here, and get and post are the most common one. So we are going to use the post method, and we are going to have the route of the API. So for that, we'll create a new folder named as utils, and this will have the utilities, and inside the utils we are going to have index.tx first, index.ts, and we'll be having api-routes.ts, and in this file we are going to have our API routes. So first we'll have export const admin API routes, and this will have the API routes for admin. So we'll have admin slash login, and yeah, this is already exported, and let's import that over here. Import from dot slash API routes, and this is going to be admin API routes, and let's export that. Export admin API routes. Head over to page.tsx, and in here we are going to use that admin API routes dot login, and you can see that we have made that reusable and we can not make any mistakes. So if we like just have to change the API routes, or we just have to reuse it, we can just import that from here API routes, and we could just use this as an object, and if we just want to change anything from here, we can change it and everywhere would be changed. And after this, we'll pass in our body, which is email and password. And if the response dot data dot user info is there, then we will have set the user info and push to the slash admin page. So first, let's try this and see if everything works, and let's see the API response. So let's try to log in. Oh, this would not work because we have to create a user first. So let's reload this and add a record. Email would be admin at admin.com and password would be admin, and let's save it. So our record would be there. Now let's try to use this, and make sure you open your inspect element so you can see the network tab from here. And let's call admin at admin.com and pass in the password as admin, login. And I think the API call was not made, and error, connection refused what? Okay, our app, did our app crashed? Let me check it. Yeah, our app was not running because we used npm axios and we didn't run the application. Now let's try to use that. Reload the page, wait for the page to compile, and let's use admin at admin.com, admin, and let's head over to the network tab, login. Login request was sent and it was 200. So I think, yeah, our access token was also returned from here. And let's head over to response, and you can see that ID and email was returned, so everything was working. Now let's try to use another email. So we should get invalid email and password. So we got the error and invalid email or password. Now to fix this error, if you don't want to show this, every API in our browser should be called in a try catch block. So we didn't use the try catch in this handle login. So let's use that try catch block here. Try, and everything should be inside the try block. And if there is an error inside of this, we'll catch the error from here and console log the error, and that error would be gone now. Let's clear this, and the email is not correct. You can see there was an error, but it didn't showed here. Instead, the error would be here inside the console. So every API should be inside a try catch block to prevent this kind of errors. Now this is done, and next step is to, let's do one thing. Let's encrypt our password first inside our admin. So for that, what we'll be doing is, let's head over to the route.ts file, and inside of this, what we'll do is, just give me a minute. We are going to console one thing, console.log, and that is going to be password. And what we'll do is SHA25256 password dot to string. And yeah, we need to import this SHA256 from crypto.js. So let's do that. Import from crypto.js, and that should be SHA. Why is this not working? This is okay. I think we have to use SHA256 as SHA256 like this, and crypto.js couldn't be found. Let's try to install it again. npm install crypto-js. it was installed, but still this is showing this error. I think let's open this menu by Command Shift P on MacBook, and if you are on Windows, it would be Windows Shift P, and we need to run the restart ESLint server and restart TS server. That should fix it, I think. Restart TS server, yeah, it did fix it. Okay, no, it's not fixed. Crypto-js package is not installed. Let's head over to package.json, and crypto-js package is installed. Why this is given as an error? I think that would be because we have to install the types for it as well. So you can install the types by npm I and add types hyphen the package name, and the types of it would be installed. Yeah, I think it did install the types, and yeah, it is fixed now. And console.log, this is dot to string. So what we are doing is we just need the password in the SHA format, and what we'll do is we'll copy that password and paste it in our Prisma Studio and update our password. So our admin would be created successfully. So admin at admin.com, and the password is admin, and we should be having the password. Yeah. So this is the encrypted password. I'm going to copy this and head over to the browser and Prisma Studio and replace this text of admin with our encrypted password and save this change. And now if you try to log in, you will get an error of invalid password. So our password is encrypted and we are sending the admin text. If you head over to network, and if you head over to our headers or the payload, yeah, you can see that we have sent password as in plain text admin. So our server should encrypt this password before matching it to the Prisma database. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy this from here, or just cut it, and we are going to paste it. So before sending it to the Prisma, we are encrypting our password. So that should work now. Let's try to log in now, and you will see the request would be of 200, and we'll get the email and ID. So that's working. Now what we want to do is, as soon as the login is successful, we want to head over to the /admin route, and we want to save this user ID and the email in our local state management. So for state management, we are going to use Zustand. So let's set up Zustand first. Okay, so for now Zustand, what I'm going to do is let's install the package Zustand first. So npm install Zustand in my terminal and wait for this to complete the installation. And while this is being installed, okay, it has been installed. So let's start our app by npm run dev. Close this, and inside the app I'm going to create a new folder named as store, and yeah, it should not be inside the app, it should be inside the source directory. So store, so our Zustand store will have a store.ts file, store.ts, and index.ts, and we'll have reducers. So we'll have a reducer for auth slice. So let's name this auth reducer.ts, and let's create an index.ts inside of this as well. And now let's head over to auth reducer, and I think we should name this as slices because Zustand doesn't have the concept of reducers. Just give me a minute. Let's head over to Zustand, and let's head over to documentation, and Zustand store Then we bind the components. Compared to Redux, yeah, we have reducers in the Zustand as well. Yeah, we have to name that as slice, not reducer. We can name this as reducer, but let's name that perfectly. So these are slices, not reducers. So slices, and this is auth slice, auth hyphen slice, and now let's write export interface auth slice, and this will have a user info which would be undefined, or initially this is going to be undefined, and we'll set a user type as well. So let's create a new file inside our source directory, not a file, a folder, which is for types. So name this as types, and inside of this I'm going to have user.d.ts. It's for types, and inside of this I'm going to have export interface user type. So user would have an ID of number, the first name which would be of string, and the last name which would be of string, and an email which would be of type string as well. And now let's use that inside our auth slice, and after this we'll have an or sign, and we'll say that this will also have user type. So make sure user type is imported from add types user, and this is undefined, so user info, and then we'll have set user info method which will get the user info which would be of type user type, and will return nothing, so void. And let's write export const create auth slice state creator. Make sure that state creator is imported from Zustand, and not like this. Let's have this angular brackets and give auth slice here, and we'll get the set and get function from here. Now inside of this we'll have user info which would be initially undefined, and then undefined, and then we'll have set user info method which will have user info, not user info, that this user info, and user type, and we'll need the set method from here. So we'll get the set. Zustand provides set and get methods. Set is for setting the state, and get is for getting these uh, state value from Zustand store. So set. So what we did here is this is for types. So we created this interface auth slice and provided that to our state creator, and we created a state value for user info which would be undefined or of type user type, and we created user type interface inside the types, and this is the user.d.ts file, and we gave the ID of number, first name, last name, and email of type string, and now we use that here. So username would be of type undefined or user type, and we have this setter value now. So what this will do is this will set the user info. So this is the method we'll be using. We'll be providing the user info, and internally Zustand will use the set method here to set the user info provided in here. So that's not complex. If you want to learn more stuff about Zustand, you can just head over to docs.pm pmnd.rs/Zustand, and there's a hell lot of documentation here and you can just learn it from here. We are just utilizing the basic stuff of Zustand. Now let's uh, export this, import this and export it from index.ts. So import from auth slice, and from auth slice we are going to import auth slice and create auth slice. And now we are going to export create auth slice, and then we'll export a type which would be auth slice. That's it. And now let's head over to store.ts, and inside the store.ts what we are going to do is let's head over to Zustand documentation, and can we find the code? Can we use this? Yeah, I can use this, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to just write export const use app store equals to create and angular brackets, and we'll have store state. So we have to define store state. So type store state equals to auth slice. Make sure auth slice is imported. And now after this brackets, we'll have two rounded brackets and destructure the a value. And inside of this, we'll have like this and destructure the create auth slice and pass in the values, and make sure you import the create from Zustand as well. And that's it. So our store setup is complete. Make sure that you import create auth slice, create auth slice. We gave store state as the auth slice, and if you add more reducers or slices here, you just add the types here and destructure the values like this, and it would work. Now let's store our user info that is returned from our route.ts, uh, not route.ts, from our page.tsx inside our Zustand store. So now what we are going to do to use our Zustand store is we'll have use app store method, use app store, and yeah, we forgot to do one more thing. We have to import the use app store and export it from index.ts, so we don't have this at hyphen store hyphen not hyphen slash store. We just need one slash store. So let's head over to store.ts and inside of this index.ts. So I'm going to export from dot store, and the method is going to be use app store. And now let's head over to ph.tsx, and if I use that over here, you can see that we have at slash store one time only, so that looks good. And from here, as we have used Typescript, we can have this IntelliSense here. So we need the set user info from here, and what we are going to do is just give me a minute, I'll need to check in. And yeah, so after this, inside the if block, we are going to set user info as response dot data dot user info. And as soon as our user info is set, we need to navigate to the admin route. So for that, we'll need the router. So const router is equals to use router, and make sure that you use router from next navigation, and we'll have router dot push and slash admin. That's it. Now let's try to use this inside our app. I'm going to refresh this. Wait for it to compile, and let's provide the admin at admin.com and admin as the password, login, and we are redirected to the slash admin page. So our login logic is complete, and now let's work on this slash admin page. So now let's do that. Okay, so now let's do this admin page and the sidebar of the admin page. So first what we are going to do is let's head over to admin and create a page.tsx here. Page.tsx. A file or folder page already exists. Okay, there is already a page.tsx here. So now what we are going to do inside of this page.tsx is I'm just going to have rfce here and write admin here, and I'm going to remove this from here and return null. So we don't want to render any page on our admin route. So const router is equals to use router from next navigation. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to have a use effect. So as soon as this component is loaded, we don't want to render anything. We'll just return null, and we want to have router dot push to admin slash dashboard, and this effect should run as soon as we have the router. And now you're importing a component that needs use effect, so we need to mark that component as a client component. So at the top I'm going to use the use client directive because we are using the hooks inside of this, and by default Next.js component are server side rendered components. So we are marking this as client side component, and we are redirected to the dashboard page. So now what I'm going to do is inside admin, I'm going to create a new folder named as dashboard, new folder, dashboard, and inside dashboard, I'm going to create a page.tsx file, and let's write rfce here, and let's name this as dashboard, and we have the dashboard here. So this is also done. Now what we want to do is we need to have a sidebar here. So for sidebar we are going to use an external package named as React Pro Sidebar. Just give me a minute, I'll check that package out. Are we using the React Pro Sidebar? Yeah, we are using the React Pro Sidebar. So let me show you that package. React Pro Sidebar, this package. So we are using this package for the sidebar and its customization. So let's copy this npm install and head over to our VS Code. I'm going to paste it over here. Make sure that you install that package and wait for it to install. That's done. Now let's start our application by npm run dev, and inside the source directory, I'm going to create a new folder named as components. So all of our external components are going to be inside of this components folder, and inside of components I'm going to separate all of the components according to admin and client. So for admin we are going to have admin folder, and inside admin folder I'm going to have sidebar folder, and inside sidebar folder I'm going to have not a new folder but a sidebar.tsx component, and make sure that you import the component from index.ts. Let's write rfce here to create the component and make sure that s is capital, and let's import the sidebar from here, export like this. Done. Now let's head over to our page.tsx in the dashboard, and I'm going to create a new file here named as layout.tsx. So this is going to be the layout of our all the admin layout. So what I'm going to do here is let's write const admin layout equals to arrow function, and we'll have the children inside of it, and the type of children would be react.react node. Children would be react.react node, and I need to import react, so import react And what's next is this is the layout.tsx const admin layout equals to this, and children we have given this. Why it's still showing the error? I think we need to complete the error function. Yeah, so the error is gone, and now from here we are going to return our component. So inside of this I'm going to have a section here first, section, and let's give this section a class name of background color, and the color would be hash fi fi fe fi fi fe, and I'm going to give this a flex class name as well. And inside of this I'm going to have the sidebar component from our admin sidebar. So yeah, did we, yeah, we exported that. So this one from component sidebar, save it, and after this we'll have a section again with a class name of flex1, flex and flex call, and inside of this I'm going to have a div with height as 48, so that's a class name from Tailwind CSS, and we are going to have a background color of background hash 0e1428, then we'll give it a text of white, flex, justify center, flex of call, padding x of 10, and a gap of 3. Now inside of this div I'm going to have an h1 with a class name of text 5xl, and I'm going to write dashboard as the text here, dashboard, and after this I'm going to have p. Inside of that we are going to write the scraping engine is powered by bright data, and after this div will go our children. And now let's check the UI here. Let's reload this, wait for it to compile. The default export is not a React component. Okay, we forgot to export the layout. So export default admin layout, and that should work. Yeah, we have the sidebar, the dashboard, and the dashboard content. Now we have to increase the sidebar width and all the links and everything. So this is going to be the generalized layout for all our admin pages, and the components of the page would go inside of here, this thing, and this one would be for sidebar. So let's construct the sidebar now. So let's head over to the sidebar.tsx, and inside of here we need what we will be needing is, let's import the React Pro sidebar package. So import from React Pro sidebar, and from this package we are going to import sidebar as React Pro sidebar. Then we will need the menu component from it, the menu item, and the sidebar classes for customization. And now remember in the login page, this login page, we imported this architect's daughter font name. So we are going to copy this from here and paste that over here. So we also need this import, and paste it right here. Next, what I'm going to do is we are going to need some icons. So for icons, we are going to use React icons package. So let me show you that as well. React icons. This is the very good package. It includes all of the different packages and bundles inside of one package. So we can use all of these different icons. So I'm going to use this React icons package. Now to install that, npm install react hyphen icons. Wait for it to install. Done. Start the application, npm run dev, and I'm going to copy some of the icons that we are going to use. So Just going to copy it from my code, not going to write it. So these are the different four packages and these are the various icons that we are going to use. So make sure that you import all of these icons. And after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the menu items array of objects and paste it over here. So this is the menu items. It has an array of objects. So the object value has a label named as dashboard and the icon of it and the link to the menu item, and that goes for trips, hotels, bookings and scrape data. And at the end we are going to have the logout, but it would not be included inside of this. So now let's write our component. Let's save this and let's save this and open up our component. There is nothing here, you will see that. And let me shrink this so you can see the code and the sidebar simultaneously. Just a minute. Okay, so now inside of this div, let me shrink this and increase the width of this. And this div would have a class name of minimum height of 100 viewport height and an overflow of hidden. And you can see that the colors are changed here. Now inside of this sidebar we are going to have the React Pro sidebar component, React Pro sidebar, and this will have class name as height of full and overflow of hidden as well. And we are going to have some root styles of inside of this. So let's have some root styles. Context is not a function. Why now we have this error? I think that is because of use client directive. Use client. Yeah, that's fixed. And now inside of this React Pro sidebar, I'm going to have the root styles, and this is going to be an object. And inside the object, I'm going to have an key with dot sidebar classes dot container, and after this we'll have an object with background color of hyphen ff. And when we hover over it, hover, I'm going to have the background color as fff as well, ff. So we have this white color here. Now after this we'll have the menu component inside of this. So let's have the menu, and menu would have class name as height of 100 viewport height, max height, it's not like this, it's mx hyphen h hyphen 100 viewport height, and text black, and an overflow hidden property. Now inside of this we are going to map our menu items. So let's map those. Okay, so now what next is, first let me shrink this more, and inside this menu we are going to have the menu item styles, but we are going to do that afterwards. So first inside of this I'm going to have a div with a class name of flex. inside of that I'm going to have items of center, justify center, margin y of 10, and a flex of call. Now inside of this goes our image component from next image, next image, and inside of this we'll have source slash logo.png, and alternative text would be logo, and the height would be 250, not 250, just give this a 150 and a width of 150 as well. After that, let's give this a class name of cursor pointer, and on click event would be there. Yeah, we have the image here. Now after this, let's also give an on click. So on click, we want this to router.push admin dashboard. So router, and we have to initialize the router. So let's do that at the top. After this, const router equals to use router from next navigation, and let's use router dot push here, and this would be slash admin slash dashboard. And after this div, we are going to have a span with a class name of text 3xl and uppercase, font medium, and italic, and inside of this I'm going to write a span again, and the text should be arclight, and let's give the class name as architect's daughter dot class name, and we have the arclight here. That's it. Now after this div, I'm going to have menu items dot map, and I will get the item and the index from here, and will return a react.fragment because we are going to use the key here, so we don't want to use the empty brackets. So key is going to be the index, and inside of this we'll have menu item, and let's give menu item text as item dot label, and we have this. Now let's give the icon as well. So inside this, let's give icon as item dot icon, and we have the icon. What else should be given is, let's select active as selected item. So I think we need to manage a selected item state. So for that, what I'm going to do is, at the top here we are going to have use state snippet, and this is going to be selected item, and initially this is going to be slash admin slash dashboard, and make sure that you import use state. So as soon as we click on any of this, then the selected item would be changed to that. So this is for that, and this is selected item, and what we had to do here is, just give me a minute, selected item triple equals to item dot link. So this will check if it is active, so this should be active, and we should be having some custom class name according to that. We'll do that inside this menu thing, we'll do that afterwards. Now after this, let's have one more menu item. So menu item, and this is going to have logout, and let's give this not a class name but an icon, and this icon is going to be icon equals lu logout, like this, and we have the logout icon, and let's copy the active and active from here, And we also need to have an on-click listener on this. This is not item.link. This is going to be /admin /logout. And we are going to have an handle item click function at the top here. So let's do that. So on click of any of this, the navigation should work. So let's write that over here. Const handle item click equals to, we'll get the link as type of string, and we'll write set selected item as link, and we'll have router dot push to the link, and let's use that at the bottom inside of this menu item. So on click, on click, and we'll have handle item click, and we'll pass item dot link here, not link, link. And we'll do the same for the logout. Just copy this, paste it here, and we'll pass in the URL /admin /logout. That's it. Now let's click on this strips, and if we click on that, you can see that we have this hover effects, and if we click on this, the URL would be changed, and that would be trips. So that is working. Now we need to style this. So let's style the colors. So for that, inside of this menu, I'm going to have menu item styles, and this is going to have an object. Now let's have button here, and this kind of function will have the level and the active prop from here. And let's write a function, and we'll have const background color equals to level triple equals to 0. I think this would not be useful because levels are going to be 0 only. So let's remove this. And what error do we have? Button. Okay, we need to return something from here. So we'll return like this, and background color, not clip, color would be, if the active is true, then background color would be hash 0e1428, or else it would be the background color, which would be ffff string fff. Save it, and yeah, we have this selected color. Now let's use for the text color. So color, if it is active, then we'll write hash fff, or else we need to write hash 000000. And perfect. So this is also looking good. Now when we hover over this, we have to fix this. So when we hover over this, the color is white. So let's fix that as well. So after this, what I am going to do is I'm going to have ampersand hover, and let's copy this, and active is going to be this color, or else it is going to be this color, and this is going to be the same. Let's use this, and yeah, perfect. So this is working, and the hover states are working as well. So our sidebar is complete. You can see that everything is working. So now let's proceed to design our scrape data UI, and then we'll proceed with the connection of our Puppeteer browser using bright data and the automation tasks. So let's proceed to that. Okay, so now let's start our scrape data components. So for that, let's head over to VS Code and let me maximize this. Open up File Explorer, and inside the admin, I'm going to create a new folder named as scrape-data, and inside of that I'm going to create a page.tsx component, page.tsx, and a layout.tsx as well, layout.tsx, and I'm going to copy the layout from dashboard and paste it over here and change this to scrape data. And inside page.tsx I'm going to write rfce and name this as scrape data component. And let's head over to our browser, refresh the browser, and head over to scrape data page, and we have the scrape data page. Now next, what we want to do is, uh, let's have the component for selecting the cities. So for that, inside the scrape data, I'm going to remove this div and replace that with a section, and this section is going to be having a class name of m10 grid calls of 3, gap of 5, and inside of this I'm going to have a card component. So the card component is going to be used from Next UI. So let's head over to the Next UI and head over to components, and from here I'm going to show you the card component that we are going to use. So this is the card component that we are going to use. So you can also see the code from here. So this is the code we are going to use that here. So let's use card from Next UI React. Make sure that it is imported, and this card is going to have a class name of call span of 2, and inside of this we are going to have card body, and card body would not have any kind of styles. Then we'll have a card footer. Let's have the card footer as well, card footer, and inside the card footer we are going to have class name as flex call, and a gap of 5. And for now let's keep this like this. Head over to our component, refresh it, and we have this card layout. Now let's have some tabs inside of this card body. So inside of this card body I'm going to use the tabs component, tabs from Next UI. Let me show you that component as well. Head over to Next UI, tabs, and we have this beautiful tabs component. And with this I'm also going to use the list box component from Next UI. So this is a kind of list. So we are going to use the tabs and the list box. So first we have imported this tabs, and inside of tabs I'm going to have tab, and tab is going to have a key as location, and title is going to be location. And inside of this tab I'm going to have an input component from Next UI, and this input component is going to have type as text. Label is going to be search, not like this, label equals to search for a location, and on change is going to have a use state. So let's have, just give me a minute. Okay, so on change is going to be a function search cities equals to an async function. We'll have search string here of type string, and on change search cities e dot target dot value. And now after this, what should we have next is, what error do we have inside? Tab is not defined. Okay, we need to import tab from next UI as well. And let's head over to our UI. And I think we need to convert this component into a client component by adding the use client directive at the top, and refresh it, and we have this location, and this is the tabs component, and this is the input. So isn't this looking good? Now what we want to do is, uh, we want to call an API to get the name of cities for our drop down. So for that, let's write the logic inside of this search cities. So in here, I'm going to write const response equals to await, and I'm going to use Axios for API calling. So let's install npm install Axios. You can also do the fetch, but I prefer the Axios way. So Axios dot get request to https colon slash slash secure dot geonames dot org slash search json, and query string equals to search string search query, I think. Okay, we have written search string here. And what else is, will provide the max rows equals to 5 prop to this, and we'll use a username here. Username could be anything, and we'll also provide a style equals to short, and I think that's it. And let's console the response here and open up inspect. So what we are doing here is we are calling this secure.geonames.org API. It stores the cities. So when we search for any city here, that would that should have called the network. Let me reload this, and let's search for RAJ, and search JSON is being called, and you can see that GeoNames API is returning our search results. So if we head over to console, then we have this response here, and response.data has the geo names, and we need the 5 only. So total results are 1633, but as we have provided this max rows 5, so 5 values are only being returned. So let me show you this geonames.org website. Geonames.org. Yeah, so this is the API that we are using. You can search for anything else if you want from here. So we are using that, and from here we are going to get the name from here. For example, let's search for Dubai here, and at the last response you will see that we'll have the Dubai cities, Dubai city, Dubai. So we need all of this. So what we are going to do is, we are going to have const parsed equals to await, not await. Let's have response dot data, and it is inside response dot data dot geonames. So response dot data dot geo names, like this. N is not capital, so geo names. And what we are going to do is, we are going to set the cities in an use state snippet. So use state snippet cities, set cities, and initially this is going to be an empty array, and import useState. And what we are going to do is we are going to set cities as parsed dot parse dot map. Let's use TypeScript here, and TypeScript here as well, dot geo names, and parse dot map will get the city from here and will return city dot name, or else will return an empty array. And let's give a type of this as well. Wrap this around a bracket, and name is going to be string like this. So TypeScript is also happy, and we'll store our cities in the cities state, and now we can use that over our component. So after this tab, not this tab, just this input, I'm going to have another div with width of full, min height of 200 pixel, max width of 260 pixels, padding x of 1, padding y of 2, rounded is small, and this is py-2. And just give me a minute, is there any other style? Yeah, we also have to give a border. So after this, I'm going to give this a border default of 200 and a margin top of 5. Now inside of this, I'm going to have the list box component. So what should we do here is inside of this, I'm going to use list box from Next UI, and let's pass on action, and we'll get the key, and set selected key is going to be key as string, and we'll need to have this selected key state, and initially that would be an empty or undefined. So use state snippet, and this is going to be selected city and set selected city, and initially this is going to be undefined. So let's give the type of this as undefined or string. And what should we do next here is this is not set selected key, this is set selected city. So when we click on any value from this list box, it would be set like this. And let's map our cities inside of this. So cities dot map will get the city, and will return a list box item from here, and the value would be city. And what should we give this? Key is city, and color is primary, and class name is going to be text primary 500. And why we have error? Type unknown is not assignable to collection. Just give me a minute. Cities dot map. Oh, I don't need to close this like this, and we'll have one more bracket here like this. And yeah, let's refresh this, and initially we have no items here. Now let's search for Dubai, and we have Dubai here. Now this is not working, border default 200. I'm not sure why, just give me a minute. I think we'll need to give this a border class, and yeah, now it is working. So no items, and let's search for another city. Let's search for Paris, and yeah, now on click of this, we'll have the selected city at the bottom. So let's do that. So most of our UI part is done. Just give me a minute. Okay. So now we do have set selected city logic completed. And now inside our cart footer, let's have a div. And if we have a selected city, then we want to show that city in an h1 tag, and this would have class name as text excel, and this is the text of is script data, not that script data for selected city, and script data for Paris. Perfect. So let's select this, and now at the bottom after this we are going to have a button, and make sure that the button is imported from Next UI, and the button size is going to be large. Then we'll give it a class name of width of full. Then color is going to be primary. This is a prop color and primary, and inside of this we'll have the script button, and perfect. So if we search for Dubai again, and let's select Dubai, and then we have this button, and selected value is Dubai. So this component is complete. So now what we want to do is on click on this, we want to create a job. So the job should be added in our backend database, and as soon as a job is added, our Redis queue should pick the job from the queue and from the database and enqueue it in the queue, and our automation process should start. So let's complete those functionalities now. Okay, so now let's head over to the VS Code, and let's head over to schema.prisma, and I want to add a new schema here named as jobs. So as soon as we click on the scrape button, a new job should be created, and that job should be stored in our job schema. So let's create that. So let's have id as integer, and let's give it a default value of auto increment and mark that with an id. Now after that, the job would have a url to which the data should be scraped from, and then we'll have an is complete field. That would be in boolean field, so we'll know that is the job completed or not. By default that would be false, and will also store the status, and that would be a string, and the default value would be active. So we'll have active, processed or completed, processing or completed, to know if not completed but failed, to know if the job was completed successfully or failed. Then we'll have job type. This is going to be a JSON data type to store some miscellaneous things that we'll be needing. Then we'll also be storing created at, and that would be date and time to know when this job was created, and its default value would be the current time. So that's it. Now I want you to open up your terminal and write npx prisma generate, and write npx prisma db push, and that's it. So our models would have been added to our Prisma Studio. If we restart our Prisma Studio and head over to here, you can see that we have this job schema as well. So that should be working. Let's close all of this, it's not needed, and let's head over to VS Code and start our server again, npm run dev, and let's close this. Now I want you to head over to the API, and inside API Just give me a minute. We need to create the job. So it should be inside admin, and inside this API admin folder, we are going to create a new folder named as create hyphen job. And I'm going to create a route.ts inside of this. And what I'm going to do here is export async function post. So this route would be specifically for used for creating the job. So this is going to be a post request. We'll be getting the data from our front end and we'll be creating a job in our Prisma schema. So try catch error. And what error mechanism did we use in this out.ts? Let's copy this from here, head over to this, paste it, and let's import next response. And inside the try block, first we'll get the URL and the job type URL and the job type from request. So await request dot JSON. Make sure that you use await or else it would be undefined. Now what we are going to do is we are going to have const response equals to await and Prisma. Make sure that you import Prisma from our Prisma util or lib. So import from at slash library functions, and we'll be getting Prisma from here, and Prisma dot jobs dot create, and we'll pass in the data and we'll pass in the URL of the job and the job type. That's it. And next thing what we are going to do is, after this is done, we want to enqueue this to our queue, but we'll not be doing that. We'll be doing that after our queue is created. First, let's return next response.json to let our user know that it has been successfully added. Now let's write job created as true and the status as 201 for the created resource. And do we need this response? Yeah, we'll be needing this response for the ID of the job to enqueue it in our queue, but that won't be used for now. Now let's head over to the API routes, and inside the admin route we are going to have a create job route, and that would be slash admin slash create hyphen job. Save it, and let's head over to our page.tsx inside of this, and let's try to enqueue, not enqueue, but create a scraping job. So did we write a start scraping function? So let's write that const start scraping equals to async, and like this, and on click of this button, on click we need to start the scraping. So on click start scraping, or we can just write like this, start scraping. That should work. Okay, so for now start scraping, we need API client. So for API client, what I want to do is, just give me a minute, let's see, did we create API client? Yeah, we did create our Axios API client, and we did use it in our login, right? So we just have to import it and use it over here. So what we are going to do here is await API client dot post request, and we'll have API routes admin API routes dot create job, and we are going to pass in the URL and the job type. So let's have a URL, and we'll have job type like this, and inside of job type we'll have location like this, and the URL would be from yatra.com. So just let me show you Yatra, this thing, and let's search for holidays and any month, search holidays, and we have this URL package.yatra.com. And let's copy this URL and head over to our code, and I'm going to paste that over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this portion and just have packages.yatra.com/holidays, and I'm going to have intl hyphen search dot htm and destination equals to our selected city. So let's write selected city like this, and our URL would be selected. So if we search for Dubai, then we'll have Dubai over here, and this would be stored in our database. So let's use this and see if this works. I will just open up my Prisma. We don't have any job, and let's head over to ArcLight. Let me refresh this. And let's search for a location. Do we have an error here? Let's reload this. Yeah, it's working now. And let's search for Paris. Paris, select and scrape. And let's see. Yeah, we have the job and destination is Paris. So this is working. Now, what we want to do next is, should we create the scraping queue here and the scraping table so that this page gets completed, or we should start with the scraping process? Let's complete the scraping queue so that we'll know how many simultaneous process are running. So let's complete that first. Okay, so now what should we do is, before doing the UI stuff, I want to create another API for the job details. So inside our API folder right here, I'm going to create a new folder named as job hyphen details, and inside of that I'm going to create a new file which is route.ts. And what I'll be doing this inside this file is I'm going to create an API to get the job details. Okay, so now I'm going to export an async function from here, and that is going to be get, because this is going to be a get request. And let's wrap try catch, and I'm going to copy the error from the previous component, not component but the API, this one. Let's copy the entire catch block from here, copy, and head over to route, and I'm going to replace the catch block here, and make sure that you import next response, and inside the try block what I'm going to do is I'm going to get const jobs equals to await. Make sure that you use await Prisma. Okay, we need to import Prisma from our lib. So import from at lib, and we need Prisma. Prisma dot, this is going to be jobs dot find many. So what we are doing in this API is we need all the jobs from descending order from the creation date. So we are using the find many function here, and we are going to pass in the order by clause here. So we want to be ordered using created add property, and it should be in descending order. So the latest created job would be in the descending order. And now what we want to do is we'll find the ongoing jobs, So this is for getting the all the jobs in a descending order. So this is for the table, and this ongoing jobs is just to know which jobs are still working in the background. So this is going to be Prisma dot jobs dot find many, and this time we are going to pass in a where condition here, and we are going to have is complete as false. So we need all the jobs whose is complete status is false. So that is the ongoing jobs, and this is all the jobs, and we are going to return it to the user. So return next response dot json, and we are going to provide the jobs here and ongoing jobs. And what we are going to do is we'll check if ongoing jobs does have a length length, then we want to pass the ongoing jobs length, or else we are going to pass the 0. So we don't want to pass all the jobs. From here we are going to get all the jobs details, but we only need the count of the ongoing jobs. So we are going to send in the dot length property or 0 if there are no values, and let's provide a status as well of 200. So that's it. So that's our API. And now let's head over to API routes, and I need to add that to our API routes, and the route is going to be get job details. So job details as slash admin slash job hyphen details that we wrote, right? Job hyphen details. And yeah, the route is correct. And now let's head over to our page.tsx of script data, and should we do here is just give me a minute. Okay, so now I want to create a new component named as scraping queue that would be inside our components folder, because we are going to use that inside the dashboard as well. So let's head over to this components admin, and inside that I'm going to create a new folder named as scraping hyphen queue, and inside of that I'm going to create the component and index.ts. So scraping hyphen q dot tsx and an index.ts file, index.ts. Inside the scraping queue, let's create the component by rfce and make sure the s is capital, and we remove the hyphen from here and make sure the q is capital. Scraping queue, and let's import that inside our index.ts and export it. Export scraping queue like this. That's it. And let's head over to our page.tsx, and where should we use this? Right here after the card, right here I'm going to use that scraping queue, this component. And let's head over to our scraping queue component, and let's head over to UI first, and we have the scraping queue. So here our scraping queue would be there. So let's use the component. Just give me a minute. And inside this component, let's do one thing. Let's create a state for storing the ongoing jobs. So use state snippet. This is ongoing jobs, set the ongoing jobs, and initially this is going to be 0, and make sure that you import use state. And now we are going to have a use effect here. This use effect should run as soon as the component is loaded, and we are going to write const get data equals to async function, and let's call this get data function. Should I call it? Just give me a minute. Okay, we should call that function in an interval. So let's write the data inside of this first. So const data equals to await API client dot get admin API routes dot job details, and from this we are going to have set ongoing jobs as data dot ongoing jobs. This is the API that we just wrote, and let me show you that. So we are storing this ongoing jobs number inside of this get data, and what we will do is we want to run this at an interval of 3000 milliseconds, which is 3 seconds. So on every 3 seconds this API call should be made, and the server should check that if there are any new jobs that are running in the background. So we are going to use interval for that. So const interval equals to set interval, and the interval should call the get data function, and on 3000 milliseconds it should call it, and this is a return. So this is a cleanup effect, and whenever this component unmounts, we want to clear this interval. Just a minute. Clear interval, and we are going to pass in the interval here. So this doesn't run when the component unmounts also. Now what I want to do is give me a minute. Instead of this div, we are going to use the card component from Next UI. So import the card, and inside this we are going to have card header, and we are going to have card body, and the card is going to have a class name of height full, and card header would have current queue written inside of it. Yeah, so this is the layout, and now we are going to have a circle in the between with the number written as the ongoing jobs. So let's do that. So inside the card body, first let's give this a class name. Class name is going to be flex item center justify center, and now inside of this I'm going to have a div, and let's give this a div, and this is going to be like this, and let's give this a height of 52 and a width of 52, and then I'm going to give it a rounded full flex item center and a justify center, and then we'll get the ongoing jobs color. So for that I'm going to create an function. So const ongoing job color equals to an arrow function which will return, and we are going to do the same for const ongoing job text color. So the upper one was of the uh, background color, and this is for the text color. I'll make sure that you understand in a minute after we write the code. So after this I'm going to have another div which is going to be of height 44 and width of 44. Then we are going to have background of white and rounded full. Then we'll have flex item center justify center, and inside of this div we are going to have an h4. The class name is going to be like this again, and text is going to be text 6XL, then font of bold, yeah, it is here. And then we are going to utilize our ongoing job text color function right here. We are going to call it, and we are going to do the same for this div right here, ongoing job color and ongoing job text color. Make sure that you call both the function here, and inside of this h4 there would be ongoing job text. Now, so the current queue has 0 in it, so currently ongoing jobs is 0, and based on this we need, okay, it is 1 because our API was called, and we have this is complete one job. So according to this, we need the color of this and around here with the background color. So we are going to write if conditions for that. Let's write it. So ongoing job color is going to have if condition here. If ongoing jobs is less than or equal to 5, then we are going to return the background green class name from Tailwind CSS. Else if ongoing jobs is greater than or equal to 10, then we are going to return the background orange 500. Else we are going to return background red of 500, and we are going to copy this and do the same for here, but instead of the bg right here, we are going to replace this with text. And head over to the UI, and you can see that as it is less than or equal to 5, we have the uh, green color. Now let's do one thing. I'm going to search for Dubai here, select Dubai, and I'm going to scrape, and you can see that it would be automatically incremented because our API call is being made on every 3 seconds. That is what we wrote in our logic. So you can see that it is being called on every 3 seconds. Job details. So we are getting the jobs here, and we are also getting the ongoing jobs. So this would be for the table right below it, and let's close this. So this is being updated, and if I click on this again 2 times, the color would be changed to orange because we have greater than 5. And if I do this multiple times, then we'll be having red here because it is like this. Now again, if I head over to the jobs here, and let's complete some of the jobs here. Let's make sure this is true, true, and true, and save the changes. And if we head over, the color would be changed automatically because the API call is made on every 3 seconds. So that's working, and let's delete all this records from here. And if we head over here now, then you will see that it is 0. We are not refreshing the page. It is all happening in the background. Now we also need the table down here to get the see the job details. So let's do the table now. Okay, so now for this table, I want you to head over to nextui.org, and we are going to search for table here, table, this one right here. And in the right sidebar, we have this use case example, this one, and we are going to copy this use case example to our code base. So where should I get the code? Here I have the code, and I'll need to copy all of this. So make sure that you are on the TS version, not on JS, and you can copy the code from here and head over to the VS Code, and let's head over to our page.tsx, this scrape data, and inside of this I'm going to create a components folder, components, and inside the components I'm going to create a new folder which is currently scraping hyphen table, and inside of that folder I'm going to create currently scraping table.tsx, write rfce. I think we can skip this rfc and paste the component that we copied from next UI and paste that over here. And let's create index.ts here. Index.ts should be inside the currently scraping table, and instead of export default function app, this is currently scraping table. and I'm going to get the currently scraping table from that file and export it from here. And let's use this that inside our page.tsx, and that would give us error, but we'll fix that. So after this scraping queue component, we are going to have a call span of 3 div, and inside of that I'm going to have currently scraping table, and we are going to pass here the jobs, and we can pass the jobs like this. And to get and store the jobs, we can use our use effect from previous component. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a state, use state snippet, and this is going to be jobs, and set jobs. Initially the jobs is going to be an empty array, and let's write our use effect. I think we can just head over to our scraping queue and copy this piece of code from here and head over to page.tsx again, paste it right here, import use effect, and we should also instead of set ongoing jobs, we can set jobs and data.data.jobs like this, and we need the jobs at every 3000 interval as well. So that would be completed and we can pass the jobs here. Now inside the currently scraping table, we'll need the jobs like this here, and the TypeScript for job type will also need to set that as well. So let me do one thing. First I'm going to remove this utils, this data, the search icon, the plus icon, and vertical dots icon, and we are going to fix the code as needed. Now we need the chevron down and FA search from the FA package, these two icons, and this active field complete is going to be, instead of this success, this is going to be primary, danger, and success, and instead of vacation, this is going to be complete, and instead of paused, this is going to be failed. So these are the job status type, and we don't need this initial visible columns, so this visible columns would also be not here, I think. Let's keep that for now, and we'll need to create a columns. So const columns equals to an array which is going to be having name as id, user id is going to be id. Copy this, paste it several times, paste and paste, and instead of id, this is going to be url, this is going to be created at, this is going to be job, this is going to be job type and job type, and at the end this is going to be status, this is url, this is created at property, and this is going to be job type, the status is going to be status, and I guess we don't need this. Instead of this, I'm going to create an interface for job type, job type. So job type is going to have an ID of string, URL of string, then we'll have created add property, which is going to be a string as well. Then we'll have job type, which is going to be of type any because it could change, and status, which could be of type active, or it could be failed, or it could be complete. So the status of the jobs can be only of these three types, nothing more. And after this, let's provide the type to this jobs as well. So jobs and job type like this, and this is going to be an array of job types. That's it. Now we need this, this, and this. We don't need this visible columns. Let's remove it. And initially all is visible. And this header columns, instead of this React memo, I'm going to remove this piece of code and just provide in our columns right here. That's it. And instead of destructuring like this, the users, I'm going to provide this the jobs, and this is going to be user dot URL for the search, and let's change this to jobs job.url. And does the as this code requires status options dot length, status filter dot length. I think this is required. Let's keep it for now. After this, instead of this, we are going to have jobs here, jobs, then filter value, status filter, and I think we need to update the dependency to has search filter. Then this is again going to be job type, the A and B. Just let me confirm the sorted items. I think I can remove this piece of code as well, the sorted items. Let's remove this as well. We don't need this. And the render cell. So instead of user, let's write jobs here, not jobs, job. And the type is job type. And column key is react.key. Cell value is going to be user column key and as key of job type. And instead of user, this is going to be job. And let's write some cases here. So we'll write the cases afterwards. Let's comment this cases, and I'm going to remove all of this and just write the default case down here. Save it. Next, do we have any error? Okay, this search icon should be replaced with FA search. Then chevron down should be FA chevron down. Next, status options dot map, and this is for capitalize. Just give me a minute. Is this code required? Let me check. Okay, this status is required, and status options dot map, and let's remove this capitalize. Cannot find name status options. Okay, we did remove these status options, I think. Okay, so we need to have status options at the top. So let's write const status options equals to the options of the status. So name is going to be active, for UID active. Let's copy this, not this, the entire object. Paste it 2 times, and instead of active, this is going to be failed, and failed like this. This is complete, and this is going to be complete. And let's head over to the down, and instead of chevron down, this is FA chevron down again. And instead of visible columns here, just let me check. I think we can remove this drop down of columns. So let's remove this drop down, And I think this add new button is also not required because we cannot add the jobs from there. And instead of total users.length, this is going to be total jobs.length, and let's replace this with jobs. And let's update the dependency array like this. Next, let's update this as well. And at the end, we still have error. So I think we don't want to pass in this sorting prop of allow sorting. Let's remove this, and in the table body, I think instead of this, we can just provide in the items, and all error is gone. You can see that our component is error free. And let's head over to Arclight. Okay, so our table is here and we still have no users found here. We need to change that. And our total jobs is also 0. Do we have jobs? No, we don't have any jobs here. Let's create some jobs. Paris, select Paris, scrape, and objects are not valid as React child. Found object with case type. If you mean to render a collection of children. I know from where this error is coming from. So let's head over to our code, and first what I want to do is let's search for users, and instead of this no users found text, let's write no jobs found. And let's head over to render cell. This method, we need to head over to render cell, this method right here, and we have to write our logic for all the columns here. So now just give me a minute. I think this is from, this error was from our job type. So we have to add a job type, case job type, and we are going to return cell value dot type like this. And let's head over to browser, and we might not have the error. And yes, you can see that we have the ID, the URL, the created at, the job type, and the status. So this is working now. It was because if we head over to Prisma and if we refresh this, you can see that job type is an object, and we were trying to console, not console, but trying to render a object inside of here. So it was giving error. That should be as a text or a number. So we gave the uh, job type dot type, so it printed the location value, so like this. So that was from the cell value. So this code was provided from Next.UI. We just tweaked the code to use it like we wanted. Now we'll tweak it more, and for URL, what we are going to do is we are going to add a case for URL, and we are going to return a link component, link from next link, and we are going to pass an href with cell value, and the cell value should be like this. Also the text should be also cell value, and the target should be blank, so that means that it should open in a new tab. Now if we head to our browser, refresh it, wait for it to load, and if I click on this, it did open the trip of Paris on Yatra website. So this is working perfect. So when we click on this, our scraping data is loading. So that's working. Now what we want to do next is we'll also provide a class name to this. And is there a link class name? I don't know if that would work. No, that is not working. So let's give this a class name of text primary and 500, and let's try to use that. Okay, it is like link now. So that is working now. After this, we should also format the time so that it is readable in the human format. So for that, what we will do is we are going to create a function first to format date and time, and we can create const format date time equals to an arrow function will get the input date, which would be of type string, and we can have date equals to new date, date like this, and we'll provide the input date here. So we'll call it using the constructor, and we'll have const options equals to like this, and the options would be as intl dot date time format options. This is for TypeScript. And now let's write options inside of this. So we'll have weekday and it would be long. Then we'll have month, which would be of long as well. Then we will have day, which would be of type numeric. Then we will have hour, which would be of type numeric. Then we will have minute, which would be of type numeric. And I think we have second as numeric as well. And after that, we'll have time zone, that would be short. Time zone, okay, not time zone, but time zone name, that would be short, like this. And this is all the options that were required. And now we'll have the original date. So const formatted date equals to new intl dot date time format, and we'll have en-us, and we'll pass in our options, and we'll write format and pass in our the date, and then we are going to return our formatted date like this, and we are going to use that over here. So after this job type case, we are going to add created at. So we have that, and from here we are going to use that formatted date function, format date and time, and we'll have the cell value here like this. And now we will have the date like this, so it's more readable. So this is working. And now do we have to do for job type and status? Just give me a minute. Job type, and for status, let's do some chips here from Next UI so it looks good. So for status, what I'm going to do is case status, and we are going to have return and a chip component from Next UI, and chip would have class name as capitalize. Then we'll have color as like this, and we'll have status color map, and we'll pass job dot status, and then we'll pass the size as small, and the variant is going to be flat, and the cell value would be inside of this. And we have this chip like this from here. And if we head over to Next UI, and if I show you the chip component, you can see that all of these chips are provided with all the colors and different props, so you can use that like this. It's a very good component, and I have used multiple times in our entire project. So this was that. So this is also working, and let's try to add some more job, like for Bali. Let's select Bali and scrape data for Bali, and it is added here, and the job status is active. And let's try to uh, change the job status to complete. and save it. And you can see that we have green color of complete, and if the job would have been failed, then we would have red color. Let's scrape for this dense pasar, I don't know what location it is, and let's change it to failed and reload, and I'm going to have failed here. Save the change and head over to our ArcLight, and you can see that we have red color here, so it is looking good. So yeah, that's complete, and we don't have any package for that location. We need to delete it, and if we go to Bali, we'll have multiple packages, and we are going to scrape this. So the UI part is complete. Now what we want to do is, as soon as our job is in the backend, it should be inside our Redis queue, and the scraping process should start. So let's set up Redis first, and then we'll proceed further. Okay, so now let's set up our queue, and for that we have to do many complex things. So first, let's head over to next.config.js, and inside of this, what we want to do is, just give me a minute, we want to write experimental, and inside of experimental, we want to write instrumentation hook, and we have to write true here, instrumentation hook. We are going to use Next.js instrumentation, and inside the source directory, I'm going to write a new file named as instrumentation.ts. Make sure that you follow this convention. Next.js automatically runs this file instrumentation whenever our server is started. So we have to export a register function from here. So export const register equals to async function, and Next.js will execute this code as soon as our server is started. So if I write here server started and restart our server, you will see that we'll have server started text here. You can see that. So before everything is compiled, this is run. So this is the backend code. So from here, we'll have our queue started, and for queue we are going to use Redis. So we need to install Redis package also. And if you have not installed Redis, you can head over to this Redis documentation, and you can install Redis on Mac OS, or you can install Redis on Linux or Windows from this guide, and then we will have the Redis access. It is open source. It's an in-memory data structure used by millions of developers, and we are going to host this Redis as well on Aptible at the end. So make sure that you install it. Without this, our project would not continue. And now, after that installation, the guide on Redis, now what I want to do is, I want you to install several packages. So just give me a minute. So the package that we need is npm install IO Redis. This package is used for Redis management and Redis connection. And then we need the BullMQ package for queues. And give me a minute. Yeah, BullMQ and Redis. We need these two packages. Make sure that you install these two packages. Wait for it to install. And after that's done, start our server. And inside the library lib, I'm going to create a new file named as q.ts and redis.ts. redis.ts. So first, inside the redis.ts, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new Redis connection. So for that, we need Redis import Redis from IO Redis, and then we are going to have const Redis URL equals to process.env dot redis URL, or if there is no Redis URL in our environment variable, then we'll write redis colon slash slash localhost colon 6379. So What this logic will do is when we host this application, we will be writing the Redis URL in our environment variable file. So that would be from Aptible. And when we are on our local host, we'll be using the Redis / localhost 6379. So this will only work if you have installed Redis on your machine. So make sure that you install Redis on your machine properly. And then we'll have const connection. We'll establish the connection with Redis with connection equals to new Redis, and we'll pass in the Redis URL here, and we'll just export the connection, or we can just write export const connection like this and head over to index.ts, and we can also just import it and export it from here. I think we'll not be needing the connection. Still, we'll just import the connection, or we can do Redis, right? Like this from Redis, and it would be like this connection, and this is connection like this. And let's head over to now the q file q.ts. And now inside of this, what we are going to do is we are going to implement a queue, and we are going to implement a queue using BullMQ. BullMQ is a package. I'll just show you BullMQ. It's a Node.js library that implements a fast and robust queue system built on top of Redis. So we are going to use this. It provides us the queues and workers and everything. So we are going to use this. This is a very powerful package. So make sure that you use this and just head over to their documentation and see what other method it provides. So queue from BullMQ, then we'll import our connection from Redis, connection from /redis, and we can remove this because we have exported from /. So connection like this, and what we'll do is we'll write export const jobs queue equals to new queue, and we'll name the queue as jobs queue like this, and we'll pass in some options. So we'll pass in our Redis connection, then we mm, pass the default job options. So that would be an object, and what we'll be doing is we'll be passing attempts as two. So what this will do is whenever a job is failed, we want to execute it 2 times. So if the job fails 2 times, then we don't want to execute it. If it fails 1 time, then execute it again, and if it fails again, then we don't want to execute it. So then we'll have back off. It's for automatic retries. So back off type would be exponential, and the delay for this would be 5000 seconds. So this is just for just retrying if our job fails for any reason, like if the bright data instance fails to open up, if there is a network error in your socket, so that might happen. So this is that, and let's save this and head over to here, and let's export the jobs queue from here, jobs queue, and import that as well. Import jobs queue from queue like this, exporting it. And now let's head over to instrumentation.ts file, and now instrumentation.ts, and inside of this, what we are going to do is first we'll check if process dot env dot next runtime triple equals to node.js. If this is the backend code, then only we want to we want to what we are we if this is node.js runtime, then only we want to process this code. If you want to see why it is, then you can just read on the documentation from here, and this is the instrumentation documentation for Next.js, and it was written somewhere here. Okay, Yeah, it is written here. So whenever you using the Node.js runtime, we only want to support Node.js runtime. So uh, Next.js also supports the Edge runtime, and we are not using the Edge runtime. We are using the Node.js runtime for this. So Edge runtime is a lightweight Node.js environment, but we are not going to use that. So make sure that you write that step, that is important. This one, process.env.next runtime triple equals to Node.js. Then only we want to run our code. And inside of that, what we want to do is we are going to write const worker equals to await and import that from BullMQ, BullMQ like this. So we have the worker. Then we'll need the connection from our Redis. So connection equals to await import, and that is from @/lib like this. And we also need the jobs queue from here. So we will need jobs queue like this. And then what we are going to do is we are going to initiate new worker like this, and we'll pass in the name jobs queue, and then we'll have async job like this, async function like job, and then we'll pass in our connections. So not connection, but we'll pass in the Redis connection, that concurrency. So at a time we can have 10 jobs that are running, so we can scrape 10 data. Then we'll have remove on complete, and the count is going to be 1000. And we'll have remove on fail, and the count for that is going to be 5000. So as soon as the job is completed, it should be removed from the queue, and if it has failed, then it should also be removed from the queue, and this is the count for that. Now whatever code we are going to write, that would be inside of this function, and this job would have the parameters for every queue. So imagine that uh, this is a queue, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And if we are inside this portion of queue, so this would have the second number of data inside of it, and we will need the second number of data. So this parameter would have that data. So we'll get the data from there, and we'll start our scraping process from there. So this is the basic setup for queues, and I think we are good to go now. And what I'm going to do is, let's head over to the route.ts of create job, this function create job inside API admin create job. And what we are going to do is, I'm going to import our queue and Prisma, and we need the jobs queue from here. And as soon as it is created, what we need to do is await jobs queue, not job type. This is jobs queue dot add, and we are going to have type as new location, and the data for it would be URL, job type, and ID, which is going to be response dot ID. And let's head over to instrumentation.ts and console out this job, console out job like this. And now I'm going to restart my server, and make sure that whenever you change anything inside your instrumentation file, you restart it, you restart your Next.js server, or it would not be loaded. Now what's this error? And error occurred while loading instrumentation hook. Your Redis option max retries per request must be null. Your Redis option max retries. max retries. From where I'm getting this error, not sure. Let me check inside queue. I don't see any that kind of code. So your Redis option max retries per request must be null. Let's copy this error and search it on Google, what we are getting. Okay, but it's saying that we have to pass this options. Just give me a minute. I'll just check it on my code. And if I head over to here, this is exponential. Perfect. This is good. And inside redis.ts, export cons connection equals to new redis. And I think let's see if Redis is working. If my Redis server is working, let me see. Let's head over to Redis MacBook and let's try to start Redis server like this. Redis hyphen server. Okay, so Redis server is started now, and I think it was not working because of Redis server. It was not started. Let's start it by npm run dev. I think there's still an error. Connections are accepted at 6379. So this is good. Redis colon slash slash localhost colon 6379. This is also working. I'm not sure why it is not working. Give me a minute. I will figure out the issue and let you know. Okay, I did fix the issue. So what I had to do is inside our redis.ts, we just had to pass this max retries per request as null. So after comma, we'll pass max retries per request is null. The error was because the package was updated. I was using BullMQ package 4 and the latest version is package 5. So head over to your package.json and here I don't need this bull package and we have this BullMQ and the version is 5.1.9. So make sure that you're using the latest version, and for latest version we have to write max retries per request as null. And now let's write npm run dev and it is working. So compile the instrumentation file and let's head over to our instrumentation.ts. We have console log the job and let's try to insert a job and let's refresh the page. We have 22 errors. What it is? Let it compile. And we have this module can't resolve child process. Let me check what the error actually is. Okay, so I have solved the issue and not solved but found the issue. So Axios was causing this issue. So what I want you to do is I want you to close the terminal and write rm hyphen rf and write node modules, then dot next, and I want you to write a package hyphen log.json or yarn.log, whichever you are using, and I want you to remove these directories and we are going to install the packages again, and I'm going to write npm I to install the packages. And while this is being done, uh, I want you to head over to the app admin, and inside login, here we have used this API client.post. So this API client is causing the issue. I was not able to fix this, but I found an alternative. Instead of using this API client, we are just going to use Axios. So what I'm going to do is, let's head over to the uh, lib, not lib, but utils. Inside of utils, we have this API routes, and inside of this, I'm going to write const base route, base route, and that is going to be http colon slash slash local host colon 3000 and slash API. And let's do it like this. And we are going to append all of those inside of this. So I'm going to select all of this by Control D and replace to backticks. And at the start, I'm going to have dollar and base route. So base route would be a pendant like that. And I want you to do one more thing. I want you to get this base route from our next config file. So whenever we host that, we have to change it. So inside next config, I'm going to introduce environment variables. And inside of this, what I want to do is, just give me a minute. I want you to write next public and domain, just like that. And I'm going to write http colon slash slash local localhost colon 3000 like this. And we are going to utilize that. And I want you to copy this next public domain. Make sure that you append next public or it would not be available. And now I'm going to replace this route with that, and at the start we are going to have process.env.next public domain slash API. And let's start our application by npm start, npm run dev, not start. And we will still be getting those issues if we head over to our browser. And if I reload this, wait for it to compile. Okay, we still have this child process issue. And now to solve that, what we are going to do is head over to login page.tsx, and we are getting that in script data, but let's fix that in here. So inside of this, instead of using this API client, I'm going to write axios dot post, and this is admin API routes dot login, and that would work. So that's the change. And now let's head over to our page.tsx of scraping script data, and I want you to replace this API client with axios.post and axios.get here as well. So I've already did this, but I'm going to delete this code, and this is going to be admin API routes dot job details like this. And let's grab this and head over to scraping you. We have used that here as well, and let's replace this with axios. Okay, so now let's head over to our browser, and if we reload it, you can see that we don't have the error now. And let's create a job. So let's search for Vietnam this time. Vietnam, this one, and scrape. And I want you to head over to VS Code, and remember that we console log our job inside the worker. So this is that console. So inside of API and create job, we also did this. Await, jobs queue dot add new location, URL, job type, ID, and response.id. So this is the payload inside our job. So let me show you that. So this is the data, and you can see that this data is being passed, and we have URL, job type, and the ID of the job. So we get this URL inside our job queue, and we'll use this to open our scraping browser. And now inside the instrumentation.ts file, you can see that we have console logged the job. So our job is here, and we have it in our queue, and we have the data. So now what we'll do is, now let's start the scraping process to get the data. Now what I want you to do is, first inside this, I want you to connect to the scraping browser provided by Bright Data, and for that we'll need to head over to Bright Data, and we'll get the scraping browser credentials. So head over to user dashboard, and head over to view proxy products. And I have already created two scraping browsers, and let me add one more scraping browser. So so you can know that how to set up the scraping browser in Bright Data. So inside of this, we'll just click on the scraping browser, and we'll name our scraping browser to ArcLight browser, and zone names can contain only A to Z. Let's remove this and write ArcLight, just write ArcLight. And inside the advanced options, we don't want to send any custom headers and cookies. So just name this as ArcLight, and let's add. Yes, we do want to add. And now this is our credentials for our scraping browser, and you can also check the uh, code integration example given here. So they have given a very good example here, so we can use this example. So what I'm going to do is, first we are going to install Puppeteer. So Puppeteer is used for controlling the headless browser provided by scraping, not scraping, but provided by Bright Data. So we'll use Puppeteer library. You can also use Playwright. Bright Data supports multiple libraries: Puppeteer, Playwright, Selenium, but we are going to use Puppeteer. It's open source. So what I want to do is npm install Puppeteer. Puppeteer. You can also install Puppeteer Core. There's two packages, Puppeteer and Puppeteer Core. Puppeteer is used for doing the way without headless, and Puppeteer Core is used for doing the way with headless. So I'm also going to show you the disable the headless browser, and show you the local browser as well. So how things work in scraping. So for that we are going to use Puppeteer, and if you don't want to use that, you can just remove this process and use Puppeteer core. So we are going to use Puppeteer. So npm install Puppeteer. Okay, it has been installed, and let's start our server by npm run dev. And now what I want to do is, instead of consoling the job, I'm going to have const browser equals to await, and write Puppeteer. Okay, we need to import Puppeteer here. So that could be done here. Const Puppeteer equals to await, and import Puppeteer like this. And what we are going to do is Puppeteer dot connect, and we'll pass in the browser endpoint. I think that should be inside an object here. Browser endpoint. Oh, you can do one more thing. Bright Data has provided the setup. We can just copy this let's grab this endpoint from write data, and what I'm going to do is let's have that as an variable here, and I'm going to copy this code right here as well, paste it right here, and then we can open up the page and go to and do everything that is required. And you can also scrape data by country. So if you want to pass data specific to United States, then you can just pass in the country here, and that would work as well. So if you want to scrape data specifically from India, then you can just have to pass the country -n, and they have many countries. So let's do for Canada. Then we have CA here. So that's the difference, but we are not going to use that. If you want to use that, you can use country specific scraping as well. Like what could be the use case is if we want to get the flight rates in a single currency, then you can use that. Like if you want to scrape the prices of the uh, all the trips in US dollars, then we can do that using the United States country. If you want to do the currency in Indian rupees, then you can select India. So you can pass in that prop here, and you can also pass in the destination site here. So in our case, we'll be using the Yatra. You can use that here. So it would be automatically added to the placeholder here, and your code would be good to go. You can just copy this code. And there's also a cool feature of Bright Data, which is CAPTCHA solving. So whenever you are doing automation scraping, there is an issue that would be there. So some websites place and security that there's a CAPTCHA for automation. So if there's any kind of robot that is trying to access the website, then there would be a CAPTCHA that has to be solved. So robots cannot access the browser, and automation process could be stopped. But Bright Data solves this using its automatic CAPTCHA solver. So to solve CAPTCHAs in your website, you just have to enable this code and just have client.send captcha.wait for solve, and this process works like charm, trust me. Now, before moving forward, I want you to show you something more. So this code examples also support multiple languages. So you can use Node.js, Python, or C Sharp. And I already show you the library. Then the examples are for getting started. Then if you want to get the page screenshot, it is for like that. Then if you want to find element with the selector, so this is for that. We are going to use this heavily, this kind of example. And you can also have the captcha solving, and you can change your browsers from here, then country or the destination site, and it has a great documentation as well. So if you are stuck anywhere in the process, you can just read out the documentation, and everything is guided here in detail. So that's covered as well, and let's continue from here. Now what I want to do is let's head over to VS Code again, and here this thing should be inside a try catch block, the connection as well. So try, and catch will get the error inside catch, and will have a finally block. So whether it is successful or there is an error, the finally should be called every time. So inside of this, we are going to console out browser closed successfully, and in here I'm going to write await browser dot close. And let's do one thing. Let's write browser here like this. Let browser, and have this kind of thing right here. Let's give this a type, or just give this an undefined, and the type of this browser could be undefined or browser from Puppeteer. and let's write like this. If there's browser instance, then close the browser. So TypeScript is also happy. Now inside of catch block, whenever there's an error, what we want to do is console out that error, and what we want to do is update the job as completed and the status of the job should be filled. So what I'm going to do is await uh, Prisma. So I need Prisma from our lib as well. So await Prisma dot jobs jobs dot update, and we are going to have the where condition here and the ID of the job, and that would be from job dot data dot ID, and this is the where condition, and the data should be like this. So is complete is set to true and status is set as failed, like this. So whenever there is an error, the job should be marked as complete and the status should be failed, and that's the error and the finally block. And now inside the try block, what I want to do next is I want to create a page. So const page equals to await browser dot page, not page but new page. So we are going to create a new page, and now what we are going to do is we are going to check if job dot data dot job type dot type triple equals to a location, then we want to proceed inside of this. So if I can show you this, you can see that we have this data and job type and what we have stored inside our Prisma schema. Let me show you that as well. So Prisma schema has job type dot type, and that is location. So we are matching. If the job type is of location, then we want to proceed inside of this is if block. And now what we will do is we'll write await page dot go to job dot data dot URL, that is already inside the jobs, and we are going to console that we are connected and we are navigating to, and we are going to append job dot data dot URL. This is for just logging purpose, and after this we are going to write console dot log navigated and scraping page content, like this. So this will open our browsing page, and now what we are going to do is we are going to get the packages from location scraping. We have to create that. So inside our source, I'm going to create a new folder named as scraping, and inside of scraping, first we are going to create an index.ts, and inside of that I'm going to create a package scraping, or we can just name this as location scraping first, location scraping dot ts. And inside of location scraping, what should I do is let's write export const start location scraping equals to an async function, and we'll get the page instance in here, which is going to be page, and that should be imported from Puppeteer. And the return type would be a promise, and we'll have to create an interface package info. So this will store the package info, and we are going to return that package info, and that could be an array of packages. So that is like this. And what error do we have? A function whose declared type is neither undefined, void, nor any must return a value. So let's return a string like this from here, And let's ignore the TypeScript issue for now. We'll fix that. And now let's head over to index.ts and start location scraping. So we need to export it from here like this. And let's head over to our instrumentation.ts file. And after this, I'm going to write like this: const packages equals to await start location scraping, and we'll pass in the page instance here, and that would start the process. And let's console out the packages from here so you can see that as well. So now all our code for scraping should be inside location scraping. So inside of this, what we are going to do is we are going to get the first, let's grab the ID and the name of the package. So ID string, and it could be a string or a null, and name could be string like this. And let's do one thing. What we are going to do is I'm going to open up Yatra. Let's close this, and if we go to Paris this link, I'm going to copy this, and we need to scrape this data. So now what we are going to do is if we head over to inspect, then we can see that there could be an container class. So we need the packages container, yeah, this class. So all of this packages would be inside of this packages container. So let me show you one thing. Instead of Paris, let's write another city, Dubai. So we have multiple packages, 19 packages. So packages container, yeah, we have multiple packages container. So what we are going to do is we are going to use JavaScript DOM object to get the data. So what we will do is let's head over to our VS Code, and I will show you. I will write const. Instead of this, first I will write return await page dot evaluate. We are going to evaluate the content, and we are going to return that. And first we'll write const package elements equals to document dot query selector all, and we are going to have that class name packages hyphen container. Make sure that you don't mess the class names. If you mess it, then there's a chance that it would not work perfectly. Now after this, what I'm going to do is we'll have packages const packages, and the type of that would be packages info, and we'll have id as null initially, and the name would be an empty string like this. And let's return packages. Still this is not perfect, is missing the following properties. Okay, packages should be an array. So instead of this, cut this and packages info like this. And let's write package elements dot for each package element we are going to loop over it, and the package element is going to be there. And now we are going to have const package element as like this, and the type of this is going to be package info. Package element, not package element, this is going to be package info like this. Now what I want to do is let's grab the name of the package, or let's grab the ID. Yeah, let's grab the package ID. So package ID would be this. Let's find it from the DOM. Just let me check what it was. So that could be inside package name. So package naming container and package name. So from here you can see that we have this package ID, and if we click on this you have that package ID on the URL. So we are going to get that from our URL. So you can see that we have this package ID and the package name. So let's grab those things. So first I'm going to grab the package name. So package info, this thing package info dot name equals to uh let's write package element. So this is the package element and these are all the package elements. So for document.query selector all, this will select everything, and for that we are looping over this, so we get this single package element, and from that we are going to write package element dot query selector, and we are going to pass in the dot package hyphen name and a. Now uh, this is all dynamic, so if in any time future if this website Yatra changes the class name, you just have to change all of the class names and things will work. So in future if it changes the name to name hyphen package, so you just have to go to this website and just find the class names and that would be done. So package hyphen name a, and the type of this as HTML element, and we are going to get the context, not context, text content from this if there is a text content, or we'll just return an empty string. And let's open up this and head over to browser and see if things are working. Let's search for Dubai, select Dubai, and let's start scraping process. Let's head over to here, and did our code work? Not sure. Let's check here Chrome DevTools debugger, and if our browser instance is open it could be shown here, so it is not open. Let's see what was the issue. Let's head over to instrumentation.ts and these consoles are not here. So job.data.job type should be location. Let's check job.data.job type triple equals to location. And did we get inside our jobs type as Location, so that's perfect. We are not inside our if block. Let's write a console here, console for if, and let's have job dot data as console as well. And I think I know why this is not working, because we need to restart our server because of the instrumentation file change. Every time we make the change in instrumentation file, we have to restart our server. So that would be because of that. Let's reload the page and let's search for Dubai again. Dubai scrape, and yeah, it did connected to the Bright Data Scraping Browser. Now let's head over to here and Chrome Dev Tools Debugger, and there's an instance open. And when we click over this, you can see that an browser has opened inside our scraping browser of Bright Data. Wait for it to load. And if you have written any consoles, then the consoles would be printed here inside the evaluate. So the browser has already closed, and I think that there was an error from our side that navigation timeout of 3000 ms exceeded. So we did have our connected console, and then we have this page.goto. And do we have the URL? So yeah, we do have the URL, and that was passed to our browser. So let's do one thing. We can give a timeout here. So let's give a timeout of 60 seconds and restart our server. Sometimes it could take time to just open up a browser and do the scraping process. So we just have to increase the timeout, and let's try to scrape one more time, scrape again, and connected, navigating to this. Okay, it did navigated, and the packages was an empty array. Why is that? Let's head over to our location scraping, and yeah, we are not pushing the package info inside our packages. So what I have to do is, this is the for each loop, right? And inside the for each loop, what we are going to do is packages dot push, and we'll pass in the package info here, and then we could have the data. So let's reload this, not reload, restart our server. And now let's try for Dubai again. This time it should work. Scrape data for Dubai, connected, navigating to Yatra. Is it still not working? Let's head over to here again. And yeah, it did open up this. So our browser was open. You can see that, but there might be some issue. So the link was open and navigation was not completed. Why is that? Did I missed something inside the code? So await page.goto, and what's inside our instrumentation file? Await page.goto job.data.url, and I think let's decrease the timeout to 10 seconds. And would that work? Let's decrease that timeout. Let's try one more time. Scrape. Okay, it did scrape it. You can see that. So it was an timeout issue, and we got the name of all the websites. So let's head over to Yatra and confirm that Dubai Hollywood, not holiday package. So first we have simplified Dubai, then we have Dubai Super Saver. So we have that simplified Dubai, Dubai Super Saver, and at the end we have magical expertise to Dubai. So let's see, do we have that? Magical. Yeah, this is here. So we did get the 10 packages, and that is working. Okay, so that is working. So the scraping browser by bright data is working perfectly. Now let's scrape other details as well. Now let's head over to our location scraping, and inside the location scraping, what we want to do is let's grab the ID. So before the package info, we are going to grab the package info dot id, and that is going to be uh, from the href. So let's do one thing. Let's write const name element name element equals to package element dot query selector, and we can write dot package hyphen name and a like this, and that could be as html anchor element, and const href equals to name element dot get attribute, and we can write href like this. and then we'll have const package ID match, and we are going to have an regex here to match the pattern slash package ID equals to brackets, and I think there should be a caret, then we'll have ampersand and a plus and slash. So the regex is matched. So we want something like this, the package ID, and we'll get the ID. And then we'll have package info dot ID. So this is not like this. This is package info dot name, and we'll have package info dot ID equals to package ID package package ID match. If there's a package ID match, then we'll get the package ID match and the one element from it, or we'll just provide the null. And now if we reload this, I think we will have the ID of the package as well. And let's write, not write, but scrape again. Wait for it to complete. And I'm going to show you a simplified process of this as well. So you don't have to write everything, the code, everything. We can just use ChatGPT for this as well. So let's do one more thing. Navigation timeout of 10,000 milliseconds exceeded. We are going to fix that issue eventually. That is because of my network condition. So whenever you are facing that issue, just do one more time, and I think we can fix that. Why it is not fixing? Let's increase the timeout this time. Scrape again. Okay, so we did get the ID and name, and this issue of this timeout is because of my network condition. It is not anything related to bright data or anything error in the code, but due to my network conditions, it is not able to connect to the remote scraping browser. So we did get the ID and the name of the package from Yatra. Now let's scrape some more details. So now what we want is, let's head over to our location scraping, and what more do we need is the nights, days, inclusion, and the price. So if we head over to this package, so we need this nights and days, then we need this inclusions, the name of the inclusions, and the price of the package. So we are going to use that. So for that, what I want to do is ID name nights is going to be number. Then we will not like this number. This is going to be number after nights. Okay, so this is here, not there. After nights, we'll have days of number as well. Then we'll have inclusions, which would be of type string. And then we'll have price, which would be of number. So let's use that here as well. So nights is initially going to be 0, days is initially going to be 0. Then we'll have price, which is also going to be 0, and inclusions is going to be an empty array. Yeah, perfect. Now let's scrape this details from our uh, bright data scraping browser. Okay, so now let's get the nights, days, price, and inclusions. So for that, I want you to head over to the package, and for this, what do we have? It's package seller duration. So we are going to select that class. Just give me a minute, I'll check it out. Hmm. package duration. Yeah, we are going to get this from package duration, and then we'll get from nights, and inside nights we have this span. So we need this. So we are going to select that. So for that, after the name, what I'm going to do is, let's write const duration element is equals to package element dot query selector, and we'll write dot package duration. Now we have the duration element, and now we'll have package info dot nights equals to, we'll parse the int from that, we'll get the string, remember, and we'll write duration element dot like this dot query selector. If there is a duration element, then from inside we have the nights class, and inside of that we have the span class. So we can do like this for the second element with the space, and after this is going to be an HTML element, and from this we want the text content. So if there is a text content, then we'll parse the int from it, or else we'll have zero text content, or we'll have zero like this. And I think there is an error percent. Argument of type string, or zero is not a separate parameter of type string. Just give me a minute. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's write string like this here, and then it would pass the int, and we'll have the nights, and let's do the same for days. So package info dot days, and inside of here, inside of nights, we'll have days. Now this is done for that. Now let's do for the inclusions. So this inclusions, so what do we have here is, we'll have package inclusions class name, I guess, package inclusions. So we get package inclusions, and inside of package inclusions we have ul, and inside of ul we have this li, and inside of li we'll be needing this icon name thing. We don't need the icon, so let's do that. Now after this, I'm going to write const inclusions element equal to package element dot query selector, and we'll write dot package hyphen inclusions, and then we'll write const inclusion items equals to array dot from, then we'll have inclusion element dot query selector, and not query selector, we are going to use query selector all, and we'll select all the list elements from it, or else we'll pass an empty array, and then we will map over this, and we'll get the item, and we'll write item dot query selector, and from that we need the dot icon name, remember, and dot icon name like this, and then we'll have package info dot inclusions equals to inclusion items like this, and our TypeScript is not happy, so let's fix that, and let's wrap this item dot query selector inside a bracket and give this an as HTML element, and then from this let's have text content, or will pass an empty string, so TypeScript is also happy. So now we also have the inclusions, and last thing that we need is the price. So for price, what do we have? We'll be having the final price. Yeah, so we are going to get the final price from dot final price, and from inside of it we have this dot amount, so we'll get it from there. So let's do that. So const price element. So let's select the element first. So package element dot query selector, and we'll write dot final hyphen price and dot amount. So we'll get the element, and from it we'll pass the integer. So package info dot price equals to parse int, and we'll get the price element. And if there is text content of it, then we will replace the other things. So we don't want this icon, we just need the amount. So what we are going to do is we are going to replace the first element. So we'll give slash comma slash g, and then replace it with an empty string, or if there is no text, we just pass in 0, and not 0 like this, we'll have like this, and then we'll have the push. So all the required things are here, and now let's write npm run dev again, and make sure that you restart your server every time you have changes in your instrumentation.ts file. And now let's scrape and head over to here, navigate it to Yatra. Hope it works because my network, yeah, it did work. So you can see that we did get every data. So we also have inclusions and array, nights, days, price. So yeah, everything is working. So our this package scraping is complete. Now what we want to do is for every this package, we want to create a separate job, so that we want to open up this package with the ID and get the details from it. Just let me show you. So if this package simplified Dubai is scraped, then we want to click on this, and we want to open up this URL, and we want to scrape additional data from all of this, like description, the itinerary and everything. So that is going to be a complex thing. So we are going to create the jobs for all of this, and going to store the scraped data in the job itself. So let's do that. So now we have returned the packages, and let's head over to instrumentation.ts, and we did console log these packages. Now what we want to do is, instead of console logging the packages, we will have, just give me a minute. Mm, okay, so what we'll do is first we'll update our ongoing job to complete. So prisma dot jobs dot update, and where condition, where id is jobs.id, job.data.id. Remember that we pass the id, and we'll pass in the data, and we'll write is complete as true, and status is going to be complete, like this. And after this, what we are going to do is, we got this packages and we need to iterate over this packages. So we are going to use for of loop. So for const pkg of packages, and what we are going to do here is we are going to check if this job is already created by the package ID. So what we want to check, if this package is already scraped and inside the package ID, so we'll check if it is already created. So what we'll do is await prisma dot jobs dot find first, and where condition, and we'll have URL, and we'll have like this. And let's head over to the browser, and I'm going to grab this URL. It could be any URL, but we need that. And we are going to remove everything after the package ID. So what we are going to do is, we are going to have this URL. You can type it by yourself, and we'll write dollar $pkg dot id, like this. And we'll check if there is an already a job with this URL inside the our jobs schema. Now, after this, we'll check if the job is not created, then we want to create the job. So const job equals to await prisma.jobs.create, and what we are going to do here is we're going to pass the data, and URL is going to be this. Copy that URL, paste it here, and now the job type is going to be different. It is not going to be a location, it is going to be a package. Understand that we from here we search for a location. So this is a location, and it was enqueued in the job as a location. But now instead of location, we are adding the job as a package, all of this individual packages. So we are writing the job type as package, not location. And whenever it would be for flight and hotels, this would be, the type would be hotels and flight. So this is package package. That's it. And after that is added, what we want to do is we are going to add this inside our queue. So import queue, not import queue, jobs queue dot add, not, I'm sorry for that, dot add, and I'm going to write package and destructure the job that we created, and we are also going to provide the package details of the already scraped package. So we are going to pass in the package here, so we don't have to scrape that details again. And that's it. So now that would be created. And now what I want to do is just going to remove this, and can we do one thing? Can we get this outside of this, and let's see if this works, because this is going to be the same for everything. So let's do that. And after this, let's write an else if block, and let's check if job dot data dot job type triple equals to package. If it is package, then we want to do this. So what we are going to do here is I'm just going to console out job dot data, and let's save it, and let's start our server again and try to scrape details for Dubai again. Scrape, it has been added. Let's open up our console, and this time I don't think there would be consoles for our packages because we removed that console. Wait for a minute. Okay, it did work. So you can see that it closed the browser, and then we have been connected with this packages, and there was an error. So what was the error actually? Unexpected server response. Okay, so it did work, and for one it did closed. So I think there's issue with the timeout. That is my network condition again. So this is working. So you can see that the ID, status and everything, and we are close to our packet scraping now, and we should do that because this is working, and these errors are just because of my network condition. You might not be getting this error. If you are getting it, just increase this timeout to more. You just have to play with this timeout, and let's refresh this here, and you can see that all of this additional jobs has been added here. Yeah, you can see that all of this additional jobs has been added, and this is field, and this is added active, and the job type is package. And if we head over to this location, we search for this Dubai location and it is complete. So this logic is also working. This is not working because active, it is at active because our code is not perfect yet, and all of this is working. So we do have to write the logic for this active, because of that this is still active, and the jobs that are field are failed here, so that's working. And now what we want to do is, now we want to open our scraping browser for this URL, for all of this URLs. So let's do that. It's going to be the same way. So next, inside our scraping folder, I'm going to write location, not location. This is going to be package scraping, package hyphen scraping dot ts. And inside of package scraping, what we are going to do is, this is going to be a very big file, and we are going to write export const start package scraping equals to async function, and like this. And we are going to get the page instance in here, so page from Puppeteer, and we will also get the package. So package type should be, let's head over to location scraping, and let's grab this, and let's write package info here, and this is going to be package info. Yeah, that's it. And now inside of this our logic would be there. So perfect. Now let's head over to index.ts, and let's write here start package scraping. So I think we have to write it here, start package scraping, cut it, export it, and head over to instrumentation.ts, and now we can use that here. Just give me a minute. Okay, let's remove this console, and here first what we want to do is, we want to check if this package is already inside our trips. So we just want to check if this has already been scraped. So let's write a comment, already scraped check. We want to do already scraped check, then if not, then scrape the package, store the package in trips model. We have to create trips model as well, and after that mark the job as complete. So we have to do these 4 steps, and we also have to create our Prisma schema for trips. So that's a long thing that we have to do. So let's get started with this as well. So now first what I want to do is, let's create this Prisma schema. So let's head over to Prisma schema.prisma, and I want to create a new model, which is model trips, and the ID would be of type string here, and that ID is going to be unique, and that is not auto increment. The ID is going to be from the actual package. So we are going to get uh, this ID and store that, and then we'll have name as string, then we'll have nights as integer, days as integer as well, then we'll have destination itinerary. So destination itinerary, I don't want to mess up the spelling, so let me check it. Itinerary, itinerary, and that is going to be of type JSON. So this destination itinerary is going to be, I think, this thing. I think this is going to be this destination itinerary, or So this is going to be the package itinerary. Okay, so I think we are going to store this package itinerary in that destination itinerary. And after that, we'll have images. So that would be of type JSON because it would be an array of strings. Then we'll have inclusions, that is going to be JSON again. Then we'll have themes, which is going to be JSON again. So we did get the inclusions, this, and we'll get this themes as well. Then after the themes, we'll have price, which is going to be integer. Then we'll have destination details, which is going to be of type JSON as well. So destination details is going to be this destination details. So we are going to grab this image name and the description of that. Now after this destination details, then we'll have detailed itinerary. So let's grab this and paste it and change this destination to detailed itinerary, and this is going to be again JSON. Then we'll have description of type string. So we'll grab this description. Yeah, we'll grab this description. And after the description, we'll have package itinerary, ITINE itinerary JSON. And then we'll have scraped on, which will store when this was scraped, and default is going to be the now. That's it. Now let's write npx prisma generate npx prisma db push and npm run dev again. Close this, head over to instrumentation, let's save this. And now what I want to do is inside the instrumentation, should we check if it is already scraped? Yeah, let's check it if it is already scraped in await prisma dot trips dot find unique, where the id is job dot data dot job dot data dot package details dot id like this. So if it is not already scraped, then only we want to proceed further. So our first step is done. Then is we want to scrape the package and then we want to store this package. So what I'm going to do is inside of it, I'm going to have const package equals to await start package scraping, and I'm going to pass in the page, and I'm going to pass job dot data dot package details. And after that, what I will do is I will write await prisma dot trips dot create, and the data is just going to be the package like this. And again I will write await prisma dot jobs dot update, and I will write where I can copy that from above, I think. Yeah, let's copy this, paste it. So where id job dot data dot id, and data is complete true, status as complete. So our last two steps is also done. We want to store the package in our trips model. This is that, and this is just the TypeScript error. We'll resolve that after. It will be automatically resolved whenever we'll return all of the data from this package. So we are not returning anything from the start package scraping now. So that is because of that error, and that would be fixed. And then we are updating the job as complete. So that's it. Now let's remove this comments, and I think that this is it. And for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment out both of this, and let's only console the package. So you can see that what details we are scraping. So let's head over to start package scraping. And what should we do here first is let's have the evaluate and everything. Just give me a minute. So what we are going to do is we are going to have const package details equals to await page dot evaluate. So whenever you want to get anything from your scraping browser, you have to run the evaluate method. So we are evaluating it, and we whatever return is stored inside of this package details, and at the end we are going to return this package details. Just give me a minute. So what we are going to do here is const details equals to, we are going to destructure our package that is already provided, so this package info, and then we'll destructure the package details that is returned from this, and we are going to return the details from here. So this error would also be fixed. Now what we want to do is, just give me a minute. Yeah, we need to have uh, the TypeScript for package details. So let's write interface package details type, and then we'll have description inside of it that would be of type string. Then we'll have images that would be of type string, not string, an array of string. Then we'll have themes, array of strings as well. Then we will have detailed itinerary, destination details, and package itinerary. And for that, let's define the TypeScript and the types folder because we don't want to clutter this file. Okay, so now for TypeScript, let's head over to types and let's define a new type. This is going to be trips.d.ts, and I'm going to paste my TypeScript code here. So this is just a simple TypeScript code, destination itinerary type, place total nights of string number. You can just copy this. I'm just going to scroll it slowly. And this is the trip type interface. That's all. And let's head over to package scraping. And inside of here, I want to have the types for that. So after themes, we have this detailed itinerary, destination details, and package itinerary. So let's import that from trips. And our TypeScript is complete. And now what I want to do is I want to have inside of this const package details, and the type is going to be package details type, and we have to add all of this. So let's copy this all, paste it over here, and let's give this an empty string, comma, and let's replace all of this with comma first. Then this is going to be an empty array, empty array, empty array, empty array, and yeah, that's fixed. Now let's write everything and get everything. So first we'll just open up the inspect here, and I will show you from where we will start the scraping. So we have a main container here with ID. So ID main container. So this is our main element. We are not going to scrape the navbar and the footer and everything. So from this main container, we want to scrape everything. And inside of this main container, we will have first the description. So for description, we'll have this description. So this is overview. And for that, we have this package overview class, and we'll get the description from this package overview. And from this, yeah, this p tag. So from this, we need this p tag, and inside of p, we need this. So let's do this first, the description. So first, let's have const package element. Package element equals to document dot query selector, and we are going to have hash main container here, and then we'll have const description selector equals to package element. If there is a package element, then query selector, and the class was this with id. This is not a class name, it's an id, so we have to use hash. And let's copy that hash and package overview. So this is the description selector, and now we are going to define a regex for replacing Yatra with our app name. So regexp, and we'll select Yatra from the description, and we want to replace it globally, and we want to replace all of the Yatra with Arclight. So is there Yatra inside of this? No, there is no Yatra, but whenever there is Yatra inside any of the text, we want to replace it. Okay, so now we have this regex, and what should we do next is let's get the description. So const description selector dot description, and I think in many cases there's a read more here. So let's head over to this right here, and yeah, we have this read more button here. So what we want to do is, if we encounter this read more button here, we want to click on it, and we want to have this description big, and we'll get the data. So first what we'll do is we'll have description selector, and we'll check if the query selector and const, this is not const, let's remove the const, and we'll have dot read more, and if there is a read more, then we want to click on it. And why is an error? Click does not exist on type element. I think let's write one thing at the top. We don't want to check for TS for now, so we are going to write TS no check, save it, and we also want to save this strip.t.ts. And yeah, now we have clicked on this description, and after clicking on it, we need the data from it. So after clicking, we'll write package details dot description equals to package element, and we'll write query selector, and then we had the package overview id, so pkg overview, and inside of that we had the p tag, and from that we'll need the inner html, and we'll replace the inner html, not repeat, replace the regex instance, so all the Yatra instance with Arclight, and that would be of type string, and we'll have the package details dot description. Now let's test this out and see if it is working. Arclight travel planner, and I think let's scrape for Dubai, scrape, and this is going to take time because it is going to open first the Dubai, and then it will open for multiple packages. So let's see if this does work. Okay, I have an error with my network condition again and navigation timeout. I'll just scrape again and see if that works again. Okay, it did work this time. And did our queue worked? Do we have the console here? Instrumentation.ts, console.log. Not sure. Let's do one thing. Let's console in package and restart our server. Scrape for the way. Open up terminal. Connected, navigating to Yatra. Okay, browser closed successfully. And I don't see our console in this package. So we added this jobs queue. Okay, I think it is not working because this job is already created inside our Prisma schema. You see here, yeah, it is already created with that ID. So we need to delete all of these records. Because of it's in testing mode, we have to do this, and let's delete the scraped thing. Not delete, but scrape it again, and I think now it should work. Okay, so browser actually had the timeout error. Let's scrape again. It works randomly. I face the error again. Let's try one more time, or else I'm going to connect to another network. Okay, it did connected, and we have this console here connected, navigating to all of this, and in package. I think that would not be consoling out because we have not returned the package details from here. So let's do one thing, return package details from here like this, and we get the package details, and that would work now. Let's run npm run dev again, and inside Prisma Studio, let's remove all of this jobs, and from ArcLight. And I'm going to do one more thing. And let's try to scrape for the by again. This did work. Now next. And we connected to this. We got some errors. It's because of my network condition again. Just let me do one thing. I'm going to switch to another network now, and let's see if that works out for me. Let me reload this again and delete all of these jobs now. Scrape, and let's see if that works. Okay, so it is working. We are getting the description. You can see that here. So yeah, our code is working perfectly, and sometimes we are getting this error, and that is again for my network. And let's head over to instrumentation.ts, and this time I'm going to increase the timeout to 60,000. So 1 minute it should work. And let's restart this again and head over to package scraping. So this is working. Now, after the description, we need the images. So for images, let's head over to here, and I need all of this images. So for images, I have this gallery thumb, not gallery thumb. It should be, yeah, we need all of this gallery thumb img, this one. So every li has this gallery thumb img, and we are just going to grab this gallery thumb img, and we are going to get the uh, source attribute from this, and from this image as well. What we are going to do is, when we head over to this image, we have this t hyphen holidays hyphen responsive details thumb image. So this image is small, so if we just remove this from this and just write this image, then the image would be bigger. Wait for it to load. So you can see that. So what we are going to do is, we are going to get all of this and remove that from the URL part as well. So let's do that. So now after the description, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to write this piece of code: package details dot images equals to array dot from all of this gallery thumb image, and we are going to use query selector all, and we get an array from it, so all of those image element, and then we are going to map and get the image element, and we are going to get the source attribute and replace this t hyphen holidays hyphen responsive details image thumb with an empty string, and then we'll have all the package details images. So that's very simple. Now let's get the themes. So for that, let's write const themes selector equals to package element dot query selector, and it has package themes right here. Mm, package themes. Let's search for an ID. Yeah. we have this ID with package themes, and inside of this li we need all of this data. So for that, dot query selector, and we'll have ID package themes like this, package package themes, and then we'll have package details dot themes equals to array dot from theme selector, and we'll have query selector all. From this we'll get all the li elements, and map dot map, not like this but I think from this, yeah, dot map, and we'll get the li from it, and we'll get li dot inner text, not lib, this is li and this is li dot inner text and dot trim, so we don't want any spaces from uh, start and end, and we'll get the themes as well. So that is done. Now after this, what we will do is we'll have detailed itinerary type. So for that, what we'll do is let's head over to browser, and in here I'm going to search for itinerary overview, and we need this data now. So now from here what we need is this day, and when if we also want to click on this, and we need all this descriptions and everything. So for that we are going to select it from this itinerary overlay, this entire thing, and from here I think if I click on this itinerary overlay, and just give me a minute. Does this have a subtitle inside of this? Dev, and this dev, yeah. We need the subtitle from this. So this would be the heading. And after this, what we are going to do is this is going to be the day element. And then for description, what we are going to do is we are going to get the next sibling of this. So first we'll select this subtitle, and then the next element after this is going to be the data. So let's write those things. So I'm just going to copy my code. I'm not going to waste more time on that. And I'll explain you that. So first, what we are going to do is we selected this itinerary overlay, and from inside of that, we are selecting all the subtitle. So that would be all of this day 1, day 2, day 3, and from that we get the title and the value. So the title is going to be this and the value is going to be this, and now we are going to store the next element. So the current element is this subtitle, and the next element is going to be this p tag. So what we are going to do is we are getting the next element, storing it inside the next element variable, and then we'll check if there is a next element, and the next element class list doesn't contains the subtitle. Then we want to go inside this while loop, and we'll get the text content from it, trim it, and if there is a text content, then we'll have it inside our value, and you will see that there could be multiple description here. Let me show you that. This is not inside of this, but inside of other package there was multiple description. So for that I have to keep this as an array and post it inside value, and then we'll have next element, and we are just what we are doing is we are looping over it and getting all the descriptions, and we are pushing it the descriptions, and this is the detailed itinerary. So that is done. Now for destination itinerary, what we are going to do is, give me a minute, and let's search for type list, and we are going to get this type list, and this is going to be li, and we want all of this city names from here. So let's grab that as well. So we need in how many cities, how many days we are staying, so we need to store that as well. So we are going to get that from type list. Okay, so now what I want to do is I am going to close this package, and instead of this, let's go back, and I want to select another package, something that has more cities. Not this. Let's search for Paris, or let's search for France and modify search. And yeah, let's grab this. So we have this Paris, Amsterdam, Cologne, and Zurich. So let's grab those. So for that, let's head over to our code, and in here what I'm going to do is, after this detailed itinerary, I'm going to have const uh, what should I write? Just give me a minute. Yeah, const destination itinerary equals to, not equals to, but let's give this an object type like this, and inside of this we'll have place as string, and we'll have total nights as number, and this is an array of objects like this, and initially this is empty object, so the place is going to be this place, and total nights is going to be this. So this would be an array of the objects like that. Now what I want to do is, after this I'm going to write const destination itinerary selector equals to package element dot query selector, not query selector but query selector all, and I'm going to select dot type list. So we have one type list. Let's search for type hyphen list, not here but here, type hyphen list, and if you can see that we have this type list class name, and inside of this we'll have li. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to select type hyphen list dot type hyphen list, and let me copy this from here, and let's just paste it here, type hyphen list, and I'll write li beside of it, so we'll need the li element. Now what we'll do is, we'll have that as an array. So what we'll do is destination itinerary, not destination itinerary but selector dot for each, and we'll get the element from it, and we'll have const place element equals to element dot first child, and then we'll have const place text equals to place element dot text content, and then we'll trim it, and then we'll replace the other things, slash n slash t, and then we'll have hyphen g, and replace it with an empty string, and we'll have const nights element equals to element dot query selector, and select the span inside of it, and initially the total nights would be 0, and if there is nights element, if we do find the nights element, then what we want to do is, we'll have const nights text equals to nights element dot text content dot trim, and then we'll have const nights match. So we'll get the nights match, and nights text dot match, and we'll again pass regex like this, plus and slash, and then we'll have total nights equals to nights match. If there's a night match, then we'll have parse int and nights match of 0, or else we'll just provide 0. So what we are doing here is we use regex for this because we want to trim all of this, so we don't need this dash or this characters. So what we are doing is we are trimming all of this first and matching from regex this, and from that we'll just remove this all of this text and just getting this 3, and this is in string format, so we are parsing int out of it, and if we don't find it we just pass 0. So that's it. And now after this, if we'll have destination itinerary dot push like this. Place is going to be place text, and total nights would be total nights. And after this we're going to have package details dot destination itinerary equals to destination itinerary. That's it. So our destination itinerary code is also complete. Now after this, what we want to do is I think we should get this things. uh, just give me a minute. We need to get the destination details. So this is the destination details. You can see that we have this tabbing structure here. So what we are going to do here is first we'll select this, and from here first we need to click on this more button. So click on that more button, and then we need to scrape this image, the city text, and the city name from here as well. So what I'm going to do here is first uh, for city elements, we have dot tabbing class name. So let's search for tabbing, and yeah, so this is the tabbing. So we will select this tabbing, and from this tabbing, inside of this, we will have an A tag. A tag, yeah, this is the A tag, and from this A tag, we will get the city elements, and yeah, we have the city name inside of this. So now what we will do is as we get city element, we will click the read more of this button, and we'll get the name from this. And for the description, we have another class name which is about description param, like this, yeah, this p tag. So we'll select the description from this tag, and for the image, I think there's an info block image, so that should be selected from info hyphen block, info block, yeah, info block. And inside the info block we'll have an image tag. So can I select like this? No, I cannot. So this is the info block, and inside info block let's search for an image. Yeah, that is inside of this, and yeah, inside of this figure we'll have the image. So we'll get the image from this source attribute, and we'll loop over this all tabbing and get all the data. So let's do that. So now after this, I'm going to have first, what we are going to do is first we are going to click on that readme more button. So const read more button equals to document dot get element by id, and we'll click on read more, and if there is a read more button, then we want to click on that. So read more button dot click on that button if there is it. So it is expanded. Now we'll have city elements. We'll grab all the city by document dot query selector all, and we'll have dot tabbing, and inside of tabbing we had that a tag, and now we'll have city elements dot for each city element. Okay, this is not query selected, this is query selector all, and now we'll have for each, and let's grab the city element from this, and then we'll have city element dot click first, and we'll have const read more button. So why did we do this city element dot click? So we are clicking on this, so on this href, so the tab changes. Now as soon as we click that and that tab is open, we again need document dot query selector, not query selector, get element by id of read more, and what we want to do is we want to click on this and we want to click on this read more, so everything is expanded. So we get this read more, and again we'll check if there is read more button. Let's write read more button city here, and we'll check if there is read more button city. Then we'll have read more button city dot click. That's it. And now after this we'll get the details. So first we'll need get the city name. So const city name equals to city element dot text content, and then we'll have trim like this, and then we'll have const city description equals to document, not the elements, document dot get element by id, and we'll have about dstpara, and from that we'll have text content, and from that we'll have trim, and we'll get the description. And now the image, so const city image equals to document dot query selector, and let's select that info block, info hyphen block, and we'll have image, and then we'll have get attribute, and we'll get the source attribute from it. And now we'll have cities, and I think we need to define this cities above read more button. So like this we are going to have const cities equals to an empty array, and the type of this is going to be name of type string, description is going to be of type string, image is going to be of type string, and this is going to be an array of objects like this. So we get the name, description, and image, and let's push it. So cities dot push, and we are going to push the name as city name, then we'll have description as city description, and image is going to be city image, and let's give not at the back. So our TypeScript is also happy. I think we can skip this because we have written ts no check. And now after this we'll have package details dot destination details equals to cities like this. So our cities is also complete, and next thing what we want to do is, I think the only thing that is left is the package itinerary, or just let me check what it is. Yeah, it is itinerary. So what we are going to do is we are going to get all of these details from here, from all of the days and this thing. So for that, let's do this. Now for this, the selector would be the timeline. So let's search for time-line, and from this timeline we have this left column. So not left column, so we just need the right column from this. So our main selector would be timeline space right column, so that would be this right column. And then from inside the right column we'll have this article tags. We have multiple articles, so this article is for every city. Yeah, so it is divided by every city and that is inside every article. So we have this article. So what we'll do is we'll select from this all of this article and we'll loop over it. So inside this article we'll have this title and title row acc title, and inside of this we'll have this first ng binding, and from that we'll get the city name. So this would be the city name element and we'll get the city name from here. And now from this, we'll need to scrape the details of day-wise activities by the activity type. If it is flight, then we'll get the details of flight. If it is hotel and sightseeing, then we'll get the details of it. Then if it is sightseeing, you can see that we have multiple list here. So this is one and here we have two. So it is like that. So we have to also consider this scenario. And we also have a meals type, but it is not given for this. So let's scrape the content accordingly. Okay, so now let's head over to VS Code and what should we do next? Just let me check. In the package scraping, let's have before this, and I'll grab the selectors. Okay, so this is the data extracted variable, and all of the data would be inside of this. Then this is the timeline selector. So dot time hyphen line dot right column, and this is the articles that I just show you. Now what I want to do is for every articles I need to have a for each loop. So I'm going to have a for each loop like this. So articles dot for each, and then we'll have separate article inside of it. And let's do one thing. Let's have the city name element, which is dot title dot row dot acc title, and then the first ng binding that's the city name element. And then we have the city name from that, and this is for days selector. And then we have this days activity variable. Inside of that we will just store our days activity and activity type and the activity description. So now we'll have for each for days selector. Just give me a minute. Yeah, so we'll have a for each for days selector. So let's do that. Days selector, so dot for each, and we'll get a day selector inside of not that, but yeah, let's have day selector, not days selector, like this. And inside of that then we'll have activity elements, and let's have an activity variable. So we have this activity elements, which is query selector all items content. So this, and then we'll have activity type and activity description inside the activities. So that's an array also. Now what we'll do is if there is an activity element, then we want to proceed further. So let me just copy the entire code and I'll just show you that. Okay, so now inside of this days selector we have this, and now if we have activity elements and its length is greater than 0, then for each activity elements we are going to loop, and we have the activity element and the index. So activity element, now we have this content dot left dot ico, and from that we'll get the activity and we'll have its activity type as activity and the like this. Then we will have description as null first, and first we'll check if the activity type is meal or sightseeing. Then we will have like this. If we can see that if it is sightseeing or meal, then we can have multiple values. So for that we have list and this list holder class name, and according to that we are getting all the li elements, and we are scraping data according to that. This is just basic JavaScript DOM, and now the activity type is hotel, then we can get the content according to this. So all of this code has been scraped using ChatGPT. I have not written this part of code. So how can you do the same is, first let me complete for flights as well. So after hotel we have this flight, and we are having this, and at the end what we are doing is we are pushing it to our activities variable, and not variable, the array. And after that we have this days activity, and at the end we are pushing days activity like this. And then at the end what I want to do is, after this I'm going to have package details dot package itinerary equals to data extracted like this. Save it, and I think I had an error somewhere. I think I need to remove this like this. Just a minute. If I close this and yeah, I think I missed something. Give me a minute. Articles, where it was, yeah. Let's remove the code till here, and yeah, it's perfect now. So I'll just show you the code again. It is like this: articles dot for each. That's it, done. And now I want to show you how you can do the same with the chat GPT. Now let's select this, and from this right column you want to get the data. So what we'll do is I'm just going to copy this element, and you can head over to ChatGPT, and what you can do is you can just paste this HTML there and write a prompt to get the data according to JavaScript selectors, and ChatGPT will return you the exact code. So your code might be different. If you want to use this code, you can just use this code. You can pause the video and see everything for yourself. or else you can just use ChatGPT, and that way your code would be a bit different. But try that way so you learn how to utilize ChatGPT for web scraping as well. Now, what I want to do is, let's restart our server, and let's see by console logging our data that is everything working. And now let's select Paris from here. What did we search here? Yeah, we searched for Europe, I think. Oh, it was France. So let's search for France. France, scrape data for France. Open up your terminal and let's see if it is able to scrape the data. Okay, our first task was completed successfully, and now it is scraping for this package. We should have uncommented this code from instrumentation, and we could have added all of this data to database as well, and we could have checked it in Prisma. We'll do it in the next step. Let's wait for this to complete. It's taking a bit longer. Let's see if it has actually opened. Head over to Bright Data and refresh, and Chrome DevTools, and it couldn't find a live session. Okay, it has failed, so it was not able to open up the browser. Perfect. We'll just uncomment this, save it, and I think uh, let's head over to start packet scraping, and in here let's see if we are returning. Yeah, we are returning the details. Let's head over to this instrumentation, and not sure if this will work or not, but let's restart this and head over to Prisma. I'm just going to delete this records, delete, server started, and let's scrape for France again. I'm not sure it will work or not this time because of my network. Let's head over to Bright Data and see if, yeah, there's an open. Debugging connection was closed. I think we might still have the error because it should have opened in the Bright Data. Let's do one thing. I'm going to connect to my another network and start the process again. Let's restart my server and let's see if that works again. Acolyte, scrape, and I think we need to delete this job from here, and things might not work expected. We need to restart our server as well and refresh Prisma, and let's scrape for France now. Okay, there's an open session here. Okay, it is navigating to France packages now. There's an error with our Prisma, I think. And we have this open. So I think that is working. And browser closed successfully. And now we have an error. Package element is not defined in package and package element. So let's head over to package scraping, and where do we have the package element? Okay, we have used package element 2 times, and I think I have not defined this package element. It is already here. And okay, so I think the spelling of the package element I've defined here is different, and here I've used it different. So let's copy this package element spelling and select all the instances by Control D and replace the spelling, and let's just restart my server and delete everything from Prisma, and I'm going to rescrape this. Let's see if it works now. Okay, so our job did get failed because there was an error with this descriptions. So this descriptions is not defined. So before this day elements dot for each, I want you to define, not define. I'll just grab that piece of code and you can have it. Yeah, descriptions detailed itinerary type like this. And I want to do one more thing. So this detailed itinerary, uh, this detailed itinerary is like this. And if we head over to our schema.prisma and I show you the detailed itinerary, the spelling is different. So I want you to change this, and I'm going to write npx prisma generate and then npx prisma db push. So make sure that you do that two changes, and now let's write npm run dev. And I'll do one more thing. I'll just uh, link this file in the package scraping the instrumentation and all the scraping files in the description of the video, the GitHub links of that. So if you just want to copy this code, you can just copy that from here. So that works well for you as well. And now let's head over to our browser. I'm going to first Prisma Studio, delete these two records, and let's scrape for France again. Open our terminal and let's see if that works now. Okay, I still have this error. Package itinerary is missing. And if I head over to schema, Prisma, and this is like this. And if I head over to our package scraping and search for package itinerary, I'm not able to find it. So I think this is it, package itinerary like this. And if we head over to our schema.prisma, it should be like this. And let's do the Prisma generate again. Let's see if this works now. I'm sorry for that issue. Delete record and let's scrape again. Let's wait for it to complete. Okay, so our process was successful and you can see that all of the data is here and we no longer have the Prisma error as well. And I think this would have been added in our Prisma schema. So let's head over to trips. Let's reload this. Strange thing, we don't have trips here. I think we need to restart our Prisma Studio. So let's restart Prisma Studio. And yeah, now we have trips here and you can see that trips is added. We have the ID, the name, days and nights, destination itinerary as well, the images, the inclusions, the themes, the price, destination details, detailed itinerary, description. Okay, the name is this and this is the description, package itinerary and scraped on. Perfect. So this all is working and we are able to scrape the not flights, the trips, and this is done. And now from here API routes and let's confirm one more thing. If we head over to Arclight, you can see that this package and location both are here and both are complete and the current queue is 0. So this is also working. And now let's head over to our instrumentation.ts file. And what I want to do here is let's remove this console.log and let's check for any console.log if we have. Let's remove this console as well and we need this console, yeah, all of these consoles are required and instrumentation file change is also done. Now we just have to add two more cases here, else if hotels and flights. We'll do that afterwards when needed. Now next what we want to do is, now let's do this page of trips to list all the trips. So let's do the table for trips and then we will do our client side of the searching trips and the home page and the trips actual trip page. So let's do these things first. So now for trips, let's do our thing and I'm going to close all of these files and just close this and inside source app. Inside admin, I'm going to create a new folder named as trips and we will have our trips here. So inside of this, first I'm going to have a layout.tsx, layout.tsx and a page.tsx, page.tsx. And let's do one thing. Let's grab this layout and paste that layout over here. And what we are going to do here is just change this p and write all the info about scraped trips, and this is going to be trips like this. And let's head over to page.tsx. Let's write rfc here and let's head over to our browser, head over to the trips page and okay, trips, all the info about trips. And now what I want to do is let's head over to next UI. It is next UI. And from next UI, what I want to do is let's search for table. And again, we are going to copy this use case example and yeah, code, show more, make sure that you are on the TS version. I'm going to copy this and replace everything in our page with this. And at the top, let's start our changes. So this is trips, and what changes should we make here? First, we don't have this utils, this data, and all of this. And instead of that, let's grab our FA search icon, FA search like this, and we won't be having the users as well. Instead of that, let's have columns. Columns equals to an array, and I think we also don't need this status color map and initial visible columns. And inside of this columns, I'm going to have name, ID, UID as ID, and we don't want anything else. Comma, let's paste it several times, and then we'll have name, cities, price, and scraped on. So this will show us the details of our trips. So now we'll have ID, name, then we'll have destination, itinerary. Let's do one thing. Let's copy this spelling from schema.prisma. So this destination itinerary is required for the cities. Then for price, we have price, and for scraped on, we have scraped on. That's it for the columns. Then I think we should remove this visible columns. And what else? Do we need the filter value? Yeah, we do need that. Everything else is necessary. Now I want you to write one more thing, use state snippet, and this is going to be trips and set trips, and initially this is going to be an empty array. Make sure that you input use state, and the type of this is going to be trip type that we have already defined in our uh, types in trips, and this is going to be a trip type array. Save it, and we also want to make this component a client component. Use client because you are using hooks in this. And now I want to call an API to get all trips. So for that, we also have to write our API for all trips. So inside our API, inside admin, I'm going to create a new folder named as inside. That should be inside, not the admin. That should be inside the API, because this API is not admin specific. So all trips, and inside all trips, I'm going to create a new file named as route.ts, and inside of here, export async function, and this is going to be get, and we don't want any kind of parameters. Let's wrap this in a try and catch block error, and return next response dot error dot not error but JSON, that we have the message as unexpected error occurred, and the status code would be 500. And now inside the try block, what I want to do is I'm just going to write const trips equals to await Prisma, and we should import Prisma. Import from at slash library functions, and we need Prisma from this. So await Prisma dot trips dot find many. So we need all the trips, so find many, and we are going to order by the scraped on date with descending, and that's it. And now if there are trips in our database, then I'm going to return. If there are trips, then return next response dot JSON as trips, and the status is going to be 200. Or else I want to return next response dot JSON and message is going to be no trips found, and status is going to be 404. Status is going to be 404. That's it. And now let's head over to our API routes and let's write export const user API routes, and just let me check what I've used. Yeah, it's user API routes, and this is going to be for get all trips, right? And let's write get hyphen all hyphen trips as template string. Let's have the base route, and then we'll have not admin, but we'll have all hyphen trips like this. And let's head over to our page.tsx, and I'm going to have a use effect here, use effect, and const get data equals to async function like this. And as soon as this is loaded, we want to call our get data, and const data equals to await axios dot get, and we'll use user API routes dot get all trips. And now if data dot trips is there, then I'm going to write set trips as data dot trips, simple React code. And next what I want to do is we have the data. Now let's proceed further. Now the header columns is just the columns. Let's remove this and let's write columns here in the header columns. And then instead of users, this is going to be trips. So trips like this, and then this is going to be the same. And I think I should remove this right here. Yeah, we can remove this piece of code, and let's update this with quick fix. And instead of user, this can be trips like this, and update the dependency like this, save it. And next what changes should be there, and instead of the user, I'm going to have trip type here. That is also fixed. Now inside the render cell, I'm going to change this to trip, and this is going to be trip type. Column key is same, and this is going to be trip type, and this is going to be trip. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all of this and just return the default value. Now proceeding further, what should be done is let's search for top content, and what I've written here is instead of this I'm going to have FA search, and I don't think I need this drop down for status. So just give me a minute. Yeah, let's remove this drop down and the drop down beside it as well. So we don't need any drop downs, and we don't need this add new button as well. And let's remove this div as well. And instead of users, let's write trips, and trips, total trips, and let's update the dependency array like this. Perfect. This is also error free. Bottom content, and let's quick fix this. Fixed. And we don't want sortable columns. Perfect. So now all that's left is to change our render cell method. So inside of render cell, what we should do first is let's fix the case for destination itinerary, because that would be an object and that would cause issues. So case destination. So let's head over to schema.prisma and I'm going to copy this spelling and paste it here. And I'm going to have const colors equals to an array. We'll have primary color, then we'll have secondary, then we'll have success, then we'll have warning, we'll have danger, and that's all the colors that we are going to need for the chips. And all the cities for the destination itinerary would be displayed in chips and in different colors of the chips. So for that, what I want to do is, give me a minute. Here I will write let current index equals to 0, which will match the index of this colors, and we'll write if array dot is array. If the cell value is kind of an array thing, then we want to proceed further. So we'll have const itinerary values equals to cell value dot slice, and we are going to get the first 4 cities as place string like this, and this is going to be an array like this, and then we'll return a div with class name as flex and a gap of 2. Now inside of this I'm going to have itinerary values dot map, and we'll get the value and return a chip component from next UI chip, and the props would be key as value dot place, and the color is going to be like this, colors current index plus plus modulo colors dot length like this, and there would be TypeScript error, and that we will solve by just copying this, and after this after this we'll write as, and we'll write all of this, and instead of the comma I'm going to write a pipe variable, not variable, symbol like this, and okay, so we need all the pipes like this as primary. Okay, perfect, like this, and we don't have the error, and inside of the chip there would be value dot place like this, and after this if condition that we have written here, if condition, and if this if condition fails then we want to return null. So if there is no elements, then we'll return null. And now let's head over to our UI and refresh the page, and let's see if this is working. So yeah, we have the cities Paris, Amsterdam, Cologne and Zurich with all different colors. We have the ID, the name is also here, the price is here, and scraped on is also here. We just have to do one thing. For this, we are going to have a custom URL to, when we select when we click on this, the trips page should be opened in our in our ArcLight. So that should be done, and URL should also be there, right? The ID should be there and the URL should be there. Yeah, ID and URL both should be here. So that's not here. So let's fix that. Or we can leave the URL. URL is not required. And this should also be fixed of scraped on. So for that, scraped on, let's head over to scraping table, and we did create this function of format date time. I'm going to copy this from here, head over to page.tsx again and paste that over here again, head over to this and just copy this case created at, and inside our render cell I'm going to add that case over here and format date time cell value. It's not created at, it's scraped on like this, and let's see if that works. Okay, it is also working. And now we also have to do one more thing. I want a padding around all of this table right here. So for that, what I'm going to do is, let's at the end, table, there would be this table, and we are going to wrap this table inside our div like this, and let's give this div a class name of m5, so margin around it of 5. Perfect. So this is looking great, and let's search for glimpses here, and this is search is also working. This is not giving an error, so it's working. And on click of this ID we want to show our package. So for that, let's write one more case. So here, when we have case as ID, I am going to return, what should I write here? Just give me a minute. Yeah, I'm going to return a link that would, yeah, this can be from Next UI, and the href prop would be like this, hyphen slash trips and dollar cell value like this, and the target would be underscore blank, and the link would have cell value, and cell value is of type string like this, and this is also as string. And let's head over to here, refresh the page, and when we click over this, you can see that on the different page we are navigated to slash trips and with the ID, but this page is not working. It is showing 404 because this route is not defined yet. So we'll do that afterwards whenever we are styling the trip page and creating the trip page. So this thing right here is complete. So now our admin trips listing is also complete, and let me head over to hotels, and let's head over to script data, and let's head over to trips. And yeah, this is working. I thought there was a bug here. No, there's no bug. So this is also complete. Now let's do one thing. Now let's head over to the client side and design the home page and the trips page. And before that, I'm going to scrape some more trips, and I'm not going to show you that because it's just wasting time. If you want to do that, head over to the scrape data and search for different location, and it will search for different packages, and it will scrape the trips from yatra.com. So I'm just going to do that. Okay, so now I have scraped almost 52 trips from various city. You can see that over here, and yeah, so that is done. And now I'm just going to localhost 3000. And now what I want to do first is, let's create the navbar and footer first. So let's head over to our code. I'm just going to close this and head over to the page.tsx in app. And what should I do here? Just give me a minute. Okay, so let's do one thing. Inside this the app, I'm going to create a new file named as page-layout.tsx, and let's write rfc here, and what should be inside page layout. So let's name the component first. So this is page layout, and inside of this page layout we are going to have our navbar, footer, the auth model, and the actual content. So let's do that. So I'm going to have children here first. Children like this, and the type of children is going to be react node children, and this is going to be react node like this. And let's head over to layout.tsx inside our this app, and I'm going to utilize that page layout inside of this layout. So inside the providers we have this children's, so I'm going to cut that and use page layout here, page layout like this, and provide the children to this page layout, and it will have the children's. And now let's head over to page layout, and now inside of this what we are going to do is we are going to have the navbar, and uh, we are going to have the footer and everything. So first let's give this div a class name of relative flex call, and let's give this an id as app-container. We are going to use that id, and I'm going to write a main tag, and the class name for main is going to be flex call and relative, and inside of that I'm going to have the what should we have here is we'll have the navbar and the footer and the section. So first we'll have a section with a class name as height full flex 1, and inside of it we'll have children like this, and uh, surrounding this we'll have the navbar and the footer. So for navbar and footer, what I'm going to do is let's head over to our components folder, and inside of here I'm going to create a new folder named as client, and inside of client I'm going to create a new folder named as navbar, and I'm going to create a new folder as well for footer. And let's create the components. So index.ts first, and inside of index.ts I'm going to have navbar.tsx, and do the same for footer and footer.ts, footer.tsx, and index.ts. Now let's write rfce here to create the component. Make sure n is capital, save it, and let's head over to footer rfce. Make sure f is capital, save it, and let's import navbar into our index.ts. So navbar from this, and let's export this navbar component, and let's do the same for footer. So footer from the footer component, and we are going to export that, and let's head over to our page layout, and I'm going to use that over here, navbar like this. Make sure that you're using the navbar from our navbar component, not next UI. And we are going to have after this the footer, and let's save this, and let's head over to browser and refresh this. You can see that we have navbar and footer, and this is the actual page content. Now what should we do is let's design our navbar. So for navbar we are going to utilize the navbar from this next UI. So let's search for navbar here, and you can see that there are various examples for navbar here, and we are going to utilize one of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to copy the navbar from here. I'm just going to construct my one navbar inside of this. So let's import navbar here, and let's write import from next. It should be at next UI org react, and we are going to import navbar, And why is this not working? I think it is still working on something. Yeah, navbar as next navbar, and let's utilize that. And we will also be needing the architect's daughter font name. So for that, I'm just going to grab that. You can grab that from the login page, and let's use architect's daughter like this. And after this, we will also need router. So const router equals to use routers, because of every link. When we click over any link, then we should be navigated. And then we'll also need user info. So const user info equals to use app store. Remember that we set up our Zustand app store, and now we are not going to utilize that, but what we are going to do is we'll also have something more like const routes with images equals to like this, an array. So remember in the demo I showed you the navbar which was having the gradient effect on the flights page, the search page, and the hotels page. So for that we have to create this routes with images. So slash is for the scraping, not scraping, but for the trips. Then we will have hyphen search hyphen flights route, and then we'll have the same for hotels. So search hotels, and for this routes we want to check and we want to write our custom logic. So now instead of this div I'm going to have next navbar, and inside of this I'm going to write is bordered prop and give it a class name which is going to be min height of 10 viewport height. Then I'm going to give it a background of violet of 500, and background opacity would be 10. Then I will give it a text of white and the relative class name. And inside of this, what I'm going to do is I will first check if not routes with images dot includes, and we'll need the current path name. So we'll get the current path name from use path name hook. So let's utilize that. So const path name equals to use path name from next navigation, and we'll get the current route from this, and we'll match and we'll check if this includes, and it is if it is not one of that route, then we want to render this. And what should be here is, yeah, inside of this I'm going to have a div with class name fixed and left of 0, top of 0, height of 10 viewport height, and width of 100 viewport height, not height but width, and overflow hidden, and z index of 0. And inside of this I'm going to have another div with class name as height of 70 viewport height, width of 100 viewport width, and absolute z of 10, top of 0, left of 0. And inside of this div I'm going to use the image tag of next image, and the source attribute is going to be /home hyphen bg dot png, like this. Layout is going to be of fill, and then we'll give it an object fit of cover, and we'll give the alternative text as search. And use router only works in client components, so I think we need to make this a client component. So let's make this navbar a client component. Use client, wait for it, and we have the navbar layout. but there is no background. Let's head over to elements. Inside now we have header, nothing else. Okay, so I think we are not in one of these routes. Because of that is not working. So let's leave it for now and proceed further and see if other things work. So after this image and this two divs, we are going to have one more div with class name as fixed, then we'll give it a left of 0, top of 0, height of 10, viewport height, and the width of 100 viewport width, and the overflow hidden, and z of 0. And now inside of this we will also give it a style, and we'll give it a backdrop filter, and that would be string, and we'll give it a blur of 12 pixels like this, and we'll give it a saturated property of 280 percentage, and we'll have a comma, and then we'll have the same for WebKit backdrop filter. And I'm going to copy this and paste it over here. So this is for unsupported browsers. Both the properties are going to be same, and to be precise, this WebKit can be used for the Safari, and I'm using Safari, not Safari, I'm using Chrome, but I can also use Safari, and the issue would arise in there, so I had to use WebKit Safari, not Safari, WebKit background filter. Now moving further, after this I'm going to have another div. So what should I use here is, yeah, let's begin with z of 10, width of full, flex, item center, and inside of this I'm going to have Navbar brand component from Next.UI, and inside of Navbar brand I'm going to have div, and this div is going to be having class name of cursor pointer, then flex, item center, and inside of this I'm going to have an image component from Next.UI, and the source is going to be slash logo.png, and alternative text is going to be logo, height is going to be 80, width is going to be 80 as well. Next, what should we do is, let's check if we do have the logo now. Yeah, we do have the logo. You can see that over here. Now, what next? What should we do next is, let's use the span and the font for the class names. So for that, let's head over to our sidebar.tsx, and we did use this over here, and I'm going to copy this span and paste it over here, and I'll just check the class names, and instead of text 3xl we want to change this to text xl, uppercase, font medium, and italic. Everything is going to be same, and we might have arclight text now. No, it is not here. Not sure why. Did we give anywhere a text white and it's not working? Yeah, we have given this text white, and let's search for the arclight. Yeah, we have this, but it's not here. Let's give this a text of white and let's see if that works. Not too white, but text white like this. Okay, we have to convert this to text of black, I think, because it is white and it's not visible because of that. Or else we can just leave this. We don't have to give it a white. It would be automatically fixed whenever we have the background for search. So this ends our navbar brand, and then we will have our navbar content, and we will have one more content. So just give me a minute and I'll just confirm. Okay, let's do one thing. I'm going to grab the navbar content from Next UI. So let's head over to code here, and I'm going to copy this navbar content from here with all the necessary component, and I'm also going to copy this navbar content of end, copy both of this, and I'm going to paste it over here. Make sure that you import navbar item, the button, the navbar content, and the link. Link should be imported from Next UI, not Next link. And let's head over to Arclight, and you can see that we have this features, customers, and integration. So this is working, and let's close this. And I think let's change this first, the login and sign up. So what should we do here is, instead of a link inside of this, I'm going to have a button here. So navbar item is here, and inside of this link I'm going to have button, and button would say login, and I'm going to have color as secondary. Then I'm going to have variant as flat, and the class name is going to be text purple 500. And let's head over to our UI, and you can see that we have this purple button. And now let's copy this, and yeah, this is perfect. This is already a button, so color is primary, and instead of primary I want to give this color a danger, and instead of href, let's remove this href, and the variant is flat, and let's remove this as a link. Variant is flat, color is danger, and perfect. So yeah, this is also done. Now let's do this links. Okay, so now let's do the links, and for that let's head over to VS Code, and instead of this let's write tours here, and this is going to be flights, tours, flights, and hotels. And let's head over to browser, tours, flights, and hotels. Now on click on this, we want to change, and let's keep this href as slash here, and the href for this, not this, is slash, and this is search hyphen flights, search hyphen flights, and href for this is search hyphen hotels, tours, flights. Yeah, that's working. Now let's change the highlight color, and instead of this color I think we can skip this color prop, remove this from both the links above and bottom, and let's give this a class name of like this. And if the path name triple equals to slash, then we'll have text danger of 500, or else we'll have text white like this. And let's copy this class name, and I'm going to paste that in the flights as well, and change this to search hyphen flights, and same for the hotels, and change this to search hyphen hotels. So now we'll have this tours highlighted, and the hotels and flights would be of color white, and this is not visible because of the background. It would be fixed as soon as we have our search. So this is complete, our navbar is complete. Now let's do the footer. So let's head over to footer.tsx, footer.tsx, and let's do the footer now. Okay, so for footer, let's have first the router. So const router equals to use router from next navigation, and instead of this div, I'm going to have footer, and let's head over to Navbar, and I'm going to grab the architect's daughter from here, the font, and let's reuse that over here and make sure that you import architect's daughter. And now inside of this footer, I'm going to first have a class name of min height of 20, viewport height, px of 48, py of 10, relative, background cover, then we'll have background center, background of no repeat, and inside of this I'm going to have a div. First I'll also do one thing. I'm going to give this a style attribute and give this a background image of URL slash home, and make sure that this is like this, home slash home hyphen bg dot png, and this is like this. Perfect. Let's head over to here and make sure that you also create this as a client component. So use client at the top. Let's reload this, and we have this home slash home slash home. Yeah, the image is wrong. Okay, so we have the image for footer as well. And now let's give this div a class name of absolute, inset of 0. Then we'll have background black, background opacity of 50, and background blur of 2xl, and that didn't work. And let's have another div after this. That should work. That should create a backdrop effect, but it's not working. I'm not sure why. Set of 10, padding of 4, and I think this absolute spelling is wrong here. So this has to be absolute, and now we have this blur effect. And then we'll have P of 4, grid calls of 4, and gap of 20, and text of white, like this. And now inside of this div, I'm going to first have a div, and inside of that div, I'm going to have the image and the architect's daughter font. So I'm just going to grab that piece of code and make sure that you may import the next image. We have this div, and on click of that, we just heading to the slash route and the span tag. And after this span, not this span, this div, I'm going to have a p tag, and I'm going to have a text inside of this. And now we have this and the text, so that's done. Now after this p tag, and let's end this div, I'm going to have another div with class name as flex call, and a gap of 3, and a padding top of 10. And now inside of that, we are going to have an h3 and some links. So h3 is going to be like this, class name text 3xl, and font medium, and text danger of 500. Then we'll have destinations written as the content. Destinations, let's check it. Yeah, it's done. And now after this, I'm going to have a ul, and let's give this a class name of flex call, gap of 1, and inside of this, I'm going to have a li with class name as cursor pointer. Let's paste this 3 times. Copy, paste, and inside of this li, I'm going to write USA, India, France, United Kingdom, like this. This is just some text, and I'm going to copy this div. And I think I don't want to copy this from here. I can just copy it from my editor, and this is just some text. So after this div, I'm going to have another div. This is going to be the same div with all the same styles, but the text is adventures, and this is different, just that. And after that, after this div, I'm going to have another div with class name xflex, flex call, gap of 3, padding top of 10, and inside of this, going to have h3. And I think I can copy this h3, paste it over here, and just write get in touch like this. And inside of that, I'm going to have ul, class name as flex, gap of 5, and margin top of 5. And inside of this, I'm going to have an li with class name background purple of 500, background opacity is going to be 30, rounded large, text purple of 500, text 3xl, and padding of 3, and a cursor of pointer. And inside of this, we'll go over social icons. So first I'm going to use fa Facebook f. Make sure that you import it from React icons, and we have this icon. Now let's do the same. I'm going to copy this li, paste it 3 times, and replace this with fa Instagram, and replace this with fa LinkedIn, and replace this with fa Twitter, like this. And okay, so that's done. Our footer is also complete. Now let's have the content for the our main the strips page, and let's proceed with that. Okay, so now let's head over to our page.tsx inside the source. And what should we do here is, first let's remove this button and let's use a div here, div, and let's give this div a class name of max width of 100, viewport width, and overflow x of hidden class name. And inside of this, our components will go. So for that, first let's remove this image and button from here. And now inside the components, inside the client, I'm going to create a new folder named as home. And inside home, I'm going to create new folder named as search. And inside of search, I'm going to create an index.ts and search.tsx. Search.tsx. Let's write the search component by rfce search, and let's import and export it from this export search. Let's head over to our page.tsx and use that component over here, search, and let's head over to search component, and let's do this component first. So for that, first I'm going to create an activities array of objects. So this is just the text and the icon, so make sure that you write it by yourself. And now inside of this, I'm going to give this a class name of height of 80 viewport height, and then we'll give it a flex item center, justify center. And inside of this, I'm going to have another div with class name of absolute, left of 0, top of 0, and a height of 100 viewport height. Then we'll also give it a 100 viewport width. Max width should be max width should be 100 viewport width. And then we'll have overflow hidden. Then what should be next is, inside of this div, I'm going to have an image like this, and make sure that you import the image from next image, and source is going to be /home -bg.png. And we'll have fill, and alternative text would be search. Save it and let's see here. You can see that our navbar also has this color now and it's looking great. Now let's have a blur effect over this. So for blur effect, after this div, I'm going to have another div, and I don't think blur effect is necessary, but let's see. Absolute, absolute, and height is of 50 viewport height, and width is going to be of 60 viewport width. Then we'll give it a flex call, and a gap of 5, like this. And inside of this div, we'll have another div with text of white. Then we'll have text center. We'll have flex call, gap of 5 inside of this as well. And then we'll have an h3, which will write best choose made for you in mind, exclamation mark. And let's give this h3 and class name of text excel and a font of bold. Save it and let's reload it. And I think this is overflowing this image. Yeah, this is overflowing. We have to fix it as well. Text of excel is like this, font of bold is working, and overflow hidden is here, and width 100 viewport width, max width of 100 viewport width, and overflow hidden. Let's write overflow x of hidden and see if that works. No, it is not. Not sure why is this not working. Just give me a minute. Let's open inspect. Okay, so this is perfect. No, the image is flowing out. So we have given overflow hidden here, and it's also being applied. And is this div overflowing? No, it's not. The main class is also like this. The problematic div is just this one, this absolute one. And height is 100 viewport height, width is okay. Height is also 100 viewport height, and width is also 100 viewport height. But it is overflowing. Now, how can we fix that? Let's leave it for now. We'll fix that afterwards. And let's do one thing. Let's head over to global.css, and inside of this, I want to apply some styles to body. So let's write body, WebKit scroll bar, and we'll write display of none here. So we don't want the scroll bar. And while we are here, let's do some styles. No, not necessary other styles. And yeah, this is working now. So that extra space was because of that scroll bar, and it has been fixed if we have removed the scroll bars. And this is also working. Let me zoom it. And yeah, best choose made for you in mind. Now let's proceed further inside our search component. What should we do next after this h3 is going to be an h2 with class name as text 6xl, and then we'll write font extra bold, not extra light, extra bold, and we'll write explore the exotic world. Save it, and yeah, we have it. Now after this h2, let's end this div and write another div of grid calls of 3, cap of 5, p of 5, rounded excel, and inside of this I'm going to have an input tag from next UI, and I'm going to pass in some props here. So this input is going to be having the color as danger, then we'll have variant as bordered, then we'll have class name of text white, placeholder is going to be text white as well, and the relative is going to be there. Now after this class name, I'm going to have start content as an icon, which is going to be from FA. So FA search is going to be there, and then we'll have on change and values and everything, but we'll do that afterwards. Let's have placeholder, and that is going to be search location. And if we head over to here, you can see that the styles are still not looking good. Not these styles, but the placeholder. So for fixing placeholder, Next UI has some weird way to fix it. So we have to use class names provided by Next UI, and let's select input from this, and let's give placeholder text hyphen white like this, and then we'll have this text white for placeholder, and that would work now. So that is done. Now after this input, we are going to have input for date. So let's grab this input from here, paste it, and let's write type first. So type is going to be of date. Then after type, I'm going to have the placeholder as dates. Color is going to be danger. And this is bordered text white, and instead of placeholder, I'm going to have accent of danger 500 like this. And the start content is going to be FA calendar icon, calendar alternative like this. And I think everything other is the same. I can remove this class names because let's use it. Okay, so I have to do one more thing. Let's remove this icon. So for removing this icon, there's no other way but to use CSS. And inside our CSS, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy some class and paste it here, some styles. So I picked it from internet, and we have to write input type as date and select WebKit calendar picker indicator and give the styles to that, and the icon would no longer be there. So that is working. And now let's head over to search.tsx again, and what next? After this, after this input, I'm going to have a button, and the button is going to have a search SEARCH, and size is going to be large. Then we'll give it a class name, not like this, but I think the button is not imported first, so make sure that button is imported, and then we can have the props. Class name is going to be height of full, cursor of pointer, then the color is going to be of danger, then we'll also have a variant of shadow, then there should be an on click, but we'll write that afterwards. And yeah, so this is done. Search location, dates, and everything, and on click of this it would search. And now let's have the activities here. So for that, after this div, after this button and this div, I'm going to have another div. Inside of that div, I'm going to have a UL, and inside of that I'm going to have class name of text white, grid calls of 5 and margin top of 5, and inside of this UL I'm going to have activities dot map and we'll have activity here, and inside of this I'm going to have li, and this li is going to be having a class name. And before class name, let's give it a key because we are mapping, and let's give the key as activity dot name, and the class name should be flex item center, justify center, gap of 5, flex call, and cursor pointer. Save it, and now inside of this li I'm going to have a div with padding of 5. Then we'll have background white, background opacity of 20, rounded full, and when we hover over it, the background opacity should be 30, and we'll give it a transition all, and duration 300, like this. And now inside of this div, going to have another div with class name as relative and height of 12, width of 12, and inside of this I'm going to have the image tag from next image. Let's give the source as activity dot icon, and let's give the fill attribute alternative text is activity, like this. And after this two divs inside the li I'm going to have a span with class name of text large, font medium, and in here goes activity dot name, like this. Save it, and we have this amazing activities also. So this component right here is complete just the designing part. Now what we want to do is when we search anything on this, the cities should be here, and for the cities we are going to do the same that we did in the scrape data component in admin. And when we select those city and the dates, and when we click on search, it should navigate us to the tours page, the tours search page. So let's do that now. Okay, so now what I want to do is first I'm going to have some state here for our dates and search location. So let's first have the router. We'll also be using router, so use router next navigation, and then we'll have const, not const, but let's use state snippet, and this is going to be search location and set search location, and initially this is going to be an empty string. Make sure you import use state, and then we'll have use state snippet again for dates and set dates. And now inside of this I'm going to have a function here that will return us the date. So const today equals to new date, like this, and then I'm going to return today dot to iso string dot split t, and I need the 0th element from it. And now we should utilize this and also store the cities. So use state snippet cities, set cities, and initially this is going to be empty as well. And then we'll have const handle search, which would be a function that would be used when we click on the search button. And this would be like if we have the search location and the dates, then what we are going to do is we are going to router dot push to slash trips slash city equals to search location and ampersand dates equal to dates, like this. And then we will also have const search cities equals to async function, and we'll have the search string here, search query as string. And what we want to do is we just want to grab the cities, and for this we can head over to our scrape data page, and in here we use this, and let's copy this and paste that piece of code here. Make sure that you import Axios, and this is search query, not string, and this is going to be the same. We are setting the cities here, and then we are going to use that in a list box. So for list box, what I want to do is, after this input first, I'm going to have cities dot length greater than 0, and end I'm going to return a div like this, and this div is going to have a class name. And let's do one thing. This div, inside of this I'm going to have another div, and inside of this div I'm going to have another div, and besides this div I'm going to have a list box. So I'm just doing the structure first, then we'll write the class names. And what should we do next is, let's write list box class name as rounded small, and then on action attribute should be a function. We'll get a key here, and will with that key we'll have set search location as key, and let's write key as string. And then we'll have not search location but set search location, and then we'll have set cities as empty again. And inside of this I'm going to write cities dot map, and we'll take the city from here, return list box item. So list box item would have a key, and that would be city, and color is going to be danger, and class name is going to be text of white, and inside of this there would be city like this, and that is it. Now we just have to give class names to this div, and besides that let's give the value here. Value is going to be search location, and on change I want to write e as set search location e dot target dot value, and then we'll have search cities as e dot target dot value as well. And that is it. Cannot find name city. Why it could not find? We are just using this city right here. Let's search for a city, for example Dubai, and you can see that we have all of this here. Now we just have to give the class name, so the UI would be perfect, and we click on any of that, you can see that it is disappearing, and we have the city selected here, and we select this is also selected. Let's search. Okay, we also have to provide handle search here. So on press, let's write handle search and search. Yeah, we are navigated to the strips, so that is also working. Now let's do the styles for this. And what we did is we created the uh, handle search, that's just for navigation, and the search cities, this is just for getting the cities from geonames.org. We just did that in script data page. And we here what we did is we just had the list box, and on click of any of this we are setting the search location, which is in this inputs value, and we are clearing out all the cities, and we only want to show this list box whenever there are any cities, so that would disappear. And now let's give this the class names. So I'm just going to grab the class names, and class name with full min height 200 pixels, width 350 pixels, border small, round and small, border default, margin top, and that's it. And if I search for Dubai here, you can see that we have the content like this. Now I want to give a background to this, and for that we already have the div after that. So this div is going to have this class name and this style. You can just write it. We did the same thing inside our footer, and after that for blurring we are going to have this class name to this div, and you can see that we have the same image here, and on top of that we have just given it a blur effect. We did this in the footer, the same thing we did that here, and it is looking great now. When we click over this, we have the city, and now this component is complete. And now let's search, and now we'll have the city here and the dates. And now let's do this page. We have to fetch all the trips here of the Dubai city and show it here. Now let's do that. Okay, so now let's define this route and proceed further. So heading to VS Code, and inside the app directory, I'm going to create a new folder named as trips, and inside of trips create this folder, and inside of trips I'm going to have page.tsx. Let's write rfce here, and this is going to be the trips page. And let's head over here, refresh this, and still this page is not found. Okay, this is because we have an issue inside of search.tsx. When we wrote this here, we don't want to write slash, instead we want to write question mark, so it becomes queries. So let's head over to tools, and let's search for Dubai, and let's search for a future date, search, and then we have the strips page. Amazing, so that's working. And now let's write our code. So heading to that newly created trips page, first I want here the router. So const router is equals to use router, next navigation. Then we'll also need search params for the city and the dates. So we are going to use search for params from next navigation, and from that we are going to get the city by search city equals to search params dot get, and this is going to be city search params dot get city. And then we are going to have use state snippet for trips and set trips, and initially this is going to be empty string, and the type of this is going to be trip type and array. And let's grab use state and make sure that you convert this component to a client component by adding the use client directive. And now what we want to do is we want to get all the trips by Dubai. So for that, uh, get city trips, and just give me a minute. So we have to create a new API and new folder, city trips, and inside of that I'm going to create a new route.ts, and let's copy this all trips from all trips and paste this. And now just we'll make the changes here. So we will need the request because of the parents. So we'll get the request inside the try block. First we'll get the search params, so search params equals to new new URL, and we'll pass in the request.url, and from that we'll get the search params. And then we'll have const city equals to search params dot get, and we'll pass in the city. And then if there is a city, then we want to write our code that find all trips equals to await prisma dot trips dot find many, and from here we'll have const filtered filtered trips equals to await Prisma dot trips dot find, not like this. We have already get our trips from Prisma, so we'll write all trips dot filter. All trips dot filter will have the filter here, and what we'll do is we'll have const destination itinerary equals to trip dot destination itinerary. And remember, inside the destination itinerary we had these cities, so from here we'll just check destination itinerary dot sum, and we'll check for destination, and destination dot place dot to lower case, and will match with our city dot to lowercase, and we'll get all of that. But why is this error? Sum does not exist on type string. Let's ignore this for now, or else just provide the ts no check for this file. And what we are doing is we are getting all the trips according to that. For example, if we are searching for Dubai, then what we are doing is we are getting all the trips, and then we are filtering it based on the destination itinerary. If the destination itinerary has Dubai city inside of it, then we are keeping that trip, or else we are skipping that trip. And now if we have filtered trips, then we are going to return next response.json with our trips, and we'll pass in the filtered trips, and the status is going to be 200. And we are going to have an else case here. If we didn't find any trips, then I'm just going to write message message trip not found, like this, and the error is going to be 404. And apart from this, remember that we created this if block, and we'll also write an else block for that, and we'll return an error just like this, not an error but a message. If there is no city, then we'll just write city is required, like this, and this is going to be 400, not 404. So this is done, and let's remove all of this piece of code like this, and that's it. So I think that should work, and now let's use that inside of here. So for that, first let's head over to API routes, and we need to add an API route for city trips. So I'm going to write get city trips as like this, $base route slash city hyphen trips, and head over to our page.tsx, and let's use a use effect here, use effect, and we'll have search city here. As soon as we have search city, then we'll do that. So for let's check if we have search city, then const fetch data equals to async arrow function. And if we have search city, then let's fetch the data, and inside of here we are going to have const data equals to await what should we write here is xuse dot, we had the get request, and we will use user API routes dot get city trips, and we also have to pass a query of city equals to the search city. And for that, let's use template strings, wrap this entire thing inside a template string, and this is going to be like this, and this is going to be search city. Perfect. And let's console the data before storing it. So let me refresh this page, open up inspect and console, and yeah, we have this data, and we get all the trips that are required. So these are the trips that have Dubai inside of it. So it is inside data.data.trips. So let's set it. Remove this and set trips data.data.trips, and we'll have if condition here. If data.data.trips is there, then only we want to set it. Perfect. So our use effect for this is also done. Now what we want to do is let's style our page. So let's remove this text and let's write class name margin 10, px of 5 viewport width, and minimum height is going to be 80 viewport height. And let's save it and let's see. Yeah, the page is being big, and now let's use a button here. The button would have FA chevron, FA chevron left, and then the text would be go back like this, and make sure that you import the button from Next UI, and let's pass in some props. So let's pass a class name of my of 5, then variant is going to be shadow, not yeah, shadow, and then we'll have color which is going to be primary, and then we will pass in size which is going to be large, and then we'll pass an on-click prop, not prop, a listener. So router dot push and slash. Let's head over to this, go back, and we should be to the slash page. So that's working. Let's go back again, and now this go back is here. Now after this button we need to have our strips. So for that, after this button I'm going to have a div with class name as grid, grid calls of 2, gap of 5, and inside of this I'm going to have trips.map, and we'll get the trip and return our JSX. And first let's pass a key which is going to be trip.id, and let's pass in a class name of grid, grid calls of 9, rounded 2xl, gap of 5, border, and we'll pass border neutral of 300 and a cursor of pointer. And inside of this div also we will have an on-click listener here. When we click on this, we want to push the page to slash trip slash dollar trip id, trip.id, and then inside of this I'm going to have a div with a class name of relative and width of full, height of 48, goal span of 3, and inside of this I'm going to use an image from next image. Make sure that it is imported, and the source is going to be trip.images of 0, and alternative text is going to be trip fill, and class name is going to be rounded to Excel. Now I don't think this image would work because it is from an other host name. So we need to add this host name in next config. So let's head over to our next config. So whenever there is an image outside of your project, we need to add that into this next config. So after this environment, I'm going to write images, and object will have remote patterns, and we'll use an array, and the host name is going to be, let's head over to here, and that is imgcld.yatra.com. So imgcld.yatra.com, and let's refresh this. This would work now. Wait for it to compile. I don't see our component here. So inside of this div, we have button and we have this div, but the trips are not there. Why is that? Are we returning something from here? So trips.map, and we are setting the trips. So data.data.trips. Let's reload the page. Okay, so it is here, and we have the images like this because we have to give this a width of full, height of 48 and col span of 3, and the spelling of relative is not correct here. Now the images are perfect. Yeah, so this is done. Now let's have the other details. After the image, what should be there is let's leave this div and have another div of col span of col hyphen span of 6, and inside of col span 6 we'll have padding top of 5, padding right of 5, flex call, and a gap of 1, and inside of this I'm going to have an h2 with a class name of text large and font medium, capitalize, and inside of this I'm going to have span with a class name of line clamp. And what this line clamp will do is we'll just have the one line and other lines would be clamped. So previously, if you want to do this line clamp in Tailwind CSS, you had to install another plugin of Tailwind CSS. But in the latest versions, we can just use this as a class name. So that's good. And you can see that our text is here. Proceeding further, after this span and this h2, we are going to have a div with a ul, and the class name for ul is going to be flex gap of 5 width of full overflow hidden, and inside of this I am going to have trip dot destination details dot map, and we'll get the detail and index from it, and we are going to return an li. So li would have key as detail dot name, and inside of this I'm going to use the chip component from Next.UI. So this chip component would have color as index modulo 2 triple equals to 0. Then we want to have secondary, or else we want to have let's go danger, and inside of this I will have detail dot name as the text for the chip, and the variant is going to be the flat variant of Next UI chip component. And if we head over to our UI, you can see that we have this beautiful chip components of the city of the trips. So this is looking amazing. So why we use modulo is because of this. We want to have one of purple color and one of pink color. So the third one, if there is a third city here, then it would show with the purple again. So that is the modulos about was used for this. So after this UI and this div, we'll have another div with p, and inside of p we are going to have class name with line clamp of 1 again, and inside of line clamp I'm going to have trip dot description. Let's head over to here and we have description as well, and let me zoom out and you can see that it's looking great. Now after this div right here, I'm going to have another div with class name of flex and a gap of 4, and inside of that I'm going to have div with trip dot days, and this will write days. Copy this, paste it, and now we'll have nights and change this text to nights. And let's head over to where 6 days 5 nights, and then after this will have the price. So after this div, going to have another div with class name as flex, and we'll have justify between, and inside of that I'm going to have span with trip.id, and then we'll have span again, and inside of that I'm going to have strong, and in here I'm going to write trip.price, and we'll write per person, and I need a rupee symbol, so let's write a dollar for now. And you can see that we have this prices, but these are in rupees, not in dollars. So just write INR symbol here, and let's copy this INR symbol, command C, and let's replace this dollar symbol with rupee symbol. And now I have the rupee symbol. I'm using rupee because I'm in India. So yeah, this is perfect. So this page, I think, yeah, this page is complete. And if we search for anything other like this, Paris, then we would be getting the tools for Paris, and the image, yeah, the image is also here. And let's search for Bali, and we'll have packages for Bali. And let's search for Sikkim. Okay, so we don't have any packages for that. And let's search for another city, Mumbai. Not like this, Mumbai. And yeah, this is also working. The image is also here. Click on it, and we are on the trips page. Now what we want to do is we'll have this page and get the ID from the URL and get the trip details and have the UI here. So let's do that. Okay, so now heading to VS Code, and inside the trips page, I'm going to create a new folder, and this is going to be a dynamic route. So let's write bracket and trip ID from here. So we'll get the trip ID as the parameter, and let's write page.tsx inside of this, and trip, let's name this component trip, and inside of this we'll get the params, and we'll restructure the params as we should just get the trip ID from here. Just let me check, and this is going to be params, and from the params we'll get the trip ID. So whatever you have written as the folder name, you'll get it here. And let's give this the type as params, and we'll get the trip ID from here of type string like this. And now inside of this I'm going to write const router is equals to use router. We'll get the router, and we'll get the user info is equals to use app store, and from here I need the user info. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the state. So use state snippet trip data and set trip data, and initially this is going to be undefined. And let's import use state and give this a type of trip type, or this can be undefined. And as we are using hooks, we need to give this component the use client directive use client. And now after this we'll also grab the date. So use state snippet date set date, and initially the date is going to be the new date. And now what we want to do is let's write a use effect hook, and in the use effect we need to run this as soon as we have the trip ID, and we'll write const fetch trip data equals to async function like this. And we'll check if we have trip ID, then we want to call the trip data function, not trip data function, but fetch trip data, and inside of this we'll call the API. So for API we need to create the API. So inside APIs I'm going to create a new folder named as trips. I think trips or trip data. Let's write trips. So inside the API I'm just going to write API new folder trips, and inside of trips I'm going to create a new folder named as route.ts, and from the city trips I'm going to copy this city trips, paste it over here, and from here uh, what I'm going to do is we have the city. Instead of city we will have the ID. We'll pass in the ID, and let's replace this city as ID, and we don't want this filtered trips and if else block. Let's keep it, and instead of all trips I'm going to have const trip, and this is going to be prisma.trips.find unique, and we'll pass in the where condition and where the id is equals to id. And now instead of this we'll check if there is a trip, then we want to return next response.json, and we'll destructure the trip. From here send the we'll send all the data. We'll destructure this, and else what we want to do is trip not found. Perfect, this is done. Or else instead of city is required we'll write id is required. That's it, and our API is complete. Now let's head over to API routes, and I'm going to add this to our API route, and this is going to be get trip data, and the route is going to be base route, and slash this is going to be trips, just like this, and we name this as trips, right? So this is going to be trips. Save this, and let's head over to page.tsx and use that over here. So const data equals to await axios dot get, and user API routes dot get trip data, and let's wrap this in template strings and write the trip ID here. So we need to pass in the trip ID as well, like this, and then we'll have the data. So let's console out the data first and see in the browser. Use router. Okay, next router was not mounted. Const router, use router. Okay, next router should be from next navigation, not router. And let's inspect console. We have an error 404. So what's the error? Is the API not found? I think this 404 was returned from our API. Let's search for any other trip. So let's head backwards and let's search for Dubai, and let's select this trip, and we still have this. Okay, so I think we pass this like this, but we have to use id equals to like this. And now if we head over to console and refresh the page, we have the data. So data and all the trip data is here. So that's done. Now let's proceed to styling and render out our data. So instead of console.log data, what I want to do is first let's see console what was there. So it's inside the data. So what I'm going to do is if data is there, then let's check for data.data.id. If there is data.data.id is there, then what we'll do is we'll set trip data as data.data, and there goes our data. And now what we want to do is first we should have the images, right? Let's keep the images, and inside of this first I'm going to have trip data. If there is trip data, Then we want to render out our components, and first let's have a grid inside of this, and grid calls of 3, margin by of 10, gap of 10, mx of 32, and let's head over to the UI, refresh it. I don't think we will be able to see anything because we have to write everything. So let's write call span of 2, and inside of this let's write ABCD, or let's write content, and let's write a div here, and let's write payment here, and let's head over to here. You can see that we have content and payment. Now just give me a minute. Do we have to do anything else to the other div? No, nothing is required, but our call span of 2 should work. Okay, this is call span of 2, not calls. Okay, so this is the content and this is for payment. So we have given this a grid. So grid has 3 columns, 1, 2, and 3. And what we did is we gave call span to 2. So the content should span across 2 columns and the payment should be for 1. And now let's proceed further with this. So what should we do next is inside the content, let's remove this, and let's have dot background white, and then we'll have padding x of y, padding y of y, rounded large, and flex call, gap of 10, text blue. Okay, I think inside our Tailwind config, I want to write some classes. So that is going to be blue text title. So let's head over to tailwind config.ts, and inside theme, inside extend, I'm going to select colors, and inside colors I'm going to write this blue text title and with this X color code. And let's head over to page.tsx and use that over here. So this is text blue text title, and we have that blue color that we need. And now inside of this div, I'm going to have padding x of 10, not like this, but padding x of 10, and then we'll have padding y of 10, or we can just write p of 10 across everything, and we'll have background of hash f5 f5 fe, and inside of this we'll have rounded large border gray of 200, and flex call. And do we need any other classes? Yeah, gap of 5 is also required. Now inside of this div, I'm going to have an h1 with class name as text3excel, and inside of this I'm going to have strong with class name as font medium, and inside of this I'm going to have trip data dot name like this. Let's head over to UI, and you can see that we have the strip data UI. And now proceeding further, so after this h1 we'll have a ul with class name as flex, gap of 4, text2excel, and item center. And inside of this ul I'm just going to have an li with class name as cursor pointer, and text blue 500, and background blue 100, padding of 3, and rounded off full. And inside of this I'm going to have my FA Facebook like this, and let's head over to here. We have this UI icon. Copy this multiple times, and let's replace Facebook with FA Instagram. Then we'll have FA Twitter. This is Twitter, not Twitch, Twitter. And then we'll have FA WhatsApp, and let's see it. Yeah, it's looking great. Now anything else? I think there's a mistake here. So inside of this div, there should be flex, and we have given flex call as well. So I think flex call is required, or we forgot to write one more div, which should be like this: class name, border, bottom 2, then we'll have border dotted, and border gray of 400, flex, justify between, and width of full, and padding bottom of 5, and we'll wrap this, the h1 and the ul inside of this, and we will have this kind of layout. So now it is looking perfect. And now after this ul and div, we'll have another div, and inside of this div we'll have ul. Let's give a class name of grid, 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 grid calls of 2, gap of 5, and then we'll have some more details here. So what should we have? Just let me check. Okay, so after this gap 5, I'm going to have an li, and inside of li I'm going to write span trip id and space, and then again a span with class name as text blue 500, and I'm going to write trip data dot id here like this, and head over to UI and let's refresh. And yeah, we have the id. And after this, what should be there? Just let me check. So after this we'll have another li, which will have span inside of it, and we'll write duration, and then span again, and write trip data dot days, and days like this, and then we'll have trip data dot nights, and nights like this, and n should be capital like this. 4 days 3 nights, perfect. Now after this li, okay, this should be inside the li like this, and after this li we'll have another li with class name as flex and a gap of 4, and inside of this I'm going to write span locations covered like this, and then we'll have a ul inside of this. Ul would have a class name of flex, flex call, and a gap of 5, and inside of this going to have trip data dot destination itinerary dot map, and we'll get the destination from it, and then we'll have return li, and the key for it is going to be destination dot place, and inside of this I'm going to have destination dot place like this, and then we'll have span again, and now we'll have ampersand nbsp like this, and then we'll write destination dot total nights like this, and then we'll write nights, and let's head over to UI, and locations covered Dubai 3 nights. So this is for Dubai. If we had any another package, then this would be more. And now after this, what should be there is we'll end this li, this ul, this li again, the ul, the div, another div, and after this we'll have another div with padding x of 10, padding y of 10, background of hash f5 f5 fe, and then we'll have rounded large, border, border gray of 200, gap of 3, flex call, and yeah, that's it. And now inside of this I'm going to write h3, class name would be text2xl, and then we'll write strong inside of this, and class name is going to be font medium, and we'll write overview like this, and then after this h3 I'm going to write p, and we'll write trip data dot description like this, and let's head over to our UI and we'll have the description. So overview and description is here. Then what should be else is tour highlights. Let's give the tour highlights. So after this p tag and this div, I'm going to have the div again, and let's copy this class name from here and paste it inside of this like this. And inside of this div, I am going to have h3 with a strong. So let's grab this. It's going to be the same, and let's write tour highlights. And after this h3, I'm going to have a ul with a class name of grid calls of 4 and a gap of 5 and margin top of 3. Inside of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the trip themes and trip inclusions. So let's write trip data dot themes dot map, not like this but map, and we'll get the theme, and we'll have an li tag like this, give it a key of theme, and inside of this I'm going to have a span and another span, and then have the theme here. And this span is going to have fa check like this. And let's give the class name here, which is going to be flex gap of 2 items of center, and this span is going to have class name of text small, text blue 500, then we'll give background blue of 200, then padding of 2 and rounded full. And let's head over to the UI, and perfect. Tour highlights, it's like this, affordable best seller and sightseeing. Now we'll do the same for trip inclusions. So let's copy this piece of code and paste it, and let's change this to inclusions like this, and perfect. So this is also there. Now after this ul, let's end this div, and what should we do here is end this div, and let's grab this div right here, copy it, end it, and inside of this div again let's copy this h3, and this time let's write itinerary here, itinerary itinerary. And after this h3, going to have a div which will have the itinerary. So for now I'm going to skip this itinerary. We have to make a separate component for that. I'll do that afterwards. And after this div, let's do one thing. I'm going to copy this div and paste it again, and this time this is going to be location overview, and inside the location overview we'll have the details for locations. So inside of this div I'm going to write tabs, and this would be from Next UI, and the variant would be bordered, and let's give color as primary. And inside of this tabs we'll write trip data dot destination details dot map, and we'll get the city from it, and we'll return the tab component from it. So make sure that you import tab component, and tab component will have a key of city dot name, then we'll have title as city dot name, and then we'll give it a class name of flex and a gap of 5, and inside of that we'll have a div with a class name of relative, and also a height of 200 pixels and a width of 20 viewport width. And inside of this I'm going to have an image component from next image. Make sure you import the next image, and the source is going to be city.image dot image and fill attribute, and alternative text is going to be city.name, city.name like this. And after this div, I'm going to have a p with class name of flex1, so the available width and height, and city dot description like this. And we'll have this beautiful tabbing component with this, and when we click on any other tab it will change. So I'm going to head back, and we have this with two cities. So you can see that this is also like this: Abu Dhabi 2 nights, Dubai 3 nights, and we can change this. So this is also working, the tabbing component. So that is done. And what next is, after this we'll have the pricing here for payment, and before that we want to do the images and the itinerary. Let's do one thing, let's complete the payment. So all of this is completed, and for images and this itinerary will have separate components, so we can do that in separate components. So after this, just let me check. What I just have to do is completing this div, this div, this div, and this div. And now inside of this div, let's give this a class name of background white, padding x of y, padding y of 5. So let's give this a padding of 5, rounded large, flex, flex call, gap of 10, height of max, and text blue, text blue, text title. And then let's, inside of this, let's give it a flex, flex, flex call, and gap of 3. Inside of this, now let's give font hyphen medium, font medium, and then we'll also give it a text of 2xl. And this shouldn't be a div. Instead, let's convert this to an h1, and this should write price inside of this like this. And after this h1, I'm going to have another div with flex, gap of 2, item center, justify between like this. Head over to the UI, we have the price here. And after this, inside of this, going to have flex again with a gap of 2, and inside I'm going to use IO pricing tag. So this, not pricing, but price tag. So I need to import that from React icons. So after this, import from React icons IO5, and we need IO prices tag like this, and let's use it over here, IO price tag, and let's give it a class name of text3xl, and let's end this component. And after this, let's write span with class name text2xl, and let's write from here, from, perfect. And I think I'm missing out something here. Shouldn't I have a background here? Let's keep it this way. And after this span, let's end this div and have another span with class name as text4xl and font bold, not black, bold. And inside of this, I'm going to write from. Okay, from is already written, but I need to write trip data dot price, and I can grab the price icon from trips here. I've used it here. So copy this price icon. So whatever currency you're using, you can use that. And we have this price. And after this span, I'm going to end this div, and I'll have another div with flex and flex call, gap of 5. And inside of this, I'm going to use the input provided by Next.UI input, and this is going to be, end content is going to be f a calendar like this, and then we'll have placeholder as check in, checkout. Okay, I don't think a placeholder would be there because its type is going to be date, and then we'll have an on change property to handle date change. So on change equals to handle date change, and I think I need to create this function on change. So let's create const what was it, handle date change, right? Const handle date change equals to a function like this, and let's go down. Yeah, we have this, and after this I'm going to have input again, and this time this input is going to have end content as IO person. Make sure that you import that component from Next.js IO5, and placeholder is going to be guests, and then we'll have type as number. And let's head over to here, and perfect. And just give me a minute. Okay, this is it. We can select dates from here and number of guests from here as well. And after this, we'll end this div. We'll have a UL again with a class name of flex, flex call, gap of 2, and inside of this I'm going to have an li with a class name of flex and justify between, and inside of that I'm going to have span, and I'll write base price and span again. Let's write the rupee icon, and then we'll have trip data dot price like this, and we have the base price. Okay, so now after this li, I'm just going to copy this li, paste it, and change the base price to state price. And this is just some basic stuff. You can change this according to your liking, and change this to night charge, and we'll change this to 500, and let's add a convenience fee. Copy this, paste it, and convenience fee, let's remove this, and that would be around 2000. And after this let's write li, and this is going to be total price, and this is going to be trip data dot price plus 3300, and we have this total price. And now after this we'll have a button, so let's close this ul, and then we'll have a button. Make sure that you import it from Next.ui. Color is going to be primary, and size is going to be large. Then we'll give it a class name of rounded full, and then we'll have on click, and on click of that, if we have the user info, then we want to book the trip. So book trip function should be created first. So after this handle date change, I will write const book trip equals to like this, and the text inside of this, if we have the user info, then the book trip should be shown, or else login to book trip should be shown. And perfect. So this is also here. Now when we click over this, nothing will happen because we need to log in, and on click on this we should open our login model and login. So we'll do that afterwards. Now let's do this handle date change also. And inside handle date change, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the event, and the type of event is going to be react dot change event, and the interface would be HTML input element. And inside of this, what I'm going to do is const new date equals to event dot target dot value. If there is a value, then I will write new date and event dot target dot value, or else I'll just return a new date from here, and I'm going to set the date as new date like this. Okay, that's done. And for book trip, this function is going to be an async function because API would be called here. So that's it. And now what I want to do is, first let's complete this itinerary component, and then we'll have the images component. So this component would be complete. So let's head over to here, and inside of this trip ID, I'm going to create a new folder which is components. And inside of components, I'm going to create a new folder named as itinerary, and inside of that, I'm going to create an index.ts and the itinerary component .tsx, and I will create one more component which is for images, image dot t not ts tsx, and index.ts. Let's create the component. I is capital, and inside of index.ts, I'm going to import that image component from .image and export it like this, and head over to itinerary rfce, make sure I is capital, and head over to index.ts of that file and export like this. And what next is, let's head over to our page.tsx, and inside of here I'm going to import that itinerary component right here, the div that we kept empty, and inside itinerary like this. And just give me a minute, I need to pass in the props here as well for the data. So data equals to itinerary, not itinerary, trip data dot detailed itinerary like this. And let's head over to itinerary component, and let's destructure our data, and the data would have detailed itinerary type, array of it. Okay, so now inside of this div, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to write a div with a class name of flex flex call gap of 10, items of center, justify center, and then margin top of 10, and a relative. Inside of this, I will write data.map, and will get dt and index, and then we'll return a div from it. The key for that would be dt.title, and the class name is going to be grid calls of 3, and item center, and justify center, and z index of 30. And inside of this, I'm going to have flex item center, justify center, and z of 20. Inside of that, I'm going to have a div with the height of 180 pixels and a width of 180 pixels, background white, flex item center, justify center, justify center, and rounded full. What else? we'll also give it a border of 3, border 3, border dotted, border blue of 500, and the z index of 20. And now inside of that, I want another div with height as 150 pixels, 150 pixels, and a width of 150 pixels as well. Then we'll give it a background blue of 500, rounded full, item center, justify center, and what else? We'll give it a flex and a z of 20. And inside of that, I'm going to have an h1 with class name, not on click, class name as text white, font medium, text 2XL, and inside of that I will write day and index plus 1 like this. And let's head over to our UI and we'll have this kind of circles with all the days. And now this is looking good. After this, let's end this h1, this div, this div, this div right here. So we need to end 3 divs, 1, 2, 3, ending 3 divs. Then we'll have another div with call span of 2, and inside of that I'm going to have card component from next UI, and then we'll have class name as text blue, text title, padding of 5, and inside of that I will use card header, card body. So card header would have dt.title. Okay, so now inside of this will go the card, not body, but we'll have an h2 inside of that, and we'll write dt.value, and here as well we'll write an h2, not h2, h1, and write dt.title, and perfect, like this. And now what we want is a line. So after this card, this div and this div will end both of this, and we'll write a div with class name height as 95%, width would be 3 pixels, absolute left would be 16.5%, a top of 12, background blue of 200, and z of 10. Let's check it out. We have the line, and this should be here and this should be here. I'm not sure why this component looks like it is missed. Let's do one thing. Before this, let's write a div, no effect, and we have flex call, gap 10. This is perfect. And inside of this, we have this div. So, okay. So this spelling is not perfect. This is grid like this. And yeah, perfect. So this component is also complete of itinerary. Now let's do the images component. Okay, so now let's head over to the images component, and what should we do here is first I'm going to grab some data which I've written. So I've written this function to shuffle the array. So we need this function. So just you just write it. This is a for loop with array dot length. Will pass the array length from our component, and it should run in reverse order. And we are just getting shuffling the array. This logic is for just shuffling the array and getting that. So This is that, and now inside of this we'll have this random images. So these are already inside the assets folder, not the assets, the public directory. And now let's write the images as string of array, and what we want to do is I want to shuffle the array with random images here as soon as the component is loaded, and then we'll write const get random image equals to index and number like this, and we'll write the logic afterwards. And let's head over to our page.tsx, and from there let's use the image component and pass in the data. So in here at the top I'm going to use the images. Okay, I named the component as image, and I've also used next image. So what I'm going to do is import from dot slash components and images, and what I'm going to import here is the image component as custom image or just image gallery like this, and use this image gallery, and I'm going to pass in the images with trip data dot images like this. Head over to images, and in here what we are going to do first is let's remove this and let's give this a class name of padding x of 5 or just p of 5, and inside of this I'm going to check if there are images, then only I want to render, and grid calls of 12 and gap of 4. If it is large screen, then we'll give gap of 6. Inside of this I'm going to write call span of 12 and excel call span of 4, and inside of this div I'm going to write grid again, grid calls of 12 and gap of 4, and inside of that I'm going to have call span of 12 again, and then that's it. And inside of that I'm going to have an image image. The image source would be the get random image, so I'm going to write get random image of 0, and we'll pass in a width. Okay, so the image is like this. Why this is not working? Okay, I need to import image next image as named from next image, and we have image. Let me check how do we import next image. Image is like this, so let's have image as next image, and let's try to use that if we can do that. Next image, I think we cannot do that. Let's do one thing. Let's name this component as image gallery instead of image, so we don't have conflict, and export default image gallery, and this is image from next image, and let's use image source, and let's give alternative text as image. Let's give width as 610 and height as 288, and Let's give it a class name of width full and rounded 2xl like this. And let's write the logic for get random image. And inside of this, what we are going to do is if there is images and if there is images of index, just let me write the code and I will explain you what we are doing here. Index like this. Else const random index equals to index modulo random images dot length and return random images and random index. So there might be a case whenever we want 6 or 7 images and the images inside our scrape data would be less. So we have this random images here. So what we are doing is we call this function get random image and it will check if there are images and this index number is there. So if there is 3 images and we are calling for fourth image, so this will fail, and what we are doing is we are returning one of this random image or else we are returning that image. So our app would not break if there is no image. And now after this, let's save this and let's head over to we have this image, so that's working. And now after that, let's copy this and paste it, and now let's give this a class name of, not class name but get random image of 1, and head over to here and we have this image. And now let's end this div and this div. After that we'll have a cold span of 12 again, and inside of that I'm going to copy this image, paste it, and this is going to be second value. And let's check here. Okay, so this is like this. Let's do one thing. We have given cold span of 12 here, and let's give this a height of full. Let's keep it this way for now. After that, this div I'm going to have another cold span of 12, and inside of that I'm going to have grid coals of 12, not grid coals but yeah, grid coals of 12, and then I will have gap of 4, and inside of that I'm going to have cold span of 12 and height of full, and then I will have the image component again, and this time the image is going to be the third image. Let's check the layout here. The image is here. I think we have messed some div, so this is like this, then we will have this single big image. Let's write the images first and we'll confirm the divs afterwards. After this, cold span of 12, I'm going to end this div. Now I want a cold span of 12 again, and then we'll have dot grid, not like this, but inside of this I'm going to have grid coals of 12, gap of 4, and height of full, and inside of that I'm going to have goal span of 12. This is goal span of 12, and then let's give it a height of full, and let's have the fourth image here. Save it, and let's do one more thing. Yeah, the image is here, but our divs are not working. I'm not sure why. So after this, let's copy this div, paste it, and let's write 5 here. After that, we'll have one more div like this, and let's write 6 here. And the layout is not perfect still. Now let me check with my code what I have written and what we have written. So we have this div, and let me try to close this div, and with this everything is closed, and with this div okay, so let's try to close this div and this div. Okay, so here we have missed something. I think, let me check. This is goal span of 12, and let's remove this height of full, and let's remove this as well. I don't want to do for responsive now. So there should be 3 columns inside of this. Okay, I think I need to give responsive as well. So for extra large, it is goal span of 4. So let's write goal span of 4. And for this as well, let's write goal span of 4. And goal span of 4. Okay, so the layout is somewhat perfect now. Now, after this, inside of the first, how many images do we have? 1, 2. And in here we have 1, 2 image. So this div right here is perfect. And inside of second we have 1 image. Let me check that as well. Inside of second we have 1 image. Yeah, that is also perfect. And now inside of third we have 1 image, but there should be, I think, all the 3 images should be inside of this. So we have this grid calls of 12 here, calls of 12, and instead of 12 let's write 4 here, and let me cut this out. And after this goal span of 12, let me paste this. The images are here, but they should be stacked in still the different position. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's give this, we have given this goal span of 12. Goal span of 12, goal span of 12. This image should be large here. Let me do one thing. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy paste the component, and yeah, this is perfect. 6, and I will just show you from top to bottom. Okay, so that's it. So this thing right here is complete. You can also grab the source code from the repository. Okay, so now what we are going to do is first we'll complete the login sign up, then we'll complete the booking of this trip, and then we'll do the my booking section, and then we'll do the what was left here, logout, and the hosting of this app. And in the next step we are going to scrape the flights and hotels, because this video is too long and I cannot fit all of that in this single video. So I'm going to complete this tours section, and you can book it. And if you don't want to follow the second tutorial, you can just complete it by here. So our scraping is complete. Now let's do the login sign up. So on click on this, I want to open an model which will have login sign up. So for that, we'll have to do so many things. So first, I want you to head over to the page layout. So let's head over to the page layout, this file right here. And what I want you to do here is I want you to use a use disclosure hook from Next UI. So we are going to use disclosure from Next UI. This will give us the model state and everything. So we need the is open, then we need the on open, and then we need on open change. And what we'll be doing is inside the navbar, I'm going to pass on open equals to on open like this. And after this, I'm going to have an auth model component, and we'll be using that. So first let's head over to navbar and use this on open there. So let's head over to navbar and we'll use the prop here on open, and on open is going to be just a function that returns us nothing like this. It's just for toggling our model to open up the model. So let me check. Okay, so we are going to use that on open on this login and sign up. So I'm going to write on press here, and when we press on this button, we want to use the on open for login and sign up both. So I'm going to pass it here for both. And now what I'm going to do is I want to define the auth model. So that should be inside components, inside client. I'm going to write auth client new folder, and this is going to be auth hyphen model, and inside of that I'm going to write auth hyphen model dot tsx, and inside of that I'm going to have an index.ts just like the other components. And let's write RFC here and make sure A is capital and we don't have the dash, and M is like this. And let's import and export auth model here, export like this. Let's head over to page layout, and I'm going to use that auth model here, auth model like this. And we are going to pass some states to the auth model. So what is going to be that? So we'll need all of this three states, not state, the values from use disclosure hook, and we'll pass in that here. So is open is open, then on open is on open, and then we'll have on open change equals to on open change like this. And I think that is it. And now let's head over to our auth model, and what should we do here is we'll have everything here. So I'm going to have is open and on open change, and I'm going to have is open as boolean, it's just a controlling value, and then we'll have on open, which would be optional. So we are not going to use that, but we have just passed it. So if you just want to extend any functionality, you can use the on open, and we'll have on open change, which will just be a function, arrow function like this, and we have all the states. And now inside of this div, first, what I want to do is instead of this div, I'm just going to return a model from here, model from next model, and we are going to have is open as is open, and on open change is on open change, and then we'll have backdrop as blur, then we'll have class name as background opacity of 50 and background is purple of 200 like this. And inside of this model, I'm going to have a model content, and do we need a footer? Yeah, we'll also be needing a model footer. So model content and model footer. Inside of this, I'm going to have model footer like this. And inside model content, what should I do is I'll have like this and have on close here, and inside of this like this, and then we'll have model header and body. So now let's check our model. Let's refresh this page, and use disclosure is not a function. Let me refresh it, and let's head over to page layout, and use disclosure is imported, but why it is giving us an error, I am not sure. I think I need to convert this page layout to a use client component, and let's click on login. Perfect. So you can see that we have this backdrop here. Now we just have to use the model body and that, and we'll have the model. So let's head over to our auth model, and inside of this, I'm going to have the model content. Inside the model content, I'm going to have the model header and model body. So model header like this, and then we'll have model body, and let's give a class name to this. Class name, not like this, class name, and it is going to be flex call, then gap of 1, capitalize, text of 3xl, and items of center. And inside of this we'll write login like this, and let's click on this login, and we have this model. Perfect. Now what I want to do is, first I want to have several states which would be used inside our model. So yeah, let me tell you one more thing. So we provided this is open and on open change. So this will control if the model is open or not. It would be a truthy and falsy value that is provided by the use disclosure hook. And all of this is given inside Next UI. So if you head over to here and search for model, you will have all of this. And if you head over to the code, you can see that you have this use disclosure and everything here. So you can just use that if you're stuck anywhere. And now let's use some states. So for our model, we are going to use same model for login and sign up, and we are just going to render the content according to our model type. So we'll have use state snippet and store the model type in a state. So initially the model is going to be of login type, and let's import use state. Head over to here. Do we have any error? Login? No, we don't. And then we'll need the router. So const router is equals to use router. And then we'll also need the set user info, use app store, and we'll need the user info from here. And now after this, what we'll be needing is the states for maintaining the input values for first name, last name, email, and password. So I'm going to use state snippet, and this is going to be first name, and initially this is going to be an empty string. Then again use state snippet. This is going to be last name, empty string, then use state snippet again, and this is going to be email, empty string again, and then we'll have use state snippet, password, empty string again. And after this, I'm also going to have two methods, handle sign up, which is going to be an async function, and I'm going to have const handle login, which is going to be an async function as well. And now let's have our markup. So yeah, let's have a markup. I want to do one more thing. Let's head over to footer.tsx, and from here I'm going to copy this architect's daughter and paste it outside of this component right here. Import the architect's daughter font and head over to footer. And should I copy it from here, or let's head over to Navbar and let's copy that from Navbar. And where did we write it? Yeah, it's here. So let's copy this piece of code and head over to auth model. And in here, what should we do is inside the model body, I'm going to have a div like this. Let's remove, not remove, but import the image, and next router was not mounted. So we need to import this from next navigation, not router. Login, and we have this arclight. And what did we wrote here is cursor pointer, flex item center. And I think this should be flex call. So let's give the class name to here. So this is flex call, item center, width of full, justify center. And in here, I'm going to write the content as model type here. So login and sign up would be according to the state. And now let's head over to here. We have this arclight, and let's do one thing. Let's remove this flex and item center. And yeah, perfect. It's looking good now. Now after that, what should be done is inside of this, after this div, I'm going to have another div with class name as flex call, gap of 2 and width of full. And inside of this, I'm going to have input from next UI. The placeholder is email. Then we'll have type as email. Then we'll have value as email. Remember that we have already written the state, and let's have the on change event as well. E as set email, e dot target dot value, like this. And after this, what I want to do is let's copy this input first, and let's have first check if the model type triple equals to sign up. Then we need to render this two inputs. So it should be like this. We'll have two inputs, and this input is going to be type of text. So this is going to be first name, and the type is going to be text, and this is going to be first name and set first name. This is going to be last name. This is going to be text, and this is going to be last name, and this is going to be set last name, like this. Complete. Now after this, we'll have the last input. The placeholder is going to be password. Type is going to be of type password. Value is going to be password, and set password here. And that's done. Now let's head over to the UI, and we have email and password because the model type is login. And after this, in the model footer, we are going to have the button. So let's end this model body, and instead of having the model footer here, I'm going to cut it and have it beside model footer. And let's give this a class name. Class name of flex call, gap of 2 items of center, justify of center, and inside of this I'm going to have a button, and the button is going to be having color as primary, color primary. Then we'll have class name as width of full and capitalize. This is width of full. Now I'm going to have an on click event here, or we can just use on press, and we'll have a function like this, and we'll check if model type triple equals to login. Then we want to handle login, and we'll pass in the on close method here. And if the model type is of type signup, so we'll use handle signup, and we'll pass the on close method to close the model inside of that. And after this button, we'll have a text to change the model type. So after this, I will check if model type triple equals to sign up. If the model is of sign up type, then we want to switch it to the login type. So for that, let's have a p tag. Let's write already have an account, and let's use nbsp to have a space, and let's use the link component. And this is from Next UI, or let me check. Link component is from Next UI. Next UI. And what should we write here is we'll have model switching here. So inside of this, first give this a class name of cursor pointer, and then on click we'll utilize our switch model type function. So we'll have switch model type. We have to create this function, and inside of this we'll have login now written like this, and let's use a space here like this, and then have it. And let's create this switch model type as well. So const switch model type equals to an arrow function, and if model type triple equals to login, then we'll set model type as sign up. Else we'll have model type, not model type, we'll have set model type as login. So if it is login, set it to sign up, or if it is sign up, then set it to login. So that is the switching. And what next? So this is for sign up. So let's copy this piece of code and paste it, and let's write login here, and the text should be don't, or let's use like this, and don't have an account ampersand nbsp, and then we'll have switch account, and then we'll have sign up now. So if you already have an account, login, and if you don't have an account, sign up now. And let's head over to here, and inside of this button we forgot to write the content, and that is going to be model type like this. And this is the login model, and if we click on this, so this is the sign up model. So this UI is complete for model. And what should we do next is, yeah, now let's create the APIs for this, and let's have the APIs first for login and sign up. Okay, so now for API, let's do the sign up API first, and for that, let's head over to API, and inside API, let's create an auth folder, and inside of auth, I'm going to create a new folder named sign up, and let's create route.ts here. And what should we do here is, let's do one thing. Let's copy the code from admin login route.ts. Let's head over to this route.ts, and we are going to change the code. So this post is going to be the same, and here is admin is going to be false because this is going to be a simple user, not an admin. So is admin is going to be false. And from request.json, we are going to use the email password. Then we'll get first name, the last name, and we'll write order condition for first name and last name as well. So first name, order, last name, and we'll write name, email, and password is required. So first name and last name, first name and first name, last name, email, and password is required. So after this, now we need to create a Prisma schema for that. So let's head over to schema.prisma, and what should I do here is, I want to create a new model of user. So after this admin, I'm going to create a model user, and let's do one thing. I'm going to copy all of this, paste it here, and after email, I'm going to write first name, which is going to be string. Then I'm going to have last name, which is going to be of string. Save it, and let's create this. So npx prisma generate, npx prisma db push, and let's run our server again, and let's run our Prisma Studio again. And if we head back, we have this user model as well. Now let's close this, head over to the route.ts, and in here we'll be creating the user. So prisma.user.findUnique first. And do we need to find it? No, we don't need to find it. Instead, we just want to create it. So create, and instead of where, we are going to use data, and we'll pass email, password, last name, and first name, and we are going to password encrypted. And then instead of the if block like this, what we are going to do is, let's remove this if block, and let's have the else block only, and we'll have const token equals to create token we'll pass all these details and we'll write cookie set access token and pass in the user info ID, and we'll pass in the first name as user dot first name and last name as user dot last name. That's it. And we'll also pass a status of 201, which means this is created and this should be outside of this, like this. And yeah, so this API creation for sign up is complete, and let's do the same for login. So let's head over to this login. First, inside of auth, where is auth? Okay, here is auth, and let's create login. And inside of login, let's create route.ts, and let's head over to this admin route and copy that and paste that to our auth. And what should we do here is, first let's write is admin as false, and email and password is required. Then we'll write prisma dot user dot find unique, and then we'll have this if block, and then we'll have this else block, and everything else remains the same, but just we'll pass in the first name and last name here as well. So first name is going to be user dot first name, and last name is going to be user dot last name, like this. And I think everything is set. Make sure that you don't forget to have this is admin as false, because we are going to utilize this is admin logic to prevent unauthorized access to the admin area. And let's head over to the auth model. Before auth model, let's head over to API client, not API client, but API routes. And inside of that, let's use the API route for auth. So let's write login as base route, and then we'll have auth slash login, like this. And let's do the sign up as base route auth sign up, like this. And let's head over to auth model. And next is, what should we do here is, let's create the handle sign up. So we have already created this, and let's use the on close here first. On close, and the type of it is going to be a function, like this. And let's grab this piece of code and paste it in the handle sign up as well. And inside of handle sign up, I'm going to have the, like this. So const response equals to await axios dot post, and we are going to use user API routes dot sign up, and we'll pass in the first name, the last name, the email, and the password, like this. And we'll check if response dot data dot user info is there. Then we'll set user info. So okay, instead of this user info, I need set user info from use app store, and I will write set user info and pass in the response dot data dot set, not set, but user info here. And I want to close the model by on close. Now let's do the handle login logic, and this is going to be the same. So let's copy this, and instead of login sign up, I'm going to use the login, and we just need to pass the email and password here, not the first name last name. And this all logic is going to be the same. So this is also complete, and now let's head over to our UI and try to use that. So first sign up, this is going to be Kishan sheet, like this, and let's write password as admin sign up. head over to Prisma Studio, reload, and this didn't work. Head over to inspect, console, and we have this 404. Why? Let's sign up again. Let's head over to the button and see if we have given the on-click event. Yeah, we did give this. If the model type is login, then handle login, and if it is sign up, then handle sign up. Let's do one thing. Let's reload this. And did we start our server? Yeah, we did. Let's log in again. Not login, but sign up. Password is admin. Sign up. And the API was called, and I think it's successful. Let's see. Yeah, user info is passed here. And let's head over to Prisma Studio. Perfect. So it is here. Now let's do the login as well. Login, and we need to do one thing. As soon as it is closed, we also need to clear things from the input. So let's do one thing here. Set email as empty string, set password as empty string, set first name as empty string, set last name as empty string. Let's copy this and paste this to handle login as well. And whenever we switch the model, we need to clear all of these things as well. So perfect. Now let's close this model, login, and yeah, it is being cleared now. And now let's log in with this. And initially I'm going to provide a password that is not correct, and we have this error. And now let's use the correct password, and that is working. So let's do that. Okay, so now I want you to head over to VS Code, and I want you to head over to the Navbar file, and inside the Navbar, remember that we imported this user info here. So now we are setting our user info, and now what I want to do is inside this Navbar content, I'm going to check if there is user info, then we want to show something else. And if there is not user info, then we want to show this navbar item. And let's wrap it around this like this. And if we head over here and let's try to log in, and I'm going to use my password kishanshet at gmail.com, admin, login. Okay, so this is not perfect. Perfect. So you can see that we don't have any component here. So now what I want to do is instead of that, I want to have a context menu there. So if you head over to Next UI, and in the navbar component, there is already an example given of this user info like thing, and we are going to use that from here. And we have this drop down, and I'm going to copy this entire drop down, and inside of this right here I'm going to paste it, and make sure that you import all the necessary components from Next UI. That's it. And if we head over to our Arclight now, you can see that we have this user info, and now we just want to set our content inside of this. So uh, inside the avatar, I'm going to remove this name, and instead of this, let's remove this name, and the size is going to be medium, and the source is going to be nothing. And let's use class names here, class names, and inside of that I'm going to have a base class name of bg gradient 2 hyphen br, and the from color and to color. So the from color is going to be hash ff 578f, and the to color is going to be hash 945b ff, and the icon is going to have text hyphen black slash 80. So all of these are Tailwind CSS classes. And if we head over to Arclight and let's try to log in again, and this, let's head over to tours and login. This is going to be kishanshade21 at gmail.com, admin login. And yeah, now we have this beautiful image like this gradient. So this is good. Now let's have this inside of this. So signed in as is going to be user info dot first name, or we can just use the email here, email, save it, and we have our email. Now what else do we need is, instead of my settings, let's keep this my settings. We are not going to use this, and instead of this, let's write a route kind of thing here, and then we are going to remove this team settings and this analytics, or we can just write my bookings here, and this will take us to the my bookings page. Replace this with my hyphen bookings, and this is going to be wish list. If you want to develop a wish list functionality, you can use this. And this is going to be log out. So logout is already given down, so we'll just utilize that slash logout and logout. And we are going to do one more thing. On drop down menu, we are going to use on action, and we'll get the key from here, and we'll use router dot push, and inside of router dot push I'm going to have key as the string like this, and this will help us navigate to different routes. Now let's head over to here, and if we click on my bookings, we should be navigated to my bookings. Yeah, we are being navigated. And now I want to do one more thing. On every route change, you can see that our login and sign up is not being maintained. So for doing that, what we want to do is we'll have to create an app protector and an route for getting the me. So let's head over to our auth here inside the APIs, and I'm going to create a new folder named as me, and inside of me I'm going to create a new folder named as route.ts, and inside of route.ts what I'm going to do is we are going to verify the token, and just get the user ID and password and send it to user. So first I will write export async function and get. So we'll get the request here, and the request type is next request, and inside of this we'll have try and catch error, and let's copy this logic from any of the file. Copy the error message, paste it, make sure that you import next response. And inside of try, what I'm going to do is, let's head over to login again and let's grab this secret from here and have it secret here. And inside of this, we'll have token. So token equals to request.cookies, request.cookies.get, and we'll get the access token from our cookies. And then if we have token, then we are going to verify it. So if not jwt verify token dot value, and we'll pass in the secret. If the token is not good, then what we'll do is return next response dot redirect, and we'll have new URL, and we'll have slash, and we'll pass request dot URL, and this is redirect. So why do we have error? Next request. Okay, this is not request, this is next response. Next response dot redirect, and else, inside else block, or we don't want to add an else block, we'll just write here. So we are just returning if now if the token is valid. So what we'll do is we'll reuse user ID and is admin from it, and we'll decode the token. So decode JWT from Jose, and we'll pass in token dot value here. And then what should we do is we'll check if the user is not admin. If the user is an admin, then we should just have an else block, else, and we'll write return next response dot json. And if the user is an admin, then we don't want to do anything, and if there is no token, then we also don't want to do anything. So this is next response. And now inside of if block, what we'll do is we'll find the user, const user equals to await Prisma. We'll need to get Prisma, so import from lib, and we'll need to get Prisma, and in here await Prisma dot user dot find unique, and we'll pass in where clause here, and the ID is going to be parse int, and we'll pass in the user ID, which is going to be of type string, like this. And now if we do find the user, then we are going to return next response.json, and we'll pass in the user info object, and we'll pass in the ID and everything. So let's head over to login, and we did pass everything from here. Let's grab this and paste it and just return it to the user. So what we did here is if there is user, then we are just returning it. So on every page load, we are going to call this me API and check if all the request does have these access token, because it is inside the cookies, and Next.js automatically sends to the API request. So what this will do is, so if we have the token inside the cookies, then we'll verify it and decode it, and if the token is valid, then we are just going to decode it, and if it is not of type admin, then we are going to get the user info and send it to the user. So now let's head over to API routes, and I'm going to create a new route, me base route slash auth slash me. We did write me here, so that's the me route. And now I want you to head over to page layout, and yeah, there's an issue that we also have to solve. If we head over to the admin section now, you can see that we are also importing the navbar and the footer here. We don't want to use that inside our admin. So inside our page layout file, what I am going to do is we'll check first, we'll return like this, and we'll check if path name. So we'll need the path name. So const path name is equals to use path name from next navigation, and we'll check if path name dot includes admin inside of it. Then we just want to return the children, or else we want to return all of this code right here like this. And now if we head over to browser, you can see that we no longer have the navbar and footer, and we head over to this route, you can see that we have the navbar and footer. So that is also fixed. And now I want to do one more thing, which is the uh, app protector. So let's create this app protector file inside the app. Inside app, I'm going to create a new file, app. Okay, I just need to do that again. New file, app-protector.ts. And now inside of this, first let's create the component app protector and use client here, and app protector dot, let's name this dot tsx like this, because it would be a React component. And inside of this, let's grab the router. Const router is equals to use router from next navigation. Then we'll get the path name as well. So path name equals to use path name, and we don't want to return anything, so we are going to return null only. And what we'll do is we'll use effect here, and this use effect should run as soon as we have the user info. So we need to get the user info from const app store, use app store, and we need to get the set user info and user info. And as soon as we have user, not user, the user info, we need to run this effect. So first we'll check if there is no user info. If there is no user info, then we don't want to run this. So get user info equals to async function, and we'll call that get user info, and we'll get the response equals to await axios dot get user api routes dot me, and we'll check if response dot data dot user info is there. Then we'll just set user info, set user info as response dot data dot user info. And let's fix this, quick fix, and update the dependencies, set user info. And do we need the path name here? Have we used it? Path name and router. Okay, I don't think we will be needing the router and path name, but let's use that here. I want to refresh this page and head over to inspect. And yeah, we also have to use this app protector. I haven't used it. So where should we use it is inside our layout. So we do have this layout.tsx, ph.tsx, and this layout.tsx. And I'm just going to use that app protector here, or we can have it before the page loads. Refresh it. Let's head over to network, and you can see that we have the user info. So on every refresh, the me API would be called, and we'll get the user info. And if we head over to headers, the cookie would be passed automatically. So request headers, and the cookie is passed as the access token is passed. Yeah. So this is passed. So on page change, the user info would be there as well. So yeah, so that is working. So I think our user info and login sign up and everything is perfectly working now. And if we search for Dubai now, and let's select a date, search, head over to a package, and now you can see that we have this book trip here and the images are still loading. Yeah, the layout is also perfect. And now we have this book trip here instead of login to book trip. So that is also working. Now let's do one thing. Let's do the logout functionality, and after that we can have the booking. So for booking we'll need the Stripe and everything. So let's do the logout first. Now let's head over to VS Code, and in here I'm going to create a new route inside the app directory named as logout, and inside of that I'm going to create a page.tsx, and inside of that I'm also going to create an actions.tsx, and inside page.tsx I will write rfce, and this is going to be the logout. And inside of this what we'll do is we will return the actions from this component. So let's write rfce actions, and inside the actions what I want to do is I want to return null from here, and as soon as this is loaded I want to delete the cookies, and we will get the delete cookies as a prop from this as delete cookie. And let's make sure that Typescript is also happy with like this promise and void, and inside of this we are going to use that use cookie inside the use effect. So let's write delete cookie, and then we'll redirect to the slash route, and as soon as we have the delete cookie we want to use this, and this should be redirect should be next navigation like this. And we'll also need to make sure that this is a use client, and by the way this is a server action what we are doing. And let's head over to page.tsx, and in here what we are going to do is we are going to create a async function delete cookie, and we'll write use server here, and we'll write cookies dot cookies the function, then we'll have delete, and we'll delete the access token from this like this, and we'll return the actions like this, and we'll pass the delete cookie function like this, and our server action is complete. And let's head over to the UI, head over to the tools page, and when we click on this logout we'll be in the logout page, and let's refresh it, and yeah, it's deleted. So this is working, and our logout is also done. Now next should be the payment for Stripes. Now for Stripe, I want you to head over to this URL. This would be linked in the description of the video. And from here, we are going to follow this documentation. So first we need to install the node library. So I'm going to copy this and open up my terminal and paste that over here. npm install Stripe, and let's also install this of React.js. So make sure this is for React.js and that was for server. And let's install this for Stripe. And while this is being done, let's set up our APIs for Stripe. So inside app API, and inside of this, what should we do here is let's create a new folder named as booking, new folder, booking, and inside of booking, let's create a route.ts, and let's write export, uh, just give me a minute. And for creating, we will need the post, and let's write npm run dev to start the server now. And in here, I'm going to write export async function post, and request is going to be the request, and async function post namespace expected. We are in the route.ts, and let's write try catch error, and let's head over to the auth, and let's copy this next response from here, paste it, make sure that you import next response. And now what I want to do is I want to create the booking, and we need to get the payment intent, everything. So you can also follow that from here. So inside the server.js, you can see that we are creating the payment intent here. So we'll need that payment intent for Stripe. You can read out this documentation why we need that. Everything is given in detail here. So we are going to do that first. So what I'm going to do is first I will have await request dot json, and from here what I will be needing is first I will need to create a booking. So let's grab the booking ID, booking type, and user ID, and just give me a minute. I'll just verify my code. Okay, so we'll use the booking ID here, and that booking ID would be the trip ID. So booking ID, then booking type, then we'll have a user ID, the taxes, and date. So what we are doing here is we are going to create a booking first, and let's also create a schema for that. So schema.prisma to store our booking, and what should we do here is we'll create a new model bookings, and ID integer at default, auto increment, and write ID here, and then we'll have the created add property, which would be date time at default now. Then we'll have the date as date time. This this is the created at, which will store the actual bookings created at. So when this booking was created, and this date will store when, for what date this booking is for the future. And then we'll have the booking type. So booking type could be trips, flights, and hotels. So we'll have that booking type. Then booking type ID, which is going to be the ID of the trip, hotel, or flights. So we'll know what booking that refers to. Then we'll have user ID, which will be for which user has done this booking, and then we'll have total amount, the price of this booking, and then we'll have payment intent, that is for Stripe, and the intents are always unique. Then we'll have is completed, which is boolean, and at default now it is going to be false. So if this payment intent works and our payment is done, then we'll mark this as true, and then we'll link this with the user relation fields user ID, and the reference is ID, and inside the user here I'm going to add bookings as bookings, an array of bookings when user can have multiple bookings like this. And now let's run our npx prisma generate, npx prisma generate, npx prisma db push, and npm run dev, and let's start our prisma studio again. We will have the bookings as well. Now let's head over to our route.ts and complete the remaining things that we were doing. And now after this we'll have booking details defined like this. Then we'll have switch case with booking type, and if the case is trips, so if we are doing the booking for uh, trips, then we will have this booking details equals to await prisma dot trips dot find unique, and we'll pass in the where clause with id as booking id like this. And then we will have a default case. I think default case is not needed. We'll have three cases: trips, hotels, and flights. So for this is trips. We'll not be doing the case for hotels and flights because we have no Prisma for that. We'll do that afterwards. Now, if the case is trips, then we will store the booking details and we'll get the uh, trips details from this. Now, we'll check if there is booking details, then we'll create the payment intent. Intent equals to await stripe. So we need to get stripe. So that is import stripe from stripe like this. And then what we'll do is const stripe equals to new stripe, and we'll have process dot env dot stripe hyphen we'll write stripe hyphen key, or else it would be an empty key. Now we have to add this stripe key inside our environment variable. So stripe key, let's head over to this, and if you have logged in, then you will already have your stripe key here. Use your stripe key, don't use my stripe key. So you need to log into this stripe to have your access key here. And we have the stripe here, and what we'll do is we'll await stripe dot, what should we do here is stripe dot payment intents. So we want to create a payment intent, and we'll write amount. So why did we get the booking details from trips? So we are not getting the actual price from the user. The price could be only be found from the database because this might be tweaked by any hackers. So we don't want to use that. So we'll use our details from the database. So in here, the amount would be booking details dot price, plus we'll have all the taxes, and the currency is going to be US dollars. You can use INR or anything you want. And then we'll have automatic payment methods as enabled, and this is comma. So we have created an payment intent, and what we'll do is now we'll create a booking. So prisma.bookings.create, and this is await, and we'll pass the, this is not count, this is create, and we'll pass the data, and it would be booking type. Then we'll have booking type ID, which would be booking ID dot to string, Then we will have user, and we'll use the connect, and we'll get the ID with user ID like this. Then we will have intent, which is going to be payment intent dot ID, and then we'll have total amount as payment intent, or we'll have it, we can have it payment intent dot price or amount. Yeah, we have this amount, we can use that from that, and we'll have the date of the booking like this. So booking would be created, and then we'll return the next response. So next response.json, and we'll return a client secret to user, which would be used to verify the payment. So payment intent dot client secret. So we have two things here that would be verified for payment. So Stripe returns us the payment intent dot ID, which would be stored inside our database, and this client secret would be returned to the user in the front end, and that would be used to connect with Stripe. And whenever the payment is successful, the Stripe would return us this payment intent dot ID, and we need to match this with our database. And if we do match it, then we'll mark this booking type as true, not booking type but payment successful to true, so the payment is complete. Now let's head over to the trip ID page, this one, and from here we need to book the trip. So what should we do here is, first we'll also need to add an API route. So let's head over to API routes, and in here the route should be create booking, I think. Yeah, create hyphen booking, and this is going to be base route slash booking like this. And now let's head over to this page.tsx, and what should we do here is, inside of this I'm going to first get the date. So const iso date equals to date dot iso to iso string, and then we'll have const response equals to await axios dot post, and then we'll have, let's head over to API routes, and we did write base route right here. And now let's write user API routes dot create booking, and then we'll pass in the data. So we'll have booking ID is going to be trip data dot ID. Then we'll have booking type is going to be trips. Then we will have user ID. We can get the user ID from user info dot ID. Then we will have taxes, which is going to be the 3300. Then we'll have date as ISO date like this. And now if response dot data dot client secret is there, then I want to have router dot push to slash checkout route with client hyphen secret as response dot data dot client hyphen secret. And now let's head over to our UI, and I want to test this code. Let's search for Dubai. Let's search a date, search. Let's select this, and we need to log in. I'm going to use my credentials, login. We have this, and let's select a date, and we need 3 guests and book trip, and we have an error. What is it? Inside the console, cannot read properties of undefined. Is URL same origin? Let's head over to network and book trip again. No, there is nothing, but cannot read properties of undefined. Where is this error coming from? Not sure. Book trip, await access bar, post, and we have the strip data. Then we also have the user info. Let's do one thing. Let's console out this object, console log, and book trip. Let's reload this page and select a date, guests, book trip, and I think that was successful. We are redirected to the checkout page with client secret. And if we head over to this, reload this and bookings, we have this and we do have the payment intent. And now if I head over to this and head over to my Stripe, I need to log in. And get an OTP. I'll just enter it. OTP is I did sign in. Why it is like this? Now I want to head over to this new business. Okay, I can head over to the dashboard from here. Payments, and I think I need to change the store to the initial store. Is this the store that I use? Let's do one thing. I'm just going to change this. Let's copy this and let's head over to the .env and change this, and let's reload this, and I'm going to create a new booking. Reload and date, book trip. It's done. And let's head over to this, reload this, and you can see that we have this which is on February 12 and created just now. This is the date, February 12, and this is working, and this is incomplete as of now. So I need to uh, have the payment gateway here of Stripe, and let's do that. So for that, I have to create a checkout page inside our app directory, new folder. This is going to be checkout. Inside of checkout, I'm going to have a page.tsx and another component which is going to be this checkout form. So let's create that as well. Inside of checkout, I'm going to create components folder, new folder, components. Inside of components, I'm going to create new folder again. That is going to be checkout hyphen form, and inside of that, going to create an index.ts and checkout hyphen form dot ts6, right? RFCE checkout form. Or I can do one thing. I'm just Going to copy this entire code from this checkout form.jsx. And do we have a TypeScript version here? Not sure. No, we don't have any TypeScript version. So let's head over to checkout form and copy this entire code. And for now, I'm going to paste it here, and let's write ts ignore here, ts ignore like this, and head over to page.tsx and write rfce here. This is going to be check out, and inside of index.ts, what was the name of component? Checkout form. So checkout form and export like this. And now inside of page.tsx, what we want to do is first we'll use the client secret from the uh, search param. So what I'm going to do is use state snippet, and this is going to be client secret, set client secret. Initially this is going to be an empty string, and then we'll get the search params equals to use search params, and then from search params we'll get the client secret. So client hyphen secret equals to search params dot get, and we'll get the client hyphen secret, and we'll use an use effect hook. So as soon as we have the client secret, we want to set it. So if we have the client, not this, but this client secret, then we'll write set client secret, and we'll write client secret, this client secret, and set it. And this is client secret like this. Now inside of this, I'm going to have class name of min height of 80 viewport height, and inside of this we'll first check if we have client secret, then only we want to render out, and we want to render the elements from Stripe React.js. So make sure that you import that, and inside of elements I want to write the Stripe form, or we can use the checkout form like this, and we'll pass in the client secret here like this, client secret, and this element would have options like this, and we'll pass in the client secret here, and the appearance is going to be theme and stripe, and then we will have a stripe, and we'll give this the stripe promise, and we have to create this stripe promise. So what this stripe promise is, we'll just load the stripe. So const stripe promise is going to load stripe, and in here we want to pass in our process.env dot next hyphen public hyphen stripe public hyphen key. So we need to make sure that there is this variable, not variable, this environment variable. So let's copy this and head over to next config.js, and inside the environment variables I'm going to add that over here, and from here if we head over to app.jsx, you have this load stripe, and from here we can copy this and you can paste it over here. You have this inside app.jsx stripe promise. Make sure that it is in your environment variables. And now let's head over to page.tsx, and we have given this client secret, and this client secret inside checkout form will have client secret, and client secret is of type string. And if we head over to page.tsx, we no longer have the error, and this is complete. Now if we head over to the stripe form, we have to do multiple things here. So first I think, do we need this? Just let me check. Okay, from where we are getting the payment intent? Yeah, this payment intent. And have I given this TS ignore? And let's do one thing. Instead of TS ignore, let's write TS no check so we don't have any errors. And after this, we have this return URL. So in this return URL, we are going to write process.env dot. Let's head over to next config and copy this next public domain and have this here. And after this, we want to navigate to success route, success success route. Not like this, but let's have this inside an link, or we can just write plus success like this. Would it work? Or let's write it in a URL format like this. Return URL process.env.next public domain slash success. And then after this, I don't want to show this error message here. And I think things would be fixed. Payment element button is loading, and I think we can change some styles here. So let's wrap a div here. Div wrapped around this form. Let's give this div a class name of flex item center, justify center, height of 80 viewport height, 80 viewport height, and a width of full. And then let's give this a class name as well of width of 96. Then does this button have a class name? Yeah, let's give this button a class name of border text large, font semi bold, font semi bold, and then px of 5, py of 3. And then we will also give it a border of green color, which is hash 1dbf73. And then we'll also give it a background color of same color. Make sure that you give hash here, and let's give text white after this, text white, and rounded medium, margin top of 5, and a width of full. I think that's it. And let's head over to a UI and head over to this. We need to convert this checkout component in a client component by use client. Let it load, and we have this Stripe payment. So this is successful. Now I'm going to use Stripe demo payments. So let's search for Stripe demo cards, and you can head over to this and you will get this cards from here. We can copy this, so you can use any of this card. So I'm going to use it 42 42 42 42 42 42 42 42 42, and the expiration month would be in future. CV would be any 3 digits, and I'm going to pay now. And if it is successful, we are inside the success. And now if I head over to here and if I refresh this payment would be completed. Do we have a refresh button anywhere here? I don't think so. Let's refresh this, and you can see that it is succeeded. and the time is 19 p.m. and it is done on 6:18 p.m. So it is working. And if we head over to our Prisma and let me reload this and head over to the bookings, you can see that our booking here is still is completed as false. So we need to mark that as complete. So let's head over to the success page. We have not created that, but we need to create that. So inside the app directory, I'm going to create a new folder named as success, new folder, success. Inside that, I'm going to create a page.tsx. Let's write rfce success. And inside of that, I'm going to write, first I'm going to write an h1 which will have payment successful. You are being redirected to the bookings page, and then we'll have an h1 again which will write please do not close the page. And if we head over to our UI, we should have this. And now let's style this. So this div is going to have a class name of height, 80 viewport height. Then we'll give it a flex item center, and we'll give it a px of 20 and pt of 20. Then flex call, and this h1 is going to have a class name of text 4xl and text center, not clip center. This h1 is going to have the same class names. So let's give it a class name of text 4xl and text center, and head over to the UI, and we have this text now. Now what next is I want to get the path name, not path name, but we need to get this payment intent from our URL. So first I'm going to write const router is equals to use router, and then I will write const search params equals to use search params, and we'll get the payment intent equals to search params dot get, and we'll have payment hyphen intent, and then we'll have a use effect hook, and this should run as soon as we have the payment intent and the router. And let's mark this component as a client component because we are using the hooks. And let's write a function const update order info equals to async function, and if we have payment intent, then update the order info, and after the completion of that I want to have a set timeout which will have router dot push and slash my bookings. Or let's do one thing, after it is completed we'll do that from here. So what we want to do is we want to pass in the payment intent to backend and make sure that it is completed. So we need to create an API for that. So now let's head over to route.ts, this booking route, and I'm going to add one more route here. So that is going to be export async function, and that function is going to be patch, export async function patch. So patch is a type of a REST request and it is used for updation of things. So patch, and I'm going to use try catch error, and let's use this next response for the error, paste it, and inside the try block what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the payment intent equals to await request.json. We'll pass it in the body of the API, and if there is a payment intent, then we'll use await.prisma.bookings dot update, and we'll have where payment intent is this payment intent, and the data is going to be is completed as true like this. So we are just updating the payment, And after this, we'll write return next response dot JSON and status, not status, let's write message as payment successful, and status is going to be 200, and this should be inside of this if block, and that's it. So this is done, and now let's head over to our API routes, and let's add an API route here. So what that route would be, just give me a minute. Okay, we can use this create booking route, but we just have to uh, use the patch request. So what should we do here? It's inside of this is we don't want to store anything. We'll just write await API client, not API client, but Axios dot patch, and we'll write user API routes dot create booking, and we are not creating the booking, but we are just using the route, and we are using patch request on it, and we are going to pass the payment intent here. And as soon as this is done, we are going to have router dot push to the my bookings page, my bookings, and let's do one thing. Let's wrap this in a set timeout so the user can see what actually is happening, and we are going to have 3000 milliseconds. And let's head over to here. Next router was not mounted, so this is next navigation. Save it, and let's refresh the page. Okay, are we being redirected to? Yeah, we are being redirected. Now let's head over to this bookings, and you can see that is complete as false here. And okay, that was the other booking. Yeah, here we have this is completed as false, and if we refresh it, you can see that is completed as true. So this is working. So the flow is complete and our bookings is also complete. Now let's do this my bookings page to list all the users bookings. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's create the my bookings page. So inside the app, I'm going to create a new folder named as my hyphen bookings, new folder, my hyphen bookings, and inside of that I'm going to create a page.tsx. And for the source code of this page.tsx, let's head over to next UI, head over to the table, and I'm going to copy this use case example again, and copy, and head over to our VS Code, paste that over here. Let's change everything. We don't want invisible columns, and this as well. So header columns is going to be the columns, and we need to define the columns. So let's remove all of this. It's not required. And what should we do next is let's write the columns. So this is going to be the columns: ID, booking type, name, amount, payment status, booking date, booking on, and date. And then we'll have a booking type. So this is the bookings types. So we will have these three types of bookings, and we'll also define an interface of booking type with name. We'll remove this and write booking type with name, which extends the booking type interface. So we'll also need to create this booking type interface. So for this booking type interface, let's head over to types folder, and inside of this types, I'm going to create a booking.d.ts, and inside of this booking.d.ts, I'm going to paste this input interface of this. This is just the basic interface. Write it by yourself and head over to page.tsx and make sure that you import booking types from that types. Now we also need to create an API. So inside of API bookings, and I'm going to create a new API named as get bookings. So new file, not like this. It's not a file, it's a folder named as get hyphen bookings. And inside of that, I'm going to write a route.ts, and that is going to be an post route. So export async function post and request like this, try catch error. And for this, let's head over to route.ts of anything and just copy this next response of error and make sure that you have next response. And inside the try block, first we'll get the user ID from user, not user, but the from the request. So await request, and this is request dot json. And what we'll do is const bookings equals to await Prisma. We'll also need Prisma, so import from lib, and this is Prisma, and we'll write Prisma dot bookings dot find many, and we'll have where clause, and we'll have user ID as the user ID like this. And after this, what we'll do is we are getting all the bookings booked by this user ID, and then what we want to do is we are going to have an for of loop. So const booking of bookings, and I'm going to disable uh, TypeScript for this ts no check. And inside of this, first I will delete booking.payment intent. So we don't want to have the payment intent given to the user. And then we'll have switch with booking.booking type, and we'll write cases for that. So case trips, we are going to just write case for trips now. So const trip equal to await prisma.trips dot find unique, and where clause id of the trip is booking dot booking type id. And what we want from that is booking dot name equals to, if there's a trip, then we'll use trip dot name, or else we want to use null like this. So we did this for getting the name of the actual trip. So we have the booking type id inside our booking, and we'll match that to trip, and we'll get the trip name from that and store that inside booking.name. And this is for trips. And after this, let's write a default case as well. Case, not case, but default like this. And let's use break here. And yeah, break here, and default would be booking dot name equals to null like this. And after this, we are going to return the next response. So after this loop, next response dot json is going to be bookings, and status is going to be 200 like this. And this is complete. Now let's head over to API routes. And API routes, what we are going to do is, for user bookings, I'm going to write get hyphen user hyphen bookings, and we'll have base route slash booking slash get hyphen bookings like this, and let's head over to our page.tsx and use the API call here. So I'm not going to write that. I'll just copy that piece of code and you can just write it. It's a basic use effect. So after all this, I'm going to have a use effect, and instead of API client, I'm going to write xus.post. Make sure that you import all of this user API routes, and we also need the use effect. Then we need to define this bookings and set bookings, and I'm going to define that. Make sure that you import use state, and we'll also need the user info from app store, use app store. So const user info equals to use app store like this, and this piece of code is complete. Also, we'll mark this component as a client component, use client. And now let's change the code as required. So instead of this, I'm going to have filtered items. What should I write here? This is going to be bookings. Yeah, destructure the bookings, and instead of this, let's change this to bookings, and quick fix update dependency array. What else do we need to do is, first let's change this user, not this, just the type, and the type is going to be, what is the type? Just let me check it. So we are inside render cell, right? And we can have this as bookings. So we have the bookings. Let me check what I have written in my code. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's write this thing at the top. Bookings equals to booking type with name, and wherever there is a user, let's change this to FA search and FA chevron down. FA chevron down, and we'll do that afterwards. Now what we had to change is the this is BS vertical dots. So I think this is not needed. Let's comment this. And yeah, we are doing here bookings, and this is also bookings, and this is also bookings like this. And let's do one thing. Inside of this, I'm going to remove all of this, return the default, and before this, add here status options. So we also need to define status options. So I think we have removed the status options. So inside filtered items, we have this, then search filter, and this is user.name. Then if not equal to all, array from status filter dot length, and this is bookings type dot length, and then at the end, instead of user dot status, we are going to have booking type. This is filtered user, so this error is gone. Now at the end, we have the status options. So are we using the status options? I guess we are. So let's search for this, and instead of the status, I'm going to change this to booking type, bookings type, and then instead of status filters dot map, this is going to be bookings type dot map, and we don't want to capitalize it like this, and then all the columns would be visible. So I don't want this drop down to be there. Let's remove this, and this code also, and we also don't need the add new button. Done. And instead of this, I'm going to have bookings type, or let's write bookings dot length here, and let's change this. Done. This is also done, and then let's quick fix this as well. Then we don't want the sorting, and all the errors are gone. And if we head over to here and refresh the page, we might have this, and we have no users found, but we have the trips. Now I want to do some styling here, so we should wrap this table inside a div. So let's head over to our code, and let's write a div here, cut this and wrap the table in that div. Let's give this div a class name of padding of 12, minimum height of 80, viewport height, and yeah, it's looking good now. And instead of this no users found, we'll write no bookings found, and total users, instead of that we'll write total bookings. Perfect. Now payment status should be there, and we also need to complete this. And if we remove flights and hotels, it will not show. And if we remove trips, okay, if we remove trips, then no bookings are found. And if we remove everything, then also a single thing should be selected. And if we select this and this and this, but remove this, then no bookings found. So this filter is working. And now after this, let's solve this payment status and this. So for that, we will need to head over to our render cell, and let's head over to render cell method. And in here, inside the switch case, what should we do is, for the case of date and created at, I'm going to have this cell value dot split like this. And if we refresh this, we just have the dates. Perfect. And after that, for booking type and is completed, we are going to use chip. So I'm just going to copy that. After this, make sure that you import chip. And now for this, you can see that we have used chip, and for this we have also used chip. And if I refresh this now, okay, now I have an error. What is that? Inspect console, booking is not defined. So we have to change this user to booking, and this as well. Let's write here as string, and still not working. Let's leave it and refresh this. Yeah, perfect. So this is complete. We have pending and completed with this different colors. If we select this, you can see that all items is selected. Select one of two is selected. So perfect. This is complete. And for this, let's see status color map, booking type. Let's head over to status color map and we have this active. In Instead of that, what I'm going to do is we'll have trips, flights and hotels. So instead of active, paused and vacation, I'm going to have trips, flights and hotels like this. Save it, refresh the page, and now we'll have green color for trips, and if there is flights and hotels, we'll have secondary and danger for that. So perfect. So this is completed. Now let's create our Docker file and proceed with that. And after that, we'll host the app on Aptible. So now let's do that. Now let's create a Docker file. So at the root of the application, I want you to create this file, Docker file. So we'll be using Docker for hosting this application on Aptible. So what Docker does is it containerizes our application, and what this will do is this will automate all the tasks that we use to create this application, set up our application and run it on the port and everything. So that would be automation. So what we'll do is we'll write from node hyphen, not hyphen, colon 18. This will mean that our container will have node.js version as 18. Then we'll define the working directory. So inside the container, we'll write workdir slash app. So this will mean that our working directory is slash app. Now, then what we want to do is we want to copy the package.json, this file, inside our working directory. So we'll write package star dot json and dot slash. So what this will do is this will copy the package.json, and if there is a package log.json inside our working directory dot slash, which is slash app, and then we have the package.json. Now what we want to do is we'll run npm install command to install the dependencies. After that, what we want to do is we want to copy the Prisma schema. So Prisma slash schema.prisma, this file, ski sch ema.prisma schema.prisma file inside dot slash Prisma slash. So we want to copy the schema.prisma inside this Prisma folder inside our app directory. Now after that, we want to run npx Prisma generate generate npx Prisma generate to generate the schema, not schema, but the dependencies, and then we'll copy dot space dot. So what this command dot space dot will do is this will copy the entire source code, the .env, the everything else inside our app directory app. Now after that we'll write run npx prisma db push. So now we want to push the db, and after that we'll write run npm run build to build the application, and then we'll write expose 3000. So this will expose the port 3000 to the internet. And then for starting our application, we'll write command, and then we want to pass in array. So npm, then we want to write npm and start to start our application. So this is the Docker steps that we want to run. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So there are total 11 steps that will run the for our Docker to complete the setup of our application, and Aptible will use this to host our app. And from our next config.js, I want to do one more thing. So inside of this, I want to just have the So inside of this, I want to write Typescript, and then I want to write ignore build errors to true. So if there are any errors during build for Typescript and ESLint, we want to ignore that. So let's write ignore build errors for true as Typescript and ESLint. So this marks completion of the setup of our Docker file, and now we can successfully host our application on Aptible. And I want to do one more thing inside our source and instrumentation.ts. Before starting this, I want to do one more thing. Inside of this, I want to create an admin as soon as we are starting our application. So we need to write that code. So initially when we set up our application, there is no admin in our system and we are not able to create any admins. So let's create an admin. So what we'll do is const await prisma.admin.count. This will return the count of the admins. So if there is no admin in our database, then we want to create an admin. So const data equals to await prisma.admin.create, and we'll pass in the data as email is going to be admin@arclight.com, and password is going to be the admin password. So I'm going to copy that password, the encrypted password from the admin model, and we have already this password, and I'm going to copy this from here and paste that here, the admin password, and this will create the admin if there is no admin in our system with this email and the password. And that marks the completion of the setup of Docker and everything. And now let's set up our Aptible and host the app on Aptible. So now let's talk about Aptible. So what exactly is Aptible? Well, it's a game changer in the world of application hosting. Whether you are a developer or a business owner, Aptible has some fantastic features that can make your life so much easier. Let's talk about the features of Aptible in detail. First up, we have rapid deployment. Aptible simplifies the whole process of deployment, making it incredibly easy to get your app up and running. No more fussing with complex configurations, just focus on your code. Then we have rock solid security. Security is a top priority for any company, and Aptible takes it to the next level. They provide robust encryption, compliance controls, and regular audits to keep your data safe because your peace of mind matters. And scaling your app couldn't be easier with Aptible. It automatically adjusts resources to match your app's needs. So there you have it, folks. Aptible, the future of application deployment and management. If you are a developer or a business owner looking to innovate faster and more securely, you owe it to yourself to check out Aptible. So now let's host your app on Aptible. Okay, so now for hosting, let's head over to Aptible and aptible.com, and I'm going to log in to Aptible from here. Not login, but sign up. I'm going to create a new account. I'm going to name Kishan Shade. This is going to be Sion Fox, and I'm going to create a new password. Create the account, and that's a very simple process. And now Aptable would have sent a verification email, and I need to verify account. So this is that. Let's click on this and our account would be verified. Now let's click on this get started, and I'm going to create my environment name as YouTube, and the app name would be Arclight. I'm going to create the app, and I'll need to provide my credentials here and confirm. Now, in order to connect with Aptable, we need to have an SSH. So for SSH, you need to have Git installed on your machine. If you have not installed, you can just head over to Git, search Git, not GitHub, but search for Git on Google, and you can install this Git. for your machine, and then you will have git access. And now I want to open up a terminal. Okay, so now inside my terminal, I'm going to write ssh hyphen keygen and hyphen t and write rsa. Then I will write hyphen b and then 4096, and then I will write hyphen c and write zinfox21@gmail.com. You have to use your email address here and hit enter, and it's saying ssh keygen. Okay, this is ssh hyphen keygen, not underscore, hyphen keygen. Enter. It will create the public and private keys. In which file you want to create save the key? I'm going to save it to the default location, the .ssh. Enter, 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 and our ssh key was generated. Now let's head over to code.ssh, and this has opened, and you can see that we have this public key, and I'm going to copy this public key and head over to Aptible and paste that public key here, save the key. And now I want to do some more thing. So after saving that, I want to add known host to the file. So one more thing I have to do is I have to create a config file. So inside of this config file, I'm going to write host Aptible and then host name as beta.aptible.com, and then I will write user as Kishan Sheth. You can write anything here, and the identity file is going to be /.ssh slash id hyphen rsa, this file, the private key. So that is for that. And now after this, inside the terminal, I want to do one more thing, ssh hyphen key scan, and I will write beta.aptible.com, and then I will write known hyphen hosts and write this, and it will create this known hosts and write the hosts of Aptible inside of that, and our this process is complete. Now what I want to do is I am going to click on this environment and open that on a new tab, and click on my environment, click on the database, and I'm going to create a new database named as PostgreSQL 16, and the database handle would be Arclight SQL. You can name it anything, and I will save the changes. So this will provision a database. We'll wait for this to complete. Okay, so our database provision is completed. Now I want to provision one more database, which is Redis. So I'm going to select Redis 7.2, and this is going to be Arclight Redis, and save the changes, and this will create our Redis database. Wait for this to complete. Okay, so our Redis database has also been provisioned, and these two are the backups for that. So now let's head over to Aptible again, and we have to copy this git remote, and I will head over to my VS Code, and not this, yeah, this one, and I'm going to write first, let's see if we have a .git. So I write ls-al to see, yeah, we have .git. So what I'm going to do is I will write rm-rf .git. We need to remove that. Again, I will write git init, and then what I want to do is I will write git add dot to add all the files, and I will write git commit hyphen m initial commit, and I'm not going to push the code. Instead, I will paste that command from Aptible, git remote add Aptible, and paste it. And now I will head over to Aptible again, and we have this git push Aptible main. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it, and I will change this main to master, and I will do one more thing. Let's head over to schema.prisma, and inside of this I will remove this environment variable, and the URL for our database would be, let's head over to PSQL here, and let's head over to endpoints. Do we have endpoints? Or let's head over to connection URL. I'm going to copy this connection URL from here, and I want to paste that connection URL here, save this file, and let's head over to our redis.ts, and in here I'll also have the Redis URL. So head back again to database, and I need Acolyte Redis, show connection URL. So do we need to use the SSL? Just let me check. Let's use the SSL one. Going to copy this and change it to here, save it. And now what I want to do is, we have this and this, and inside of next config, let's head over to next config.js, and inside of here I want to change this next public domain, and that would be http, not http, let's remove this https colon slash slash app hyphen, then I need the ID of my app, which is this. So not this, in this tab, this is the ID of my app, and I'll get the ID from there, paste that ID over here, and then I will write on hyphen aptible.com, on dash aptible.com, like this, save it, and we have this key, and now this as well, and we can replace the database URLs and everything here. So I'm going to copy this, and this is the my Redis URL, this is the stripe key, and let's remove the database URL, we are not going to use that. And let's head over to Aptible, and all things are set. Now let's run this command, git push aptible master colon aptible scan, and hit enter and wait for it to run. And it has accepted our code, and if we head over to browser, you can see that it is written scan code detected, and this operation is running. And let's wait here for the process to get completed. Okay, so our code has been pushed to Aptible, and let's head over to the browser, and you can see that your code has a Dockerfile and will be used to build our Aptible image. So that's done, and now let's connect database here, and I'm going to choose this PSQL here, and the environment variable would be this database URL. Then I would write new database here again, not new database, I will write connect existing now and write Redis here, and this is going to be the environment variable for Redis URL. So let's write Redis URL, and then we'll write additional environment variables here. So the JWT key, which would be like this, super secret key. Then we'll have our stripe key, and I think that's it. And I'm going to save and deploy, and let's see if this works. So our operation has been queued, and it will take some time to get completed. Okay, so our operation has failed because our command npx prisma db push failed, and it failed because in our VS Code, if you head over to the version control here, you can see that we have this uncommitted changes here. So we need to commit all of those changes, and then we'll write Aptible hosting as the commit message, and we need to copy this command and push the code there. And instead of main branch, we are going to push the master branch, hit enter, and wait for the operation to get completed. Okay, so our app has been successfully deployed, and if we head over to Aptible, you can see that it has been deployed. And let's create an endpoint with this command, create endpoint. And now let's click on view environment. Let's click on ArcLight, and let's head over to endpoints, and the endpoint is still provisioning. Wait for this to complete. Okay, so the endpoint has been provisioned. Now click on this, and we have the URL here. Let's click on this and wait for it to load. And you can see that our app has been hosted successfully on Aptible. Let's search for a location. Let's search for Dubai, and you can see that we have this live data as well. And now let's head over to admin and scrape the data. Head over to scrape data. Okay, now let's try to scrape data for Dubai. Select Dubai from list, and let's hit on the scrape button. Okay, so our packages has been scraped, and if we head over to the trips page, you can see that we have multiple packages, and so our application was successfully hosted. And if we head over to one of these packages, let it load, and you can see that we have all the details here. And yeah, so this is working, and we have successfully hosted our app on Aptible. And this is it for this video. I'm going to release the second part of this video in few days, where we will scrape the details for flight and hotels using Bright Data Scraping Browser and host this app on Aptible. So make sure that you stay tuned to the channel. So this is me, Kishan Chet, signing out.